Late night, the winds howled. World within a world amongst the allied army. Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder exchanged glances and revealed smiles. "Let's go," Luo Feng said softly. The five-man team swiftly stood up and seemingly casually moved towards the outer areas of the army. Entering the allied army itself was difficult, requiring identification. Anyone not from any powers or organization was forbidden from entering. Leaving, however, was easy. After all, the large powers constantly sent people in and out to deliver thunderstones. The number of people entering and leaving was indeed not small. "Captain, the five of them are leaving. Quickly follow. Quickly. All, move faster." The underlings of the ninth prince had been preparing for when the little team began to move. One had to know that the ninth prince controlled over 220,000 people. The 7 large teams each had 30,000 people, and even their small teams were 1,000 per team. As for the surveillance group, that too was a 1,000-man small team that exchanged shifts. Late night, amidst the howling winds, Luo Feng's team flew up and away from the allied army base. And behind them, a 1,000-man team lifted into the skies too and followed them. "Everybody, don't be rash and impatient. This is still close to the allied army base. The moment they enter the base grounds, we will be unable to do anything. We'll first follow, and once a bit of distance has been made, we'll act." The captain of the 1,000-man team was communicating softly to his team. Ahead in mid-air, Luo Feng's team. "Haha, thrilling, thrilling." High in the sky, Thunder God's voice resounded, as he smiled with satisfaction. "I'm already feeling uncontrollably excited, just from thinking about the life fruit and the 2 Sector Lord weapons. Before we came here, I was worried too that we'd have problems after exchanging." Hong smiled. "Looking at things now, it seems everything went smoothly. First and second brother, after the cloud contact finds evolution, it'll be even more thrilling." Luo Feng smiled, his heart filled with anticipation. Before, when they were digging for the thunderstones, they were totally relying on Babada's initial scans and discoveries of the stones, hence they got so much. And when the 20 million explorer army arrived in different regions and dug up all the other thunderstones, what followed would be the most brutal and savage massacre. This point, Luo Feng was definitely sure. Some sector lord underlings were able to exchange for treasures, while others were not. Those that didn't would naturally be ordered to kill and rob. In the eyes of those sector lords, even if they lose 10,000 explorers, it didn't mean anything. What's going on? There's a team following us behind." Luo Feng creased his eyebrows and communicated. "There really is one." Thunder God creased his eyebrows. "They are following us. Are they going to get more thunderstones and just happen to be moving the same way?" Hong said. "Let's increase our speed and make a turn." Luo Feng communicated. "Yes, Master." Tai Nanhe and Aogu followed his command. When the 5 made an arc in mid-air and increased their speed, becoming 5 beams of light turning left among the 1,000-man team behind them. "Captain, they are trying to escape. Right now, there's about a few hundred km between us and the allied army. Everybody listen, with the quickest speed chase the 5-man team ahead and kill them," the captain ordered. "Yes. Yes. Understood." In the dark night, Star Level 9 explorers dressed in black alloy armors complied to the order, exploding one by one with immense speed into beams of Light into the night sky, it was akin to thousands of shooting stars. Different speeds madly rushing towards the 5 shooting stars, the shooting stars behind were quickly catching up with the ones in front. They were all Star level 9 spirit readers on spirit weapons, much faster than Luo Feng's group. Among Luo Feng's group, only the star level 9 Aogu could compare to them, and he was busy carrying both Hong and Thunder God. Not good. They are catching up. Thunder God's expression changed. Master, quickly flee. Aogu's old face was filled with fear. Luo Feng glanced back. The beams of lights were catching up to them with terrifying speeds, almost instantly closing the distance to less than 1 kilometer. What do we do? Thunder God and Hong's expressions were worried. Tai Nan He and Aogu, the 2 star level 9 slaves, were worried too. There are 1,000 star level 9 explorers behind. Luo Feng looked down at his arm screen, his heart getting colder. That 1,000 beams of lights were quickly closing in on them. He watched as they were about to be swallowed. Master. Aogu and Tai Nan, he looked worriedly at Luo Feng, Thunder God and Hong as they rushed hurriedly. Luo Feng was in a mess within, since entering the world of Thunder, world within a world. Even though their team had met with danger time and again, they had never been so close to this entirely overwhelming situation before. An entire 1,000-man star level 9 army, if they all attacked together with their weapons, it would be over instantly. Unless should he use the golden horned beast? However, they were not too far from the Allied army base. The moment it appeared, it would be revealed to everybody, and the moment the existence of a golden horned beast was known, many undying beings would arrive on Songlan Star, taking away Luo Feng, the golden horned beast, making him into a slave. Beast taming, slave soul imprints, etc. Within the vast universe, it wasn't just the Yunemo master that knew these techniques. When that time came, Luo Feng was destined to become someone's slave. Kill them, the captain ordered. Yes, a few hundred voices resounded from behind. Show, 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 show. Covering both the land and the skies, it was a blur with large amount of spirit weapons flying about, almost as though rain was pouring down on Luo Feng's group. At that time, Hong, Thunder God, Tai Nan He and Aogu were in despair. Come out! Luo Feng stared straight at the large amount of blades. Rumble. A large object appeared before the 5 of them. One could only hear a crash sound. The large object didn't move at all. This was a disc-shaped universe ship that was about 100 m in diameter, entirely black. C9 grade. A universe level 5 or 6 would find it hard to damage the ship. In the universe, one never knew when they would use a ship. Even though there was a ship at the Songlan Star docking bay, however, with the money from the first account from his teacher, it was easy for Luo Feng to purchase a few other universe ships. Ship. He actually brought a ship. He must have a storage item that's over 100 m wide. Quickly, kill them. The hundreds of star level 9 spirit readers, after their first wave of attack had failed, they immediately gathered their energies and immediately circled their weapons, as quick as lightning, going around the universe ship and headed straight for Luo Feng's group. Master, quickly. Quickly flee. Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God swiftly rushed towards the entrance of the ship. Luckily, when Luo Feng took out the ship, the entrance was faced right at them. However, their flying speed was far lower than the spirit weapons. Luckily, they weren't too far from it. Quickly. Quickly Hong and Thunder God's eyes were flushed red. Russian Luo Feng's eyes were also flushed. Ao Gu and Tai Nan He were the last two behind those hundreds of spirit weapons made a huge arc and gathered, raining down from behind blocking the weapons. First was the star level 9 fighter, Tai Nan He, and behind him was star level 9 spirit reader Ao Gu. Rip 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 rip. Like a rain of arrows, the spirit weapons cut through Tai Nan He instantly, tearing him like paper against hundreds of the same leveled spirit weapons. Attacking him at once, even a battle axe star level fighter would lose instantly without a doubt. Rumble. Rumble. The external entrance door and the gate within closed, shutting out the external world completely. So, the universe ship violently accelerated, leaving the group of star level 9 explorers far behind, swiftly disappearing without a trace. The blurred silhouettes of the 1,000-man army floating in mid-air all looked, as the ship left their sights, helpless. 1,000 people killing 5, and they escaped. The captain, whose face was covered with a beard, raged, "How am I to answer to the 9th prince like this? Captain, you can't blame us, who knew he had a universe ship." Right, a universe ship is at least about 100 m amongst the 5 of them. There was one that actually had a storage space that huge, it's unbelievable. Right. The captain nodded, that big a storage space, it is indeed unbelievable. The universe ship was swiftly leaving the center region, its speed was at least 100 to 1,000 times that of their flying speeds. Within the ship, quickly Ao Gu absorbed the life energy within the Muya crystal. Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God were anxiously surrounding Ao Gu, the alloy armor on him long gone, his lower body below his chest were in shreds, only above it was okay. The earlier attack of hundreds of spirit weapons earlier. The one right in front of them, Tai Nan He, was instantly shredded to pieces. No piece of him was left, and Ao Gu, who was behind Tai Nan He, relied on the hybrid copper essence and barely protected his head. As for below his chest, it was attacked by weapon after weapon, slicing it into pieces. Threads of life energy seeped into Ao Gu's body. Ao Gu gradually recovered. Bastards, Luo Feng reacted, rage boiling within his chest. Babata, whose people were they? All of the allied army's people's appearances and information is recorded. These 1,000 people are underlings of the 9th prince, Brolin, Babata said. Back when Luo Feng first entered the allied army, when he was resting within, Babata naturally recorded the basic information of everyone within the allied army. For example, odors, appearances, strength, etc. Brolin Luo Feng creased his eyebrows, raging even more within. Why would he try and kill me? I have no grudge with him. It's probably due to the treasures, Babata said. How would he know I exchanged for treasures? There are people frequently going into the Thunder Castle. Luo Feng was feeling incredibly terrible, especially since his 2 bodyguards, Tai Nan He, had died, and Ao Gu also almost died. Man wasn't like plants or trees, he had feelings. Even though they were slaves that he had bought, the voices of them shouting, "Master, quickly flee," still resounded within his mind and ears. When danger and crisis struck, both of them used their lives to protect him. Brolin Luo Feng raged uneasily within. It was painful. Luo Feng, don't dwell on it for now. Even though you didn't use the golden horned beast, you still used a universe ship, it's still big trouble. Babata said, a storage item over 100 m wide is incredibly valuable. Back when I Gave it to you. I told you never to reveal it. This is because these are a special grade of storage items, only a few domain lords have them, and after that battle before, Brolin will definitely keep an eye on you now that he's looking out for you, you'll have trouble. Watching me, I'm watching him, Luo Feng roared. Brolin Luo Feng clenched his fists, his knuckles pale, cracking sounds coming from them, his eyes filled with killing intent, raging from within. Third brother, are you all right? Hong, who was beside him, asked, shocked. Taking a deep breath, heavily suppressing his rage. No problem, Luo Feng shook his head. No one else knew, but Luo Feng was very clear that after becoming the golden horned beast, he was affected by its characteristics back when he massacred. In the killing fields, he felt a huge sense of relief. However, since he relieved himself through that madness, the killing intent within his bones only grew stronger. Just like a strong addictive poison, when he couldn't bear it anymore, he would take the poison again and relieve it. However, the addiction would only get stronger. One theory was that Luo Feng was now addicted to killing, and the golden horned beast, as the leading bloodline of the 12 species of space beasts, with its strong offensive characteristics, its cold savageness and brutality, was purely from its bones and soul. No one had ever heard of a kind and gentle golden horned beast. Third brother Thunder God also walked over. I'm fine. Luo Feng squatted down beside the heavily injured Ao Gu. His dark red hair was in a mess, his face still pale from the injuries. This made Luo Feng bite down on his lips. Luo Feng looked up at his two older brothers. Hong and Thunder God were both old enough to be his grandfathers. Of course they naturally cared about the youngest, peerlessly talented third brother. First and second brother, relax, I won't let my rage take control, Luo Feng said. Phew, that's good. Thunder God nodded. We cannot forget this grudge, but we have to remain calm, just like when your big brother and I experienced the Great Nirvana period before. Many humans died and cities were destroyed by the attacks of the beasts. However enraged we became, we still had to bear with it. Compared to that, this little grudge really doesn't mean much. When we get the chance, we'll kill him, Thunder God said casually. Hong nodded too. In terms of experience, Hong and Thunder God were indeed much more experienced than Luo Feng. I understand. Luo Feng nodded. Also, those people were sent by the 9th Prince Brolin. Compared to him, we have no resistance at all. Brolin, Hong and Thunder God were both taken aback. Right, Luo Feng nodded. During the time we wandered around the Allied army before, I recorded everybody's data and appearances with the surveillance device. Those are the underlings of Brolin. That's troublesome. Thunder God shook his head. This grudge will be hard to repay. Hong shook his head. We'll have to bear with it for a long time. Luo Feng was clear too. Brolin, that level of status, in the vast Black Dragon Mountain star field, was definitely considered one of the upper echelons. Nanny's death, we cannot just let it go too. Thunder God sneered. I don't believe the other powers will just watch as Brolin takes control. After all, from the 2 million army, that Brolin only controls a little more than 220,000. When the battles really begin, we'll get him at the crucial time. Hong too smiled. That'll have to wait until the cloud contact vine evolves too, Luo Feng said. The universe ship constantly distanced itself further from the central region, swiftly flying towards the outer rims. Along the way, The news of the appearance of a universe ship in the world within a world was spread as much as possible. In the outer rims of the world within a world, in the vast uneven mountain range, a universe ship appeared in mid-air, before vanishing again in a dark cave within the mountain range. First and second brother, you two help look after Aogu, Luo Feng said. Okay, Hong nodded. Relax, Thunder God smiled. Master, I'm fine, Aogu shouted. He had recovered quite a bit from before. Luo Feng glanced at him, smiling as he swiftly flew out of the cave. A few kilometers away, the vegetation and trees on the mountain range had grown for 10 million years. It was thick and lush. Dressed in alloy armor, Luo Feng stood on the soil ground, his eyes sharp like knives as he surveyed his surroundings. Cloud. Luo Feng transmitted his thoughts. How the cloud contact vine happily replied. Luo Feng opened both his hands. And immediately vines madly extended out, piercing in all directions with Luo Feng as the venter. The vines were close to 1 m thick with lengths that couldn't be seen from end to end, almost like super large snakes that covered both the land and skies were moving about. Simultaneously, those thick and long vines extended smaller vines and even leaves. It covered the land and skies. Chi. The large number of vines and roots dug straight into the soil, almost like piercing through tofu, swiftly extending deep underground. Every vine grew to 30,000 m, which was 30 kilometers, a total of 36 vines that were 30 km long. On them were large amounts of smaller vines and leaves, along with lush amounts of roots and networks. In the blink of an eye, the entire mountain region and its surroundings was totally covered with the cloud contact vines and roots. The cloud contact vine's core was Luo Feng, who was dressed in his alloy armor. Right now is the most crucial time. Luo Feng took a deep breath. A large leaf shook in front of him. With a flip of his hand, that almost translucent stone box appeared. He stared at the colors vaguely shimmering from the box, taking a deep breath before opening it. Pa. The moment the box was opened, he shook his hand and the thick aromatic life fruit immediately flew up and headed straight for the huge leaf. The leaf fiercely extended upwards, almost like a large mouth, immediately swallowing the life fruit whole. Chi. The huge leaf swiftly retracted and went underground. Such a pity. Babada's voice resounded in Luo Feng's mind. One life fruit. Something even sector lords treasure so much if used to exchange for universe slaves. We could even exchange for a whole bunch of them, and right now it's given to a cloud contact vine. It is such a pity. 10 birds in the forest cannot compare to one in hand. Babada, this is what you told me. I know what to do, but it is still a pity. It's a waste of a treasure. Babada sighed. Luo Feng was fully concentrated on the cloud contact vine. Babada, how long do we have to wait? Why don't you look for yourself? Babada said indifferently. Immediately, Luo Feng looked at the screen that was projected from his arm. The thick vines began to emit shining green lights that revolved about, and the body itself was almost like a heart, pulsing and expanding and contracting constantly. However, every time it expanded after contracting, it seemed like it would grow by quite a bit. World within a world, Central Region. Allied Army, Black Dragon Mountain, Sacred Land Center, within a large tent. Pung. The teacup flew as fast as lightning, violently smashing against the floor. and bursting apart with its pieces shattering in all directions, hitting the sides of the tent. Bastards, 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 a bunch of bastards. Brolin stood in the large tent, raging as he roared. I told them to increase their speeds, and they grow overconfident now. I've only got 2 of the 3 passcodes, just that one passcode. Without that, there's no way to get the inheritance crystal ball. Stupid, a bunch of idiots. Useless. Brolin cursed madly, without any of his former composure, losing all sense of self. One couldn't blame him. He was from the Black Dragon Mountain, sacred land, and before his grandfather and other elders, he said he would definitely get the inheritance crystal ball and give it to his grandfather, the 9th prince. Brolin was very clear, in terms of position and status among the other princes. He was special only because his mother's lineage was strong. With his grandfather's blessings, he definitely had to work hard to get the inheritance crystal ball to him. However, who would have thought that when he went to exchange for the 2nd passcode earlier, the living AI, the white-bearded old man would exclaim and say, "Little punk, your luck is good. There's only 1 passcode left of the 3. If you were a little later, you wouldn't have been able to get this 2nd passcode anymore. Good luck my ass. Good luck my ass." Brolin's expression was pained. Indeed. Only with the complete 3 passcodes would one be able to acquire the inheritance crystal ball. Without the other number, the 2 passcodes he had were useless. Puff, puff. Buluo Lin's breathing was heavy, his gaze swept past the 2 bodyguards before him. The 2 bodyguards were both on one knee, kneeling, not daring to make a sound. "Your Majesty," a silhouette ran in from outside. It was one of Brolin's bodyguards. Camelot. Brolin coldly stared at him. The bodyguard Camelot was shocked, kneeling down and saying respectfully, "Your Majesty, earlier we sent a 1,000-man team to chase and kill that 5-man team. However, we didn't expect them to actually bring a universe ship along with them." "What, a universe ship?" Buluo Lin creased his eyebrows. "Right, a universe ship," Camelot said. "The enemy took out a universe ship and escaped." The 2 bodyguards kneeling beside glanced at each other, beyond shocked. There was actually someone who brought a universe ship into the world within a world. That was too unbelievable. Forging a storage space item requires cutting up a space in the universe to make the item. Brolin creased his eyebrows, thinking within, the bigger the space, the harder the actual process of slicing up the space to be able to store something as huge as a universe ship. This level of storage space item, it said that only the undying beings can create something like that. Every one of them is priced extremely high. Brolin was suspicious, and that 5-man team actually brought a universe ship in. Brolin was very suspicious. This was because with his status as the 9th prince, the last item his grandfather actually got for him was a storage ring, and that could barely fit a universe ship in. Back then, his grandfather even very carefully explained the details of such a high-level storage item and its price and worth. They may have gotten lucky, picking it up from some warrior along the way. Brolin didn't overthink it. Give the order, pass the information of these 5 to the 7 large teams. If anyone discovers them, kill them. Brolin ordered, at the same time his eyes gleaming with severity. These 5 are a small matter. Most important thing now is to find out who managed to get the last passcode. "Yes, Your Majesty." The 3 bodyguards knelt down respectfully. "My speed was definitely sufficient. I didn't expect some other party to Acquire 10 million thunderstones within that short time too. Brolin sat in his chair, his long pale fingers tapped on the arms of the chair. Suddenly his eyes gleamed, ordering, "Give the order, let the first, second, and sixth team swiftly draw close to the center region, station themselves about 10,000 kilometers around the center region." "Yes." The three complied, swiftly leaving the tent. Only Brolin was left in the tent. He sat in the chair pondering. As for Luo Feng and his team of 5, Brolin didn't even bother to think twice. In the vast empire of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire territory, there were many examples of people getting lucky and acquiring treasures. What's more, within this Black Dragon Empire region, he even dared to kill the elites from the other groups. There wasn't anyone he couldn't trifle with. If Luo Feng and his team truly had a large background, the word from an absolute fighter would have come down already to the 9th prince, who was so high above others. Those 5 weren't a match at all. Vicious, someone actually had the gall to take the inheritance crystal ball. "Passcode from under me," Brolin muttered. "Is it the Holy Sea of Frost 3? Axe Mountain 100 Tiger Building Black Cloud Guild North Dragon Castle." Even the families were a probability. Brolin wasn't sure at all just who had taken that last passcode. About 10,000 kilometers from the center region, the grass fields had many explorers gathering. Many had prepared their tents. These tents' materials were similar to the alloy armors, incredibly sturdy. In one of the larger tents, a tall and sturdy, about 3 m tall, black gorilla man sat within. His strong pectorals forced the armor on his body to slightly protrude. His head was almost totally similar to that of a black gorilla, his bulging eyes with a sense of madness. The ape-man race was a large race within the universe. The ape-man could be specifically divided into over 100 races, many of which were brave and valiant soldiers. And him, Chakra, was one of the previous absolute warriors of the 3 Axe Mountain underlings, Sector Lord Tian Chen, a star level 9 warrior initially. He was simply one of the countless star level 9 cannon fodder. However, now, chuckle, a weird sound resounded from Chakra's throat, his eyes filled with excitement. "I never expected to be able to break through. Ha ha ha, this world within a world is indeed my lucky place. The Lady of Luck has chosen to shine down on me." Chakra was extremely excited. Yes. He was excited, incomparably excited. That was because he had broken through from the star level 9 to the universe level 1. Back when I was drafted from Wake Star, I had made a vow to definitely become the greatest warrior. All this is really happening. It's happening. Chakra couldn't forget his 300-year life. He was forcefully taken from his home ground, Wake Star, going through training, sold, transferred again, finally becoming one of the soldiers under the Sector Lord Jiang Tian Chen, finally reaching star level 9. Through hard training, just one of many elite soldiers, a long tedious 3,000-year struggle. He was very clear if he didn't reach the universe level, he would always remain one of the small fries. Star level 9 and universe level. It was just a step difference. However, that step was akin to the distance between heaven and earth. I just broke through and became a universe level, and I've already become the main captain of the large team by the Sector Lord, and the original captain has become my assistant. What's more, the Lord has even given me 30 life planets as my territory. Haha, I definitely have to acquire 3,000, no, 30,000 women and produce a lot of children, the ape-man Chakra thought excitedly. within. Lord. Two voices resounded from outside. Enter, Chakra said indifferently. Two silhouettes entered, these two, one was a star level 2 while the other was star level 3, they were the two leading members under another sector lord from the Three-Axe Mountain. Each leaders of their own teams, however they were usually only star level 2 or 3, that was because they were elites, geniuses. Ironically, the large group of star level 9s were only cannon fodder, that was because the hope of the cannon fodder breaking through to the universe level wasn't large. Didn't expect a stupid 8-man to break through to the universe level. This kind of luck, it's simply a step to heaven. The two youths thought within. Lord, the two slight bowed, one of the youths smiled, Lord Chakra, I wonder if you've acquired the passcode already. One of the inheritance passcodes, I've already acquired and transferred it via the virtual universe, telling the noble sector Lord Chakra's voice was bright and clear, however there was a genetic barrier around the entire tent, preventing any sound from escaping. Lord Chakra is indeed formidable, the two complimented. Right. 8-man Chakra nodded, his black nose snorted out warm air, the two of your army should have gathered already, right? Yes, Lord, the two bowed. Very well, the 8-man Chakra praised, his eyes gleaming, his aura surging out from his body, causing the two youths to feel pressure, as though the end of the world was nigh. The 8-man Chakra suddenly creased his eyebrows. You too can go, Chakra waved his hand. Yes. The two youths bowed and left. Normally, star level 9s were their bodyguards, however this cannon fodder 8-man actually broke through to the universe level, one had to know that out. Of the elites and geniuses, even amongst them the chances of breaking through to the universe level was extremely low in terms of position, they were far below that of this universe level warrior Chakra. If they didn't break through, they would become bodyguards and cannon fodder. The moment they broke through, they would immediately own planets and territories, becoming huge figures. World within a world, there were a total of close to 2 million star level 9s. And even if 10 galaxies of star level 9s combined together, there was hardly 2 million star level 9s, and these star level 9s were all elites picked by the sector lords, domain lords, and other strong figures. With sufficient time. Out of the 2 million star level 9s, 6 or 7 universe levels breaking through were possible, however that required sufficient time, hence in these sort of life or death situations, one universe level breaking through out of the 2 million star level 9 army was indeed normal. How much treasure the 9th Prince Brolin exchanged for was a secret. Even the fact that the underling from the Three-Axe Mountain, Chakra, becoming a universe level, was a secret. And at that time, Luo Feng's cloud contact vine evolving, was also a secret. World within a world, outer rims, the vast continuous mountain region. Luo Feng stood within the vegetation, lowering his head to look at his arm. Screen, on it displayed blood-red vines that were evolving at a rapid rate. Almost like boiling water, the vines had already seemed to have become much thicker and stronger, with green leaves popping out from them only to be absorbed and disappear occasionally. There were several protrusions that simply exploded just like bubbles. Chi-chi. A large amount of vines and thinner vines were madly waving about. Even though it was evolving underground, Luo Feng could still feel the earth shake through its violent movements. Third brother. Third brother. 3 human silhouettes ran over from far, it was Hong, Thunder God, and Ao Gu, who was already capable of walking. Third, it's been over 2 hours, is it not done yet? Thunder God ran over. Right, Luo Feng nodded, take a look. Following which, Luo Feng extended his arm and the screen displayed the scene of the vines evolving. As the cloud contact vine was simply too huge, it was also why Babata could only display a segment of it at a time. Naturally, the only segment being displayed was its core body part, the center. Peculiar indeed. Thunder God stared wide-eyed. Is it shedding? Hong stared wide-eyed, curious. Luo Feng stared too. At the time, the thick vines were undergoing rapid change, with the vines constantly shedding large layers of broken skin, revealing fresher vines within, but with its rapid twisting and movement, it would once again shed, and the vines gradually got thicker and longer. Almost as though a tree seed growing into a large tree, but condensed into 2 to 3 hours. After eating the life fruit, evolution that would normally take many years is happening within a short time, Luo Feng said, hence, it's normal for it to be peculiar. Just how big is this cloud contact vine now? Thunder God asked. The scan is unable to check its entire body, however, through deduction. Right now one vine's length, can already reach about 210 kilometers, Luo Feng said. 210 kilometers. Thunder God and Hong were shocked. Just how long was 210 kilometers? The highways on Earth, some of the shorter ones were only that length, and just one vine from this was that long. And right now, the cloud contact vine has a total of 72 main vines, Luo Feng said. Thunder God and Hong imagined 72 main vines that were 210 kilometers long, all wrapped around protecting Luo Feng. That was crazy, compared to his cloud contact vine. Even the golden horned beast from back then was smaller by quite a bit. Luo Feng continued to stare hard at the screen. The evolution persisted. Time passed by the minutes and seconds. Hong and Thunder God too didn't ask anymore, just patiently waiting. The vine on the screen gave off a feeling of immense and unlimited power. The original blood-red color of the vines before became even thicker, into an even darker red. Howl, a thought filled with immense elation and devotion, transmitted to Luo Feng's mind. The evolution is a success. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Su. Deep underground, the 72 long vines that had reached 300 kilometers each swiftly retracted. As for their thin vines and leaves, they too quickly disappeared. Simultaneously, while the vines retracted, the cloud contact vine headed towards the surface, causing the ground below Luo Feng to tremor, as though an enormous object was about to break through. Rumble. After shrinking 100 times from its original size, the cloud contact vine broke through the surface, still huge as ever. 72 vines shrunk to 3 kilometers each, about 30 centimeters thick, dark red long vines that danced in the night. Simultaneously, the incomparably thick and huge vines wrapped around Luo Feng, shrinking rapidly within the blink of an eye. The cloud contact vine that originally covered the lands and skies had swiftly shrunk onto Luo Feng's body and became small and adorable. Its core root entered Luo Feng's skin. 72 little vines, as thick as thumb, continued to disperse over a 100 m area, dancing about, forming a dark red armor, helmet and boots on Luo Feng's body. Even Luo Feng's fingers were covered, like gloves. Luo Feng could feel the strength of the cloud contact armor on him. Even if he didn't use much strength, with a punch, just the explosive power of The cloud contact vine was enough to lay waste to 100 kilometers of earth, rippling. Over 1,000 kilometers further, this level of strength was even stronger than when Luo Feng used the natural strengthening ability of the golden horned beast at star level 9. Third brother Thunder God cleared his throat, staring at the cloud contact armor on Luo Feng. Just how strong is this vine now? Hong also stared at Luo Feng's cloud contact armor. Obviously the huge aura of the vine contracting had completely stunned him. I'm not too clear myself, Luo Feng smiled. Cloud contact vine. Luo Feng's thoughts moved. Immediately a 2m long vine appeared from Luo Feng's body, landing on the ground beside him. Babata, take a scan of this vine. Luo Feng communicated mentally to Babata. The cloud contact vine, as a very special plant life form, was hard to scan for its power level. Usually for humans, scanning their powers with quantum computers or AIs was simple. For beasts, space beasts, etc., these were simple too. Humans and beasts all belonged to the flesh and blood type of living creatures. Plant life, however, were unlike the humans, having miniature planets within. Hence, testing was hard. Especially like the cloud contact vine, the moment it shrank and entered a human skin. Like before, when people looked at Luo Feng and tested his strength, they'd only be able to test Luo Feng's strength. No one was able to test the cloud contact vine's strength. This was because the vine was a special life form altogether. Testing the vine's strength, that would require the vine to leave its host and make it release its aura alone. TSK, not bad at all. Babata seemed shocked. How much? Luo Feng asked mentally. The cloud contact vine's level is universe level 2, Babata said. The cloud contact vine is a very strong and durable life form, at the same level and grade 99 of humans aren't a match against one. Yours was cultivated and nurtured well. When it reached the universe level, it developed 72 main vines, and every one of them is akin to a universe level 2 human fighter. With the combined forces of the 72 vines along with its shocking cell strength, cutting off a vine and being able to quickly regenerate, universe level 3 humans aren't even a match. A universe level 2 cloud contact vine was much weaker than the same level and grade golden horned beast. The golden horned beast at star level 7 was already capable of easily killing star level 9 humans. The cloud contact vine, relying on its cell strength, 72 main vines, could still put up a fight against universe level 4 humans. After a while, Luo Feng and his group called out the universe ship, placing it deep within a river in the mountain region. Universe ship, control room. Dressed in alloy armor, Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God stood at the control board, looking ahead at the virtual screen before them. Aogu was still within the cabin resting. The biggest scan of the world within a world, Luo Feng ordered. Yes, master, the ship's AI replied respectfully. This ship was considered stock. Babata hadn't made any adjustments to it, hence the ship's AI was still the stock AI provided when they were building the ship. The screen before them immediately displayed the huge scene of the world within a world. Luo Feng, just how wide is this ship's scanning area? Thunder God asked. With the ship as the center, 100,000 kilometers. Luo Feng smiled. That's quite a wide area. Hong nodded. Universe ships all came with their own scanning equipment. If any universe explorer ship was to arrive on a planet, it could definitely in a short amount of time scan the approximate condition of the entire planet. However, these scanning equipment were primitive. It could only give an estimate of the population, whether there were any shocking amounts of energy or abnormalities, etc. As for the planet's minerals, accurate population and strength, etc., it couldn't detect. These scans emphasized the area and size. And Babada's scanning equipment, even though it only had a 20 kilometers area, however, it could scan the planet's mineral construct, human strengths, armor grades, materials, the human's mental aptitudes, etc., all in very specific details. Master, there are 32,169 humans in this area, the ship's AI reported. 32,169 of them. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Separated into how many teams? One team has 16,300 humans, another has 10,000, another has 5,862, and one team has 7, the ship's AI reported respectfully. At the same time, the virtual screen swiftly split into 4 scenes, each displaying the 4 teams, and the 7-man team was currently being chased by the largest team of 16,300 explorers, split into 3 groups to chase them. It's over, these 7 cannot escape. Thunder God stared. They cannot escape, they've been surrounded, Hong said. Luo Feng sighed. In this world within a world, it was hard for such little teams to survive. The first target will be the 16,300-man team, Luo Feng said. Thunder God looked shocked as he turned around. You have guarantee? Hong asked suspiciously. Yes, Luo Feng nodded. In the vast grass fields, a team of 7 was currently surrounded by many other explorers. We surrender. We surrender, don't kill us. We have thunderstones, we are willing to give our thunderstones. The 7-man team shouted loudly, their faces filled with fear. That was because in all directions, they were surrounded by 3 large teams, each with up to 1,000 and even 3,000 people. How could they escape? Haha, surrender. Why should we accept your surrender? The 3 teams were far away before, however in the blink of an eye they closed a few tens of kilometers, forcing the 7-man team in the center into a corner. The 3 teams, one with 3,000 people, laughed as they looked at the small team. This was because they had full guarantee of their victory, hence they didn't rush to kill them. Haha, after killing you all, we'll still be able to get your thunderstones. A strong-looking man with black stripes on his face laughed loudly. The people in the 7-man team's faces went pale. Weren't you gathering us? Before the captain of the small team, a handsome man with golden gleaming hair, shouted loudly, you said before as long as we were willing to join you all and help you collect thunderstones, with your organization's name at stake, you would guarantee our safety. Haha, stupid, that's at the Allied Army base. At the base, it is forbidden to kill, hence we gathered you. And at the other places in this world within a world, we can kill you directly. Everything of yours belongs to us, including the universe crystals. Poor fools, you've been too greedy. The 3,000-man team surrounded the little team of 7. The 7-man team was completely devastated. Captain, the other 6 looked at the golden-haired man. He could only shake his head painfully, raising it up. I'm begging you, I'll give you our universe crystals, thunderstones, just spare our lives. Still dreaming. So stupid. Poor fools, the 3,000-man team laughed. Stop playing around, kill them. A bald man with a face full of scales shouted. Yes. Show. In the despairing looks of the 7-man team, a rain of spirit weapons shot over, immediately tearing them to shreds, and following which, the 3 teams surrounded the corpses. One member swiftly flew over and took all their treasures. Captain the member gave the storage rings to the bald-scaled man. Yes, the bald man nodded. Let's return. Among the vast teams, the bald man was just about to check what treasures they got from the storage rings when suddenly, as quick as lightning, little vines suddenly broke through the soil below, swiftly binding the bald man's legs and violently dragging him underground. Crash! A large hole immediately appeared in the ground and the bald-scale man vanished. 2 other vice-captains beside him, who initially had smiling faces and were carefree, suddenly turned to realize the captain that was standing beside them had suddenly vanished, and there was a hole in the ground. Hole. The 2 vice-captains stared wide-eyed at the hole. Captain. What's going on? Where's the captain? The 2 vice-captains and surrounding members were all stunned. Under their watch, someone was actually stolen away. The captain is below, no life force, he's dead, a spirit reader member shouted. 12M underground. Immediately a group of Star Level 9 explorers began digging underground, very quickly finding their captain's body, bringing it back up to the surface. This. My God. The 2 vice-captains and surrounding members all looked shocked at the dead body. His head was burst open. Beyond death, the most shocking thing was one of his fingers was broken off, and it was the one wearing the storage ring. Quickly inform the main captain. The captain has been killed and the storage ring has been taken. And deep underground, a long thin vine swiftly retracted. On it was a leaf wrapped around the broken finger and storage ring. The vine was even wearing a bracelet, the bracelet that Babata was stored in. Babata let out his scanning radius, swiftly connecting to the universe ships. 100,000 kilometers area signal. Luo Feng, Luo Feng. Received. Luo Feng stood within the universe ship. 3 main vines separately, killing the 3 captains of the teams. Success. Very good. Continued dealing with that huge team, Luo Feng said. Okay, however, that large team may very likely have detailed scanning equipment. That's what they use to scan for the thunderstones. Those might discover the cloud contact vine, Babata said. If I discover any of these equipment and their signal, I'll stop the hunt. Alright, this hunt, the priority is to not let the other teams discover the cloud contact vine, guarantee its secrecy, Luo Feng said. Alright, then I'll continue. Babata disconnected the call. This hunt relied heavily on the cloud contact vine with its piercing through the ground, and with Babata instructing it around with his scanning area and level, it was naturally incomparably clear. With the cloud contact vine's strength, they truly had no fear of any team. The cloud contact vine's large physical structure, along with its strong cell regeneration, even if it got hit by a laser or railgun, having a part of it destroyed, it could still regenerate. Hence, in the world within a world, a universe level 2 cloud contact vine was truly invincible. About 10,000 kilometers away from the 16,300-man team, a universe ship parked on a grassy field. Within the ship's control room, a long vine entered the cabin, extending to the control room. Cloud vine, Luo Feng affectionately rubbed the cloud contact vine. We've successfully killed 9 captains, acquiring 12 storage items. A voice resounded within. Simultaneously, that long vine curled up and rested. within the Allied army. Tell me the exact details of the situation. Brolin's voice was cold. The fourth large team, under your instructions, were stationed at the swamp area. They were prepared to attack and rob other teams. However, tonight, just before, there were three strong teams that attacked and surrounded the fourth large team. These three teams also had laser guns, and their strength was very much in an advantageous situation, that plus the fourth team didn't have enough time to react. They were defeated in an instant. The fourth large team lost 1/3 of their troops, with the rest dispersing and fleeing. During the escape, they were discovered by other teams and chased and killed. This resulted in less than 10,000 survivors in the team, the bodyguard said. Right now the remaining lucky survivors are swiftly rushing towards the central region. Brolin went silent for quite a while. Surrounding the fourth large team with three teams, just how many were there? Brolin asked. At least 60,000 people, the bodyguard said. You can leave first. Brolin waved his hand. The bodyguard left. Only Brolin was left in the large tent. He squinted his eyes and pondered, muttering, 60,000 people. The thunderstones in this world within a world have almost been dug clean. The battles have begun even faster than what I predicted. What's more, in the blink of an eye, there is a 60,000 combined forces team. Looks like the other sides aren't stupid. Brolin controlled over 220,000 people, while if the other sides had lesser people, that would have been too advantageous for Brolin. One had to know, each of the other large teams all had sector lords behind them. Powerful sector lords, some friends, while others in the same organizations. At crucial times like these, ordering their teams below them to team up was a very normal thing to do. Have the battles begun? Brolin licked his lips, eyes filled with madness. Bring it on. Virtual universe, Black Dragon Mountain Island. In a 2-level quiet villa, the 8-man Chakra sat in a chair. 2 screens appeared before him, both with people in them. Lord Chakra, that was really thrilling. Brolin's underlings were instantly defeated, and they lost a good half of that team. I believe that Brolin must be raging. The 2 people on the screen spoke. The 8-man Chakra laughed carefree. You too, that was only our first attack. That Brolin may command a lot more troops than us, but with this loss, he'll be more cautious. However, after showing off before, with every side taking him as an enemy, he won't have any good days to live. Right, just one prince, daring to pick a fight with us. We have to teach him a good lesson this time. Let him know we aren't ones to be trifled with. You two have to be careful too, that Brolin won't just let this incident go. War, that was how it began suddenly. During the digging for Thunderstones period before, a few enormous teams, 10,000 or above, exercised control and avoided battle. However, since the 3 teams allied and attacked Brolin's 4th large team, the entire world within a world immediately boiled over and war erupted. Whether it was the large powers or individual explorers or even the large teams combining forces, even allied armies of over 10,000 troops were formed. Large battles erupted in the world within a world. Genetic long-distance attack. Rumble. Colorful glaring beams of genetic energy, over 10,000 of them, came from one side of the army, breaking through the skies and headed towards another. Star level 9 genetic energy, leaving the bodies and attacking. With over 10,000 beams of them combined, the power wasn't any less than a C2 or C3 laser cannon. Second team. Poo poo poo. Spirit weapons gathered together, just like a school of fish, almost as though one person was commanding them all, over 1,000 spirit weapons, combining forces and attacking one point, following which they arced and attacked another. Elite soldiers. These star level 9 warriors were the largest and most powerful force within the Black Dragon Mountain star field, the elite soldiers of the 2 sacred lands and 4 large organizations in terms of combined and synchronized attacks. They were very well trained. In a flash, the vast million km of the world within a world was filled with battles all over. Blood stained the entire land. In the swamps, a universe ship stopped within, and in the control room, Luo Feng and his team of 4 were within checking on the storage items. Haha, acquiring so much in such a short time, Thunder God laughed loudly. When everybody was digging for the stones earlier, all their scanning equipment were on all the time, and now since the dig is over and the battles have begun, these equipment have no use. Luo Feng smiled. With their equipment off, the cloud contact vine can make its move on all the head captains. 90 of the time, within a large team, the treasures were held by the captain. Hence, Luo Feng's rewards from killing all the little 1,000-man team captains couldn't even compare to killing one head captain. How many thunderstones do we have? Hong asked. We have close to 610,000 from that head captain's storage ring, and we also acquired the 3 treasures he exchanged for these 3 are close to 800,000 thunderstones in total in price. Luo Feng smiled. It's better to hunt the head captains, it's more worth it. In the world within a world, the 2 million-man army was engaged in intense slaughter. With many devious plans and ploys around, the teams could still maintain contact secretly due to the virtual universe network. It was troubled times. And the sector lords behind those teams definitely couldn't just give up the treasures even if they lost a 10,000-strong team, as long as they could still acquire just one treasure. It was worth it. That was because with the sector lords' orders these battles became a bloodbath. Star level 9 fighters, spirit readers, they were truly cannon fodder. And in the process, Babata's coordination with the cloud contact vine worked with their sneak attacks. When they first began, the teams in the world within a world were still oblivious. After all, the communication between teams was sparse. However, with the head captain's dying numbers increasing, one had to know in the entire world within a world just how many large teams were there. Every large team had at least 10,000 people. When their sneak attacks resulted in the death of the 6th head captain, the sector lords controlling gave the orders. In the world within a world, there should be a universe-level spirit reader. His spirit weapon is able to penetrate the earth and dig. He used his digging to ambush a head captain. All squads need to be extra careful following the warnings from the sector lords. The large teams became extra careful, causing Luo Feng's hunting efficiency to drop drastically. The battles were bound to end one day. The battles in the world within a world lasted about a month and a half, from the initial 2 million army until the last remaining 600,000 one had to know. The 200,000 allied army in the central region didn't take part in the battles. That meant to say that the real battle between the 1.8 million people resulted in less than 400,000 left. It was simply tragic. In the dense forests, a universe ship was parked within the control room. It's ended. The battles have ended. Luo Feng sighed, rubbing the cloud contact vine beside him. It proudly wiggled its vine body, following which, with a pop, it entered Luo Feng's skin and formed an armor. Even though we only killed 6 head captains, and the teams became extra cautious, our earnings are still not bad, Thunder God said proudly. Hong couldn't help but laugh too. Luo Feng couldn't help but rub his finger. The storage ring was assimilated into his skin. 1.5 months, the earnings from this period were indeed huge. We have a total of 9 treasures and 908 million thunderstones, Luo Feng smiled, looking at Thunder God and Hong, first and second brother. It's time we return to the Allied army ground. These thunderstones have to be exchanged there. Right, return to the Allied army base. Hong's expression was serious. Returning there won't be easy. Thunder God rubbed his bald head and pondered. Luo Feng nodded. Right now, with the thunderstones and treasures in hand, they still have to return to exchange for the treasures. The thunderstones by themselves weren't worth anything. They were only valuable if used to exchange for the treasures. However, even though the battle ended, the other powers would still attack the teams with fewer members. Our 4-man team heading towards the Allied base isn't safe at all. Hong creased his eyebrows. Those other teams from the big powers, even though they've stopped fighting and have all suffered heavy losses, a bad ship still has nails. If they see us, with the 1.5 months of mad killing before, they'd definitely act and send a team of 1,000 to wipe us out. Luo Feng's expression was heavy. 4-man team. These sorts of little teams, the large teams wouldn't spare them any mercy. Killing is forbidden in the Allied base, Luo Feng emphasized. However, outside there are no restrictions, hence we have to rush all the way to the Allied base. We have to be extra careful not to bump into any of these other teams. Right. Hong and Thunder God nodded. Let's first rely on the universe ship, Luo Feng thought as he said. We'll use it till we reach a flat land area, hide it, and then sneak into the Allied base. I agree, Hong nodded. I suggest leaving at night, Thunder God suggested. Alright, then we'll depart tonight, Luo Feng smiled. Even though their moods were good, Luo Feng didn't dare get overconfident or careless. As the universe ship had scanning equipment, along with it being thousands and tens of thousands of times faster than Star Level 9 warriors, it could easily slip past the other explorer teams, allowing them to easily pierce through the skies and arrive at the central region flatlands. Right now, there's only about 10,000 kilometers to the Allied base. We have rely on our flying. Luo Feng's thoughts moved, immediately keeping the universe ship within his space ring, at the same time looking at Hong and Thunder God. First and second brother, earlier the ship scanned the surrounding area. From here to the Allied base may only be 10,000 kilometers. However, there are quite a few teams stationed in between. Hong and Thunder God nodded. After 1.5 months of mad killing and massacre, many teams were exhausted, many retreating to the central region to recover. However, if Luo Feng's team met any along the way, it would be just like sneaking past the mouth of a dragon that could swallow them any time. For their small team, being discovered meant instant death. After all, to be able to live till now, experiencing the battles along with life and death, which team didn't have treasures? Depart. Luo Feng communicated cautiously through spirit energy. So. Luo Feng, Hong, Thunder God, and Aogu followed their planned route, ready to avoid any of the teams stationed on the flatlands and reach the central Allied army base. 10,000 kilometers. To Luo Feng's group, it was indeed a very short distance if they accelerated. Even in the world within a world, it wouldn't require 1 hour, however they were being extra careful, hence they didn't dare move too fast. 19.6 kilometers ahead, there's a patrolling 1,000-man team. We are still 3,620 kilometers away from the base. This team should be some large group's little team wheel. Detour around them. Luo Feng glanced at his arm screen and communicated to the three via spirit energy. Hong, Thunder God, and Ao Gu didn't dare to relax. They were currently dancing on knives' edges. The moment they were discovered, there would be big trouble. We've already went around them. Let's continue to get closer to the Allied base. 2,110 kilometers away from the Allied base. We'll take a detour ahead. There's a large team ahead. 800 kilometers away from the base. Luo Feng and his team were extremely cautious. Under the cover of night, they sneakily flew close to the ground, detouring occasionally and flying fast. Occasionally, spending close to 3 hours and finally arriving at the Allied base camp. That's great. We've finally arrived at the base. Luo Feng and his team all revealed expressions of glee. They were on high alert for the past 3 hours. That was because any of the teams could have sent a group to patrol at any time. One couldn't blame their cautiousness. After all, with the mad killing and battles for 1.5 months, sneak attacks were common. Hence there were many patrol teams. Because of this, Luo Feng's squad didn't dare to relax at all. Phew, we've arrived. Luo Feng let out a sigh of relief. Stop. The security captain outside the base shouted. Behind him was a vast number of people, with over 1,000 people surrounding him. The captain's gaze swept past Luo Feng's team. We are underlings of Lord Mingyu from 3 Axe Mountain, Luo Feng shouted. Right. The captain lowered his head and looked at his quantum computer. Lord Mingyu indeed had these 4 underlings, and they're their data. Enter, the captain said coldly. Luo Feng and his team immediately flew into the Allied base. That captain glanced at them, biting down and gritting his teeth. 3 Axe Mountain scum. Humph, if I didn't meet you here at the Allied base, I'd definitely kill you too. Avenge my fallen brothers, bastards, bastards. Luo Feng and his team walked into the base. The entire base was filled with rage and killing intent. Many teams looked at each other with hate, as though they wanted to eat each other up. What's going on? Thunder God said softly. The last time we were here, the explorers from the different teams in here even recognized each other as brothers. However, now, the killing intent and hatred is incredibly prominent. Luo Feng nodded. The whole walk through the Allied base was filled with very few smiling faces. Many of the explorers all had icy expressions, their eyes filled with hatred. The last time we came here, that security captain outside was still smiling at us and inviting. That captain, however, just now was cold, Luo Feng said softly. Probably after 1.5 months of massacre, each side lost 2 many men. These explorer armies probably lost a lot of their friends and brothers, hence this reaction. When Luo Feng and his team entered the base and headed towards the 3 Axe Mountainside, they didn't know others had already discovered him. It's those 4. They're one less this time. They actually returned. Hurry and report to the Lord. These are the few that His Majesty personally picked out. Yes. A few silhouettes within the Allied army base examined Luo Feng from far, following which some of them swiftly left to look for the prince's bodyguards. To report. Allied base, Sacred Land, Black Dragon Mountain side, within a large tent. The ninth Prince Brolin sat in a chair, closing his eyes, eyebrows creased, as though troubled by something. "Your Majesty," a man ran in from outside, kneeling down on one knee. Camelot Brolin opened his eyes, surveying the kneeling bodyguard. "Your Majesty, our surveillance team has discovered 4 people. They are the ones you personally asked to kill before, also the ones that escaped in a universe ship, 4 of the 5, the bodyguard reported back then. They actually kept watch on Luo Feng's 5-man team for half a night before following them out to kill them. Hence, they were very familiar with their appearances and strengths. The moment Luo Feng and his team arrived, they immediately recognized them." Universe ship Brolin creased his eyebrows, revealing a smile. "I remember. 1.5 months of massacre with Brolin commanding a large army. This had caused him to use a lot of strength and concentration to battle with the other armies. Luo Feng's incident was a small matter compared to that. Continue to keep watch," Brolin coldly ordered. "Yes." The bodyguard complied respectfully. Within the 3-Axe Mountain faction, whoever was under the sector lords or domain lords from 3-Axe Mountain all gathered here the moment they arrived. At the Allied base, Luo Feng and his team thus entered the faction. "Master, the last time we were ordered by the 9th Prince to be killed. They'll definitely recognize us. Our return this time. They should have discovered us." Ogo communicated via spirit energy. "Right," Luo Feng nodded. "Recognized." This was long within Luo Feng's calculations. However, even if they were recognized, they'd still have to return to the Allied base. "Even if I don't exchange for treasures, we still have to safely leave the world within a world." "Safely exiting the world of thunder," Luo Feng said softly. "However, if I haven't guessed wrong, there should be a team stationed at the exit of the world within a world. The moment any little team exits, they'll definitely be killed and robbed. Only through following a large team can one exit." Luo Feng was very clear on this point. As for Brolin, there was nothing to be afraid of. The whole mixing in with the 3-Axe Mountain faction and returning to Tsong Lon Star, Luo Feng had never thought of acting alone. He would be following the faction and large group wherever they went, and stationed. He would follow. When they leave the world within a world, he too would naturally leave along with them. "I don't believe he would dare make a move when I'm within this faction," Luo Feng thought secretly. Maybe in his eyes, he never thought of me as a target. "Luo Feng. Luo Feng." Voices resounded, causing the deep in thought Luo Feng to awaken. He looked up and saw a skinny man, along with a tall and sturdy, gold short-haired man walking over. The skinny man smiled. "Luo Feng, this is Lord Bindi, the head captain of 3-Axe Mountain's second large team." Luo Feng was shocked. The golden short-haired man before him had an aura much stronger than everybody else. Lord Bindi. Luo Feng bowed. Beside him, Hong, Thunder God, and Aogu bowed too. Before they arrived, relying on Babata's scan, they already knew in this Allied base, with a total of about 480,000 people, there were 6 universe levels. Obviously the long 1.5 months of brutal battles, losing over 1 million star level 9 warriors, had forced out 6 universe level breakthroughs, of which the 3-Axe Mountain faction had 2 universe level fighters. "Luo Feng, Lord Mingyu has mentioned you before to me." The golden-haired, tall and sturdy man smiled as he looked at Luo Feng and his team. Weren't you guys a 5-man squad? Captain Bendy looked towards Luo Feng's group of 4. As one of the 2 universe-level fighters in the world within a world, Bendy has access to a lot of detailed information. We were, but one of our squad members died, sighed Luo Feng. Killed by who? Frowned Bendy. One of the men under the 9th Prince. Luo Feng wasn't in such a good mood. Even though Tainan, he was a slave, there weren't any slaves on Earth, so Luo Feng didn't subconsciously treat his slaves as goods and treated them like bodyguards instead. So Tainan He's death made Luo Feng grateful for Tainan He's service and also angry at the 9th Prince. The 9th Prince. Bendy shook his head. Then we can't do anything. Far too many people have died by his men. I understand. Luo Feng nodded. If you guys can survive, Lord Mingyu will surely be very happy. Smiled Bendy. A reminder, I'm also under Lord Mingyu. Oh. Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God were extremely shocked as the head of the for organizations. 3 Axe Mountain has many sector lords and domain lords. Mingyu isn't exactly an elite in 3 Axe Mountain, and yet one of the 2 universe-level fighters that appeared in 3 Axe Mountain's group is under Mingyu. So Captain Bendy was also under Lord Mingyu. Luo Feng let out a face of joy. Haha, when we leave the world within a world and head back to Canglan Star, you guys come with me to see Lord Mingyu together. Bendy smiled. If it wasn't for their common superior, Lord Mingyu, Bendy wouldn't personally come greet Luo Feng's group. For sure, Luo Feng smiled as he responded. Bendy then left. As a higher up of the 3 Axe Mountains group, there were many things Bendy had to deal with. Even though it was late into the night, people wearing battle uniform sets and helmets could frequently be seen entering the Thunder Castle in the middle. Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God looked at the Thunder Castle in the middle from far away in the crowd. Big brother, second brother, what are you guys preparing to exchange? Said Luo Feng through his spiritual force. A D6 grade railgun and a Thunder instruction manual, said Thunder God. Alright, smiled Luo Feng. This is what it's like to be rich, just buy whatever you want. Big brother, what about you? Luo Feng looked towards Hong. It seems like there aren't that many things that are beneficial to me. If there are any life fruits left, then help me buy one also, if there are any Heart of Stars left, then buy me that too. That's it for now, said Hong. Understood. Luo Feng nodded, and then let out a smile. Big brother, second brother, I'll be using the leftover Thunderstones to exchange for other treasures. Those treasures also represent a huge amount of wealth. After we leave, we can use that huge amount of wealth to exchange for some things that we really need. Alright, smiled Hong. 30, do what you want, since you were the one that got all of these stones, snickered Thunder God. Your big brother and me are just taking advantage of you. Luo Feng wasn't in a rush to exchange immediately. He first silently observed. There were indeed quite a few people who entered the Thunder Castle. However, 99 of them are probably just decoys to confuse other people. The night slowly passed, and a sliver of light appeared in the world within a world. The cold breeze blew across the plain. Luo Feng, who was wearing an alloyed battle uniform set while wearing a helmet and had an alloyed blade on his back, just like every other universe adventurer, headed straight towards the Thunder Castle. He's going to the ancient castle. Is he a decoy, or actually going to exchange for something? Who cares if he's actually going to make a transaction? Hurry up and report. This to the lord. The captain of that four-man squad went to the ancient castle. Yes. The adventurers on surveillance duty under the ninth prince immediately reported this information. Of this, Luo Feng knew nothing about. However, even if he knew, Luo Feng would just laugh without a care. As part of the army of the Three-Axe Army, Luo Feng really wasn't afraid of anything. While the large amount of people under the alliance watched, Luo Feng stepped into the gates of the castle. Thunder Castle, a gloomy, cold, ancient room. Luo Feng silently stood there. "I want to make a transaction," yelled Luo Feng. "Wait a bit, kiddo." A low sound reverberated around the ancient room. "There are a lot of people making transactions these 2 days, so I'm a bit busy. Let me finish with this one first." Luo Feng was shocked when he heard this. The living AI is currently dealing with someone else. "Man, that's dirty," yelled Babata. "What's wrong?" inquired Luo Feng. "This living AI is sure a messed up and sinister person," said Babata angrily. "Even though there are many people from the Alliance entering the castle, it's just one person every few minutes, and that is when a lot of people are entering. Isn't the living AI telling you directly that the person before you is actually making a transaction?" Luo Feng was extremely shocked. "You have no power or authority, but if you did have authority, and was the leader of a huge team, what would you do?" asked Babata. "I would arrange for people to keep an eye on him after he leaves the Alliance's area. I'll make my move." Luo Feng's eyes were filled with shock. Understood, he understood. So yeah, this living AI sure is sinister. As a living AI, could he not predict the consequences of every word he says? His computation ability is extraordinary, so he wouldn't make such a stupid mistake, which means he's doing this on purpose. There is only one reason he has for doing this: to make you guys kill each other. This living AI is seriously sinister. Babata was extremely angry. Luo Feng was also a bit angry. If their guess is correct, then the living AI in this ancient castle is probably the reason why the ninth Prince Brolin arranged for people to chase them down. Otherwise, there is no other explanation. Why would the great ninth prince only go after Luo Feng's group and not other groups? The sound of footsteps carried from the hallway. A fat, white-bearded old man smiled as he walked in. There was a layer of light surrounding his body. If you observe carefully, you could barely discover that this white-bearded old man was not a real person, but a being made out of energy. Lord Wu. Even though Luo Feng was a bit angry in his heart, he appeared to be very well-mannered on the surface. Fighting against a messed-up living AI that has been lonely for tens of thousands of years is a very stupid thing to do. "Hey kid, this is our second time meeting, isn't it?" smiled the white-bearded old man. "It seems like your harvest went well. Tell me, what do you want to exchange for?" "One life fruit," said Luo Feng. "You exchanged for a life fruit last time and you still want another one?" The white-bearded old man looked at Luo Feng with surprise. "Yes," nodded Luo Feng. None left, none left." The white-bearded old man shook his head in response. "All the life fruits I have are gone, not a single one left." "Not a single one left?" Luo Feng froze. "Yeah, thunderstones represented treasure, but that doesn't mean thunder. Stones can absolutely give you the treasure you want, because the treasures here are limited. Like even if the ninth Prince Brolin gets a ton of thunder stones later, he'll never be able to get the third password to the crystal ball of inheritance." "Then I'll exchange for a heart of stars," said Luo Feng. Don't have any of that left either. The white-bearded old man shook his head. What, none of that? Then there at least must be a D6 grade railgun left. Luo Feng stared at the white-bearded old man. The D6 railgun is not that useful for sector lords and domain lords, so the chances of someone exchanging for it is quite low, and there are even a total of 3 D6 grade railguns available. None of that left either. The white-bearded old man shook his head. On the first day, a single person exchanged for all 3 of these D6 grade railguns in one go. Luo Feng took in a deep breath. None of that, none of this, none of anything. Lord Wu, what treasures still remain? Luo Feng looked at the white-bearded old man. There are still 63 treasures remaining. The white-bearded old man smiled as he looked at Luo Feng. Since you seem good, I won't waste your time. As he said that, he waved his head. In a moment, rays of energy gathered around him and formed a screen. On the screen was a treasure list which clearly displayed how many of each treasure remained. Number 1, the bank account to the entire spatial instruction manual inheritance. Crystal Ball 3 accounts, stock none. Number 2, Master's bank account, stock none. Number 3, Domain Lord level bloodline evolution, potion 1 portion. Number 18, Thunder instruction manual, set 6 manuals in a set, stock 5. Number 68, level 5 genetic energy weapon firewheel, stock none. Luo Feng looked at this list and took in a deep breath. Holy! None, 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 none. A huge list of knowns made one's heart go cold. Kiddo, what'll it be? The white-bearded old man smiled as he looked at Luo Feng. And yet, Luo Feng was in a dilemma. Which one should he pick? Luo Feng, what are you so confused about? Stupid Babada's voice rang in his mind. You want a heart of stars? There's none here, but it's available in the universe. You want a life fruit? It's also available in the universe. As long as you have enough wealth and the proper connections, you can purchase them, so there's no need to be confused. All you have to do is exchange for the more valuable ones out of this list. These treasures represent a huge amount of wealth. Can't you just purchase what you want in the universe later? Said Babada. Luo Feng laughed. Such a simple idea, and yet his thinking was restricted to the list in front of him. These are the ones that are more valuable, so purchase these. Babada told Luo Feng which items to purchase as they communicated with their thoughts. That, and that. And those, I want all of those. And that Thunder instruction manual set, I want all of the remaining 5 sets. Luo Feng was rich. The white-bearded old man was stunned. Because those with a lot of thunderstones purchased what they needed at the beginning. Towards the end, those who come to exchange don't have that many thunderstones, and yet, Luo Feng wanted so many items in one go. The amount of thunderstones required was quite an alarming amount. That'll be a total of 902 million thunderstones. The white-bearded old man stared at Luo Feng. At first, the leaders of the organizations, like the Ninth Prince, brought millions and tens of millions of thunderstones to exchange at the Thunder Castle. This wasn't weird, however, later on, since those with thunderstones have already exchanged them a long time ago. Barely any large transactions appear. Lord Wu, here are 902 million thunderstones. With a flip of his hand, a spatial storage ring appeared. The fat, white-bearded old man extended his hand to take it with a quick check. He couldn't help but to raise his head towards Luo Feng. Kiddo, you Surprise me more and more, it seems like you don't have that much authority in the alliance with your previous exchanges. The total amount of thunderstones you used exceeds 10 million. Luck, Luo Feng smiled. Luck can't explain some things. The white-bearded old man smiled and stopped talking there. With a flip of his hand, all sorts and types of treasures started hovering in the ancient room. All types of elemental source laws of the universe emanated. Around there were several 5-stage genetic weapons and spiritual weapons. The extremely complicated engravings on them were similar to the natural engravings on the golden horned beast. The thick aura of the elemental source laws caused Luo Feng to hold his breath. Each item is a valuable treasure. Each item can exchange for tens of thousands of life planets. Some can even go for hundreds of thousands of life planets. All of these treasures added together far exceed the price of a galaxy. They are worth more than all the property of a fighter who just stepped into the Sector Lord level. Well, as Luo Feng looked at all of these valuable treasures hovering in front of him, his heart rate couldn't help but to accelerate. His blood was boiling. I'll put all of these treasures in this spatial storage ring. The white-bearded old man threw a spatial storage ring to Luo Feng. Okay, Luo Feng took it and checked the treasures inside. He then frowned. Lord Wu, what about the 5 sets of the Thunder Instruction Manual? The 5 sets of the Thunder Instruction Manuals are stored in these 5 mini-quantum computers, smiled the white-bearded old man. Thank you, Lord Wu, I will be going now. Then Luo Feng greeted and then left. On the vast plain, the number of men in the alliance exceeded 5 million. Clearly, the other squads in the outer areas are returning. After his successful exchange, Luo Feng left the ancient castle in a good mood and returned to 3 Axe Mountains area. Third Bro Thunder God saw Luo Feng and waved his hand. Coming, Luo Feng came with a smile on his face. How'd it go? There was a bit of expectation in Hong's eyes as he carefully asked through his genetic energy. We were too slow. All the good stuff has been taken, whether the D6 railgun, the life fruit, or the heart of stars. All of these legendary treasures are gone, replied Luo Feng through his spiritual force. He had to be careful, since there were many other people from 3 Axe Mountain in the surroundings. They're all gone. Hong and Thunder God froze. Yeah, out of all the things you wanted, I only got the 5 Thunder Instruction Manual sets. Luo Feng smiled as he looked at Thunder God. Second brother, this Thunder Instruction Manual is Sector Lord Kabu's instruction manual. It suits you nicely. This Thunder Instruction Manual wasn't that valuable compared to the other treasures, because Sector Lord Kabu was, after all, just a Sector Lord. The techniques he came up with can't be that powerful compared to the Inheritance Crystal. If it was an Undying Being's instruction manual, then that would be a very big deal. Luo Feng received the inheritance of the Yunmo planet sect, which is way more powerful than that Thunder Instruction Manual. Of course, on the path of thunder, the Yunmo planet sect is probably a bit weaker, since the Yunmo planet sect focuses on the path of spirit readers. Haha, let me see. Thunder God couldn't control himself, since he practices the path of thunder. Don't rush, yelled Hong through his genetic energy. There are tons of people watching around us. If someone finds out, there might be trouble. You can slowly look through those instruction manuals after we leave the world of thunder. Also, it's not like you'll be able to get through them in a short amount of time. Yeah, okay, I'll listen to Big Brother. Thunder God's mind became clear. Big brother, second brother Luo Feng continued, even though I finished exchanging, I still have 60,000 thunderstones here. You still have so many, Hong and Thunder God froze. Hong replied, these thunderstones cannot go to waste since you can't exchange them, sell them quickly after we leave the world within a world. These thunderstones are worthless. Right now in the Alliance, there are still people purchasing thunderstones. Even though the prices aren't as high as they were in the beginning, we should still try to find the best price possible, said Luo Feng through his spiritual force. Big brother, second brother, let's look for people who are purchasing thunderstones in the Alliance for a few days, and talk with them to see how much we can sell for. All right, Hong and Thunder God nodded. In the next few days, the size of the army on the plain continued to increase. In the meantime, Luo Feng managed to sell the 60,000 thunderstones in several portions, since even those who are purchasing them can't swallow so many thunderstones at once. Because there weren't many treasures left in the castle, so the exchange rate for the thunderstones dropped dramatically. 60,000 thunderstones, some sold well and some didn't. The average price was around 80 cubic meters of universe crystals for one thunderstone, for a total of 5 million cubic meters of universe crystals if you add the universe crystals that the cloud contact vine received from stealing and ambushing, and also the universe crystals that Luo Feng and his squad dug up, then they have a total of 6-8 million cubic meters of universe crystals. 6-8 million cubic meters of universe crystals, which is 6-8 billion universe coins. Haha, even that Newland Shan family probably doesn't have that much. Thunder God was extremely happy. Calm down, this is just the beginning, Hong smiled as he said through his genetic energy, those treasures are the main part. Of course I understand that. Thunder God smiled. Luo Feng was also extremely happy. In theory, only the large organizations should have been able to obtain the valuable treasures in the world within a world. However, thanks to his precise scanner, his first excavation led to over a million thunderstones. With that, he managed to get the life fruit to mega evolve his cloud contact vine. With the evolved cloud contact vine and Babata, they began their big steal. In terms of profit, many 10,000-man squads couldn't even compare to Luo Feng's squad. Only gigantic teams like the Alliance under the 9th Prince Brolin earned more than Luo Feng's squad. However, the truly valuable treasures like the 3 accounts to the inheritance crystal, the password to the sector lord's bank account, and the domain lord level bloodline evolution potion, out of the top 10 valuable treasures, Luo Feng only got one of the 3 life fruits. As for the rest, he didn't get a single one. The 5th day after Luo Feng finished exchanging on the plain, the nearly 600,000 large Alliance army gathered around the castle. White light scattered across the land. Haha, little kiddos. Above the Thunder Castle, the image of the white-bearded old man appeared. The white-bearded old man hovered above the castle as he looked towards the surrounding Alliance army. He spoke with a smile on his face. Just now, the final treasures transaction has been completed. As of now, all 312 treasures in my possession have been exchanged by you people. Now, the exchange is over. Rumble. The doors to the ancient castle started to automatically close slowly, yet the surrounding hundreds of thousands of people in the Alliance's army froze. It's over. The exchange is over. I still have leftover thunderstones. I still have some too. I just purchased some thunderstones. What should I do now? All of a sudden, many people in the alliance were exasperated, some of them even started to roar in anger. To these star-level 9-stage fighters, the thunderstones in their possession represented an amount of wealth that would make them drool. But in the blink of an eye, the thunderstones turned into useless stones. Once you can't exchange with them, thunderstones become worthless. Some people were enraged, some people yelled, and some people were overjoyed. No matter what, the treasures in the world within a world have come to an end. I bet there are still more treasures in that castle. Thunder God looked towards the castle. Even if there are, they aren't ours. Hong let out a rare smile. A castle left behind by a sector lord definitely won't go down that easily. Our trip in the world within a world comes to an end. Luo Feng also smiled. Suddenly, a messenger not too far away yelled, Luo Feng, I've come to notify you that the treasure exchanging here is over in a bit. Our 3 acts Mountain's army will depart, will leave the world within a world and head towards the Thunder World. From the Thunder World, will return to Tsanglan. Star. Understood, yelled Luo Feng in reply. Also, even though killing people is forbidden in the Alliance, once we depart, each army is no longer bound under the rules of the Alliance, so battles could still occur on the way back. Please be careful and don't get separated from the main group, said the messenger. Understood. Thanks. Luo Feng and his group smiled as they replied. They knew about this a long time ago, the so-called rule of forbidden to kill within the grounds of the Alliance exists so that every squad can safely exchange for treasures once the exchange time is over and every organization returns to their own side. Some squads have reaped large rewards while others barely got anything. It won't be weird for squads that haven't earned much to team up with each other to steal from other squads. Well, we'll be following 3 Axe Mountain's main group anyway. Luo Feng smiled. 3 Axe Mountain's side has almost 80,000 people and 2 universe level fighters, so it is very safe. And we'll be hiding in the back. Thunder God let out a smile. We're just a squad of 4, and our identity shows that we are under Lord Mingyu, so we don't have to go to the front. Indeed, the first 3 Axe Mountain group that entered the world within a world will stay within the center of the main group, and the main group never thought of using a 4-man squad, since the power of a 4-man squad is way too weak. Also, when they are following orders and moving into formation, thousands and thousands of people are moving at once. A 4-man squad in the middle will just get in the way. The North Dragon Castle's group has departed. In the eyes of the other members of the Alliance, a grand group soared into the sky all at once. They blocked the sky and sun as tens of thousands of people directly headed towards the distance. 3 Axe Mountain, everyone heed my order, depart. A low sound carried out from the gorilla brute in the core of the 3 Axe Mountain's main group as it reverberated around every person's ear, and in the Grand Army, Luo Feng, Hong, Thunder God, and Ao Gu were naturally a part of it. It's time to depart. Luo Feng's group of 4, like everyone else, soared into the sky at the same time. The Grand Army of nearly 80,000 people exceeded the size of the North Dragon Castle's army by quite a bit. What kind of sight is 80,000 people soaring into the sky at once? It's as if an infinitely large cloud covered the entire sky. The entire plains became black. The army transformed into a countless number of flowing lights as they headed towards the distance. Allied Base Camp. The ninth Prince Brolin glanced at the vast army of the Three-Axe Mountain, flying into the distance. "Your Majesty," a bodyguard beside him spoke, "are we still not leaving?" "Don't be anxious," Brolin said coldly, "everything, I've already determined." Yes, the bodyguard didn't dare to speak anymore. Within Brolin's mind, he thought, should I hit or not grandfather? You did. Give me an order. Now that the other powers are leaving the Allied base, we can start a war. In the vast universe, the amount of mystery and wonder couldn't be measured. The blood and flesh life forms had the human race and the beast race, both of which were uncountable. There were even other metal life forms, plant life forms, energy beings, AI life forms, etc. Too many forms of living beings, and in terms of dangerous places, the white dwarf star and neutron star were the most average. There were even more dangerous regions about. At the same time, there were other mysterious items that were deemed as treasures. These treasures had peculiar effects on the blood and flesh life forms, some others having other effects on the other life forms. In the vast universe, there was a star field, the Black Dragon Mountain Star Field, and in it, Sun Lan Star quickly became the center point of the entire star field in a blink of an eye, with many strong warriors arriving and landing there. The cities on Sun Lan Star were mostly segregated into the ancient city and the urban city. The ancient cities had 1,000,000 years of history embedded into it, and the Universe Mercenary Alliance base was within an ancient city. This city's highest skyscraper had a loft with a big hall that was about 8,600 m tall, and about 1,000 square meters. Within such a big hall, there are 2 large wooden chairs facing each other. In front of the chairs were tea and cups. The 2 chairs faced each other, each with one person in them. One of them had a beautiful and handsome appearance, almost like a deity, with eyes like lightning engulfing the world, an absolute warrior, Three-Axe Mountain Sector Lord Jiang Tianchen. On the other end was a bald old man with an aquiline nose, his eyes peculiar. Black Dragon Mountain Sacred Land Sector Lord Hargrey. Among the two, the center of Jiang Tianchen's forehead had a thunder mark, while Hargrey's had an ice mark. Even though the two hadn't unleashed any power, the entire large hall was still under the pressure of the thunder energy and ice energy's influence. Jiang Tianchen, the conditions you've given, I cannot agree to them. Hargrey's voice was hoarse, akin to 2 knives rubbing against each other. You'll change your mind, Jiang Tianchen said indifferently. The two belonged to the pinnacle of Sector Lord existences, in the Black Dragon Mountain Star Field. They both stood right at the peak, the only ones stronger were the undying beings. That 9th Prince Brolin was Hargrey's grandson, because of Hargrey's power. Hence, the 9th Prince himself had so much authority and power after all. There were many princes in the empire, many of which were destined never to take the throne and without much special power or privileges. However, because of his mother's lineage, Brolin had much more power. I can only agree to 6 of them. Hargrey's eyes were serious, as though his gaze was piercing a hole in the space. Jiang Tianchen, if you agree, then it'll be a huge celebration. There are 9 conditions, not one less. Jiang Tianchen shook his head. If you agree, I'll pass the final inheritance. Crystal ball password to you. Hargrey found it hard to suppress the rage on his face. At the same time, in the virtual universe, Abu dressed in a black long robe, the old man Hargrey with the aquiline nose immediately appeared in a palace. Within it, Brolin stood Grandfather Brolin's eyes gleamed. Should I act or not any later, and we might not make it? Do it. Hargrey ordered, make the move against the 3-Axe Mountain people, kill their leading people and steal their AI computers. See if you can get the last passcode from them, since acquiring the passcodes from the Thunder Castle, they naturally stored them in the AI computers, and transferred them into the virtual universe, informing their sector lord Jiang Tianchen. Understood. Brolin's eyes gleamed, with a sense of excitement and madness. Grandfather, relax. Hargrey rubbed his grandson's head adoringly. Brolin seemed extremely docile. He was very clear that whatever extra power and privileges he had obtained as one of the many princes was from this grandfather of his. Even in the royal family, it still depended on power. With a sector lord as a grandfather, his position was obviously different, and any prince that could reach the sector lord level could immediately take the throne. World within a world, Allied base. Depart. With an order, there were close to 150,000 survivors of the Black Dragon Mountain sacred land, of which 60,000 could clearly hear the 9th prince. Following his order, the 60,000 rose up and swiftly left. 60,000 people flying side by side. After 2 days of flying, they stopped to rest. Your Majesty, these are the 2,000 elites that have been picked out. A bodyguard said respectfully. H.M. Brolin looked at the 2,000-strong team before him. Very well. Brolin smiled. With a wave of his hand, a disc-shaped universe ship immediately appeared beside on an empty plot of land. Right, his storage ring could just fit a universe ship within. Arrange for them to enter the cabin of the ship, the lower cabin. Buluo Lin said. Yes. His 8 bodyguards immediately began the arrangements. The entire ship was separated into 3 sections, top, middle, and lower level. Every level had tens of meters in height, hence, every room within had beddings that could be separated into 4 levels. A room that was tens of square meters in space, with a height of 10 meters, could store up to 8 people, without even squeezing. The entire ship easily stored the 2,000 people. Your Majesty, the 2,000-man army is ready. Depart. Brolin was high-spirited. With an order, the ship immediately rose up and tore through the skies, heading towards where the 3-Axe Mountain army had swiftly flown to. The army's flying speed could never compare to that of the universe ship. Within the universe ship control room, the 9th Prince Brolin stood at the control board. Behind him were his 8 bodyguards. Master, there's 120,000 kilometers until we reach the 3-Axe Mountain army. Another 100,000 kilometers. 80,000 kilometers. 60,000 kilometers. The control board screen constantly reported, about to make contact. 20,000 kilometers, 10,000 kilometers, 5,000 kilometers. The ship decreased its speed. Scan the entire army, pinpoint the 12 important targets, Brolin ordered. Yes, Master. This D8 grade universe ship scanning area was a total of 200,000 kilometers, easily scanning everyone within the 3-Axe Mountain army. Immediately, a robotic voice resounded. 3-Axe Mountain army, a total of 78,503 people. The locations of the 12 important people are. A large screen appeared within the ship. On it, a scene of the vast army, with 12 lit-up dots simultaneously on the left side of the screen. 12 head figures appeared, of which there were 2 universe levels, a few head captains, and Luo Feng's image. Use the D6 grade laser cannon and bombard their army, this will throw them into chaos. Don't attack these 12 all have treasures, their AI computers might have the passcode, it'd be a waste if it were to be destroyed. Arrange for another 12 to use the laser guns and kill these 12. And during the chaos, swiftly send the team to acquire the treasures from these 12, especially their AI computers, Brolin said coldly. Yes. The 8 bodyguards complied respectfully. A C2 grade laser gun, even though Brolin had brought 9 initially, when the 2 million army entered into the world within a world, they too brought along more. Pulling out 12 of them was indeed easy. Go on. Brolin stifled his voice, yet his eyes filled with anticipation. The vast army of the Three-Axe Mountain was flying in the skies. Luo Feng and his team of 4 were mixed in, laughing and chatting, their moods especially good. Third brother, we've struck it big, even after training till Domain Lord, we won't ever have a lack of money. Thunder God laughed. Don't get overconfident and satisfied, Hong smiled. Luo Feng, however, communicated via spirit energy, everybody be careful, my scanning equipment was scanned. There should be a large scanning system scanning us. A large scanning system. Hong, Thunder God, and Ao Gu were shocked within. Right, Luo Feng nodded, his expression serious. I'll be careful. Luo Feng and his team all went on high alert. The entire Three-Axe Mountain army, however, were still engaged in discussion and laughter. Rumble. 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 3 large black silhouettes, like 3 black holes, descended on the large army. Luo Feng and his team felt like the entire land and skies immediately went silent. Without a sound or trace, they could only see the distant explosions and tremors, the hundreds of star level 9 warriors vaporizing into nothingness. Also the visible ripples from the explosions dispersed in all directions, sweeping past the rest of the army, with a large number of the soldiers getting killed, fresh blood erupting from their armors and helmets. The first attack, without a sound or trace, had killed everyone within a 100 m radius, with a huge rumble following it, causing a large number of explorers to suffer from the after effects. Rumble. Another cannon shot, losing thousands of people. This was also due to the close density of the army. This Luo Feng opened his eyes wide, shocked totally from the terrifying cannon fire. Chi. Luo Feng felt as though his brain had been hit by a hard stick. 12 beams of light descended from the sky. In a flash, they hit 12 people within the Three-Axe Mountain army, including the 2 universe-level warriors and the other head captains. Even Luo Feng. Chi 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 chi. 12 beams of white light. 12 people fell immediately. Third brother. Luo Feng. Master. Hong, Thunder God, and Ao Gu awakened from the shock, and the fallen Luo Feng could only open his eyes dizzily. What Luo Feng's head was still ringing. That was 12 shots of C2 grade laser guns. The 11 other people in the Three-Axe Mountain, including the 2 universe levels, have all been killed. You were saved by your cloud contact. Bind's sturdiness. Babata's voice resounded in Luo Feng's consciousness. What Luo Feng was shocked as he spun around, surveying the surroundings. Rumble. Almost as though the land and skies were torn apart, a large enormous universe ship suddenly appeared in mid-air. At the same time, the bottom of ship automatically split open with large amounts of black uniformed armored explorers rushing out, flying downwards, forming 12 teams and madly rushing down like a mad wind. Also, beams of lasers constantly shot down in different directions at the Three-Axe Mountain faction, causing the to be thrown into chaos. Block them. Kill them. It's the Black Dragon Mountain people. Kill. Roars of rage resounded from within the Three-Axe Mountain faction. Even though they lost thousands, the remaining 80,000 people were still those that survived through countless struggles and battles. Even with the mad chaos from the sneak attack, they quickly regained their composure. Mid-air, within the universe ship control room, the ninth Prince Brolin coldly stood at the control board. Through the external simulator, he clearly observed the happenings below. After the first three-pronged attack of the D6 cannon, along with the 12 laser guns repeatedly firing, especially with the 2,000 elite soldiers forming 12 teams and fiercely rushing into the confused army, the 80,000-man army of the Three-Axe Mountain scrambled to gather and defend against the attack. Close to 80,000 people, however, they were separated and dispersed. And the 12 elite groups were valiant. They even had laser guns, seeking the treasures from the 12 people. Naturally, their efficiency was high. Number 1 success. Number 8 success. Number 9 success. Number 6 success. Messages began to come in. The elite teams quickly gathered the quantum computers or storage rings and immediately returned. This quick-as-lightning sneak attack lasted no more than 3 minutes. Those 12 teams swiftly returned into the universe ship, and it accelerated and disappeared into the skies. The Three-Axe Mountain's army all looked up and watched as the ship left, roaring with rage. Among the crowd, Luo Feng and his team too were filled with rage. Luckily you had the cloud contact vine as protection, otherwise, that ninth Prince Brolin is really scum, bastard, garbage. Thunder God was incomparably enraged. Almost Hong's expression too was ugly. That Brolin is truly vicious. Luo Feng could clearly smell the air that was filled with the metallic smell of blood, also looking at the distant lands, where armors, boots, helmets, filled with minced meat, bones, and bone-chilling large amounts of blood, amongst which there were a large amount of bodies from the ninth prince's own elite team. Don't think so much. Right now, we can do nothing about it, Luo Feng growled softly. We have to bear with it first and follow the army out. That's what's most important. Right. Hong and Thunder God were also filled with rage, but they could only bear with it. The Three-Axe Mountain army swiftly regained discipline and order. Obviously, losing a few thousand didn't have much impact. Luo Feng, however, had some lingering fear. If that shot earlier had pierced through his brain, if it were a normal human, they'd die without doubt. However, his life core was stored within his internal world. Even if his head was pierced, it could still regrow. If that happened, and if I was discovered even by the Three-Axe Mountain army, I, Luo Feng, have the ability to survive even after my brains have been blown to bits. It would definitely arouse their suspicion. Even the universe levels, domain lords, sector lords on Song Lan Star would all be curious. Luo Feng was afraid of that the most. Within the universe ship, we acquired 7 quantum computers and 8 storage items. The ninth Prince Brolin's face seemed encased in a layer of ice cold, staring at the quantum computers and storage items on the ground, saying solemnly, "This is your efficiency. Your Majesty." Of the 12 shot by the laser gun, 11 died. There was one That didn't, and when we went to retrieve the quantum computers, those beside the bodies also took some of them, hence, we only acquired 7 computers, and 8 storage items. That alone was no easy feat, a bodyguard spoke. Brolin glanced at him. That bodyguard shivered, not daring to speak. In the future, if you don't do a good job, don't find excuses, understood? Brolin looked at the bodyguard. Understood. The bodyguard knelt down on one knee. One person didn't die. Who was it? Brolin asked. Number 12 target, the bodyguard replied. Brolin creased his eyebrows. I remember him. It's the same punk with the universe ship. You can all leave, Brolin said solemnly. The 8 swiftly retreated. Only Brolin remained in the control room, after which he squatted down and began to examine each device along with the storage items. 6 treasures. Brolin didn't seem to care, carefully looking through the quantum computers. No. We didn't find the passcode data. These computers, none of them were used to exchange for the inheritance. Crystal passcode. Brolin's expression ashened, panicking within before raging about and stomping hard around, destroying every one of the quantum computers. Sung Lan Star. In an extremely tall skyscraper that soared through the skies, 2-peak sector. Lords Jiang Tianchen and Hargrave sat facing each other. Hargrave, I stick to what I said. If you want the final passcode, then, you have to agree to my 9 conditions, not one less, Jiang Tianchen said calmly. You are indeed vicious. Hargrave squinted his eyes. The two stared at each other. I agree to your conditions. Hargrave took a deep breath. Ha ha ha. Jiang Tianchen stood up, his face full of smiles. Hargrave, it's been a pleasure working with you. The pleasure is mine. Hargrave stood up, smiling just a little. Jiang Tianchen's smile, however, was full and wide. Don't be so unwilling. You want the inheritance crystal ball, so it's not much for me to ask for these. Jiang Tianchen's lips curled into a smile. Also, a soldier of mine in the world within a world exchanged for the passcode and has the quantum computer. I've ordered him long ago to completely destroy it. That soldier himself. I've also sent people to kill him, hence, no matter what you do in the world within a world, you'll never acquire the last passcode. Hargreaves' expression ashened, before he managed to squeeze out a smile. Respect, respect. Same. Jiang Tianchen smiled. Prepare what you need to. When the time comes, I'll hand over the passcode to you. What you want? I require a month to prepare, Hargrave said. I'm in no rush at all. Whenever you prepare the things on your side, I'll pass the passcode to you. Jiang Tianchen laughed. Hargrave, then I'll leave first. I won't see you out, Hargrave said. Poof. A faint sense of thunder energy was left in the large hall. Jiang Tianchen, who was originally standing there, vanished. Hargrave walked towards a large window beside him, from more than 8,000 m above the sky. He looked down out towards the ancient city, his gaze piercing and cold, saying softly, Jiang Tianchen, you've gained quite a bit this time. Next time, I'll definitely make you pay back even more than now. Hargreaves' expression was malevolent. This exchange had cost him almost his entire wealth, to be taken away by Jiang Tianchen. Hal. Hargrave roared with rage. Poof. The cold air blew and Hargrave too disappeared from the large hall. After a short while, the doors of the large hall finally opened and 2 waiters walked in, exchanging glances. The doors were locked and the windows were locked. Where did they go? After flying for about 7 days, they finally reached the exit, arriving at the Valley of Wind and Thunder in the World of Thunder. After that, after about 7 days of flying in the World of Thunder, the Three-Axe Mountain Army finally reached the exit to Tsanglan Star. The only thing was, this exit wasn't as large as the black hole at the Valley of Wind and Thunder, that allowed about a 100 to pass at a time, while this one only allowed a few people at a time. Shwa shwa shwa. The explorers all became beams of light and headed out continuously. This exit is too small, with so many people. How long will it take Thunder God floated up, looking ahead. Even though the explorer speeds are very fast, it'll take about an hour for us to get there. Luo Feng calculated and spoke, even if 10 people passed per second, it took about an hour for 30,000 over people to get to the center of the group, which was where they were. We are finally about to exit. Hong smiled as he sighed. This trip was indeed mysterious. Yes, indeed, Luo Feng smiled. They originally came to take part in the trainee exams. Who would have thought that they'd discover a world within a world, and everyone forgot about the exams immediately, throwing themselves into the world within a world to gamble. This world within a world represented immense wealth. Obviously, gambling was the right choice. Luo Feng's rewards were incredibly large. In terms of wealth, it was comparable to a sector lord. Of course, they still couldn't compare to the pinnacle of sector lords like the Thunder Sector Lord Kabu, Jiang Tianchen, or Hargray. In terms of power, the Cloud Contact Vine too acquired a large breakthrough. We have quite a bit of wealth, however, the difference between our power and wealth is huge. Thunder God muttered, we have to increase our strength when we return. Yes, Luo Feng nodded. During the wait, with large numbers of explorers flying and exiting, it finally reached their turn. Let's go. Charge. Luo Feng, Hong, Thunder God, and Ao Gu became 4 beams of light and swiftly entered into the light waterfall. Sung Lan Star, ancient city. A pathway was specially made in a wall of the vial, allowing a large amount of explorers exiting from the World of Thunder to fly through. So, countless explorers continuously flew out. All explorers, please gather in front. Anybody who tries to escape will be killed. If you don't listen to orders, you'll be killed. In mid-air, universe levels from different powers floated above. Occasionally, there was a domain lord. These strong warriors looked coldly at the group of lucky survivors from the explorer army. Sounds of angry orders resounded through every explorer's ears, causing the army to remain orderly and not dare to fly about recklessly. Third brother, look over there among the large army, Thunder God said. Shocked, Luo Feng turned to where Thunder God was looking at. In the distance, floating amongst the powerful warriors, was one dressed in dark green army. Ears pointy, the cold-looking Newland Shan. Newland Shan sensed that someone was looking at him and turned to look, easily spotting Luo Feng among the group. Not good. Luo Feng's expression changed. Originally in charge of governing the discipline of the army, the moment he saw Luo Feng, Newland Shan's eyes gleamed and he immediately rushed over. What luck, I actually got to bump into this punk, haha. Meeting him in reality, I'll settle this now, for offending me with my status. Who would stop me? Newland Shan was very confident. In the vast universe, it was indeed this way. A universe level's position was tens of millions of times higher than a star level. Breaking into the universe level was a huge step upwards. A universe level killing a star level was indeed just like killing an ant, and Newell Shan was prepared to kill that ant Luo Feng. On the flat land of the ancient city within Sun Lan Star, the 3X mountain army flew down and prepared to gather. And the distant Newell Shan kept heading towards to army center. This is the 3X mountain army, Newell Shan, what is someone like you from the 100 Tiger building doing here? What do you want? A powerful fierce spirit energy immediately transmitted through the entire 70,000 army, causing the vast army of explorers to turn over and look. Within an instant they all spotted the human silhouette in the distance, rushing over Newell Shan. That's Newell Shan. 100 Tiger buildings people. What's someone from 100 Tiger building flying over here for the explorer army immediately began to discuss. With 70,000 people watching him, Newell Shan, who was flying over, suddenly stopped, his expression ugly, scolding secretly, that Luo Feng sure has guts. Only a star-level cannon fodder, and he actually dared to transmit biogenetic energy all over. That's too arrogant. Within an army, one small soldier broadcasting loud enough for everyone to hear. One theory, normally, soldiers didn't dare shout that loud. However, Newell Shan didn't even know Luo Feng wasn't a soldier of the 3X mountain organization. Newell Shan, stop. Stop. What are you doing here? Immediately 5 other similar managers flew over. These 5 belonged to the 3X mountain organization and were universe levels. The 5 all had ugly expressions. These explorers, many of them, bring along with them treasures from the world. Within a world, the sector lords and domain lords haven't come to retrieve them. Newell Shan, you, someone from 100 Tiger building, actually dares to come barging into our army. Are you thinking of stealing the treasures? Universe level, surely he wasn't that daring. The 5 universe levels raged within. 5 Sirs. Newell Shan revealed a smile. Newell Shan, you want to barge into our army? The 5 looked at him. No, not at all. Newell Shan communicated, I am but 1 universe level. The number of people on Sun Lan Star stronger than me ranges in the thousands to tens of thousands. With the domain and sector lords here, I don't even dare to have such thoughts. I just spotted a personal enemy. I didn't expect to see him today, hence I thought of settling it now. Oh, the 5 universe levels nodded. Who is your enemy among the 5? A tall and sturdy man with hair like steel spoke. He's called Luo Feng. He is but a small soldier in the army. Newell Shan spoke. Small soldier. The 5 exchanged glances. 5 Sirs, giving me that one small soldier, that shouldn't be a problem. Right? Newell Shan didn't dare mess around. After all, there were many other universe levels and domain lords around maintaining the discipline. If he dared barge in, even if the other organizations didn't do anything, his own 100 Tiger building would personally deal with him. The treasures obtained by the explorer army hasn't been retrieved by the sector and domain lords at this time. Not one soldier can be passed to you. The 5 universe levels were all calm and clear with their regulations. Newell Shan's expression grew even uglier. Newell Shan, right now the other universe levels and domain lords are looking over. I think you should leave now, the 5 said, looking at him. Newell Shan bit down and turned to leave without saying anything. Among the army, Luo Feng watched as the distant Newell Shan, after being held up by the 5 universe levels, turned and left bitterly. Newell Shan, we have to find a chance to settle him once and for all. Luo Feng thought within. this Newland Shan, we definitely have to kill him. Hong's expression was heavy, he transmitted, otherwise, with his Newland Shan family eyeing the treasures on Earth, our Earth will never find peace. Shall we get Lord Mingyu to act? Thunder God looked at Luo Feng and Hong. Luo Feng's eyes lit up. Right. They would be meeting Mingyu in a second, and he was a Universe 2-star mercenary, a powerful one even amongst the Domain Lords. Domain Lord Mingyu. If he was willing, it would be simple after all, as the levels went up. Breaking through got harder and harder at the same time. The difference in power would only get crazier. When we give our treasure to Mingyu later, we can ask for his help. There's a high chance of success. Luo Feng nodded. Luo Feng, what treasure are you prepared to give Mingyu? Thunder God transmitted. Right, Luo Feng, what do you think about this problem? Hong looked at Luo Feng, as most of the contributions were done by Luo Feng during this treasure exchange. The two decided to let Luo Feng decide. A level 5 good genetic energy weapon, Luo Feng said. Just one. Hong and Thunder God looked at him. Right, just one is enough. This one, in terms of price, even with Lord Ming Yu's entire fortune, he would still have a hard time purchasing this. Luo Feng, with Babada's guidance, was very clear on which weapon and their prices. Even though the Thunderstone exchange price for this weapon wasn't that much higher than the Fire Wheel, the worst weapon they had. However, in terms of price it was tens of times higher. Mingyu, a Domain Lord, even if he was strong amongst the Domain Lords, would probably not be able to afford it even with his entire fortune. Time passed. The 3 Axe Mountains explorer survivors were stationed at the ancient city's flat land. A few strong people began to fly over, taking their men with them. As time passed even more, the number of the army gradually decreased. 70,000, 60,000, 50,000, 40,000. Luo Feng. Haha, I've finally found you 4, this is truly a joyous occasion, haha. That carefree laughter resounded. A tall and sturdy Mingyu floated in mid-air. Luo Feng's 4-man team, along with 200 others, flew towards Mingyu. Lord, the 200 explorers slightly bowed. Luo Feng's team of 4 stood together and bowed respectfully as well. Lord Mingyu. Very well, let's go over to my villa and have a rest. Mingyu brought Luo Feng's group along with another 200 adventurers along and swiftly left. About 20 kilometers away from the flatland, outside the ancient city, an old department store penthouse, Newland Shan was looking at the flatland through a window. The moment he saw Luo Feng leave with Mingyu, his expression changed greatly. Not good. I didn't expect Luo Feng to actually be under someone like Lord Mingyu, and from the looks of it, Mingyu treats him well too. Killing him is going to be hard. Newland Shan violently smashed the bamboo beside him. Chi, it crumbled into pieces. An elegant construct, a beautiful villa on a grassland. The 200 explorers had long been sent off. Luo Feng and his team of 4 sat with Mingyu around a table. Being brought over by Mingyu, Luo Feng was somewhat disappointed. After waiting there for so long, they never got to see any sector lords. The sector lords all sent people over to bring the explorer army over. None of them personally came. Speaking of which, this trip was indeed a pity. I sent a soldier called Bindi, who actually broke through to the universe level to get me a treasure. However, even though he got the lowest priced treasure, it was still an expensive treasure. Mingyu shook his head and sighed. Who'd expect along the way he'd Run into the army of the 9th prince and have his treasure taken from him. Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God exchanged glances. This Lord Mingyu was indeed unlucky. So how were your earnings from this world within a world? Mingyu looked at them. We exchanged for one treasure. Luo Feng smiled as he looked at Mingyu. Mingyu's eyes sharpened, immediately lighting up as he looked at them. What treasure? Mingyu was anxious and anticipating. Luo Feng's thoughts moved and immediately a 3 m long broadsword floated in mid-air. On its surface were extremely complicated engravings. The peculiar engravings gave off an aura that made people's hearts palpitate. The space around it seemed to tremor. An incredibly huge and powerful aura, it made Luo Feng and his team's face go pale. Lord Mingyu, this is the level 5 genetic energy weapon air cutter knife. Luo Feng said. Good. Mingyu's eyes burned with intensity, staring hard at the air cutter knife. Treasure. Compared to the treasure that his underling Bindi acquired, it was even more valuable. This air cutter knife was an incredibly expensive weapon. After all, amongst the level 3 weapons, the highest grade cost a few $100 billion, the lowest costing $1 billion black dragon dollars, a difference of 100 times. One theory, the price difference for a level 5 genetic energy weapon was even more crazy. That fire wheel belonged to the lowest grade, while this air cutter knife was actually close to the top. Just one was enough to get a few tens of fire wheels. Luo Feng, this present of yours sure is big. Mingyu's expression was complicated, looking at Luo Feng and his team. Do you know the price of this present of yours? An astronomical price. Luo Feng smiled. It's a price we are unable to even imagine. I only know that. Right, astronomical. Even all of my wealth together doesn't come close to its price. Mingyu looked at Luo Feng. I said before, I won't mistreat you. State any requests. I want to kill a man, Luo Feng said. Kill someone. What's his power? Domain Lord level. What? Mingyu creased his eyebrows. Universe level 9, Luo Feng said. Haha. Mingyu laughed. Universe level 9 to him, that was simply too easy. Killing 10 of them would still be far below this air cutter knife you've given me. How about this? Mingyu thought for a while. I'll give 1/3 of my territory to you. Know that may invite trouble and people to watch you. Okay, I'll give 100,000 life planets, from today on, to you to have half the rights, the other half remaining with me. However, you can govern all the normal affairs, the earnings from the planets, the soldiers, I don't care. As for cash, Mingyu thought about it. Lord Mingyu, Luo Feng said, I'm just a star level, having so much property and money is useless. Mingyu looked at Luo Feng. That iron rigid face revealed a smile. Luo Feng. Too much wealth and property, indeed you cannot use it now. However, I as a domain lord, how can I just receive your goodwill like this? What's more, having a few properties and being the leader of these planets has its advantages. How about lesser property, 10,000 life planets? Just 100 life planets. Luo Feng nodded. Having more planets as property wasn't really useful to Luo Feng. Getting 100 of them as his own was just customary. Alright, then a 100 planets, with a 100 life planets as property, it won't be too eye-catching in the universe. You won't gain any attention from the bigger powers. Mingyu smiled. As for cash, I really don't have much cash now, far from the price of this air cutter blade. Lord Mingyu, just give whatever. We 3 brothers have had a big enough Earning Luo Feng was very clear that he shouldn't be too greedy. Otherwise, the moment he got the bad side of the other person, that would mean trouble. What's more, he had acquired many treasures this time. This air cutter blade alone wasn't even a tenth of his other treasures combined. It didn't mean much. "Give me your account number," Mingyu said. Yes, Luo Feng told him his Universe Galaxy Bank's account number. TSK, Universe Galaxy Bank, you have some money too, Mingyu smiled, at the same time sending a part of his consciousness into the virtual universe network and engaging in the transfer procedures. Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God were secretly guessing just how much this Lord Mingyu would transfer over. "Luo Feng, you've received a mail," Babata said. "Open." Luo Feng swiftly closed his eyes, his consciousness entering the virtual universe network and allowing Babata to open the mail. It was a notification from the Universe Galaxy Bank. "Respected customer, how do you do? Your account with us has just received a transfer of 20 billion universe dollars, since your account has reached the 10 billion universe dollar margin. It automatically rose to a 2-star account. You will also automatically become a respected 2-star client. As a star client, you will receive several special privileges." At the bottom of the mail, there was a list of the special privileges and their explanations. Universe Galaxy Bank. A very simple letter, however, it really shocked Luo Feng back on Jade Rock. Luo Feng already knew the meaning of a 1-star account, and back then, the 2 universe mercenaries were only 1-star clients. Obviously, being able to become a 1-star client alone was a very hard thing to achieve. So, once one saves 10 billion universe dollars, he automatically becomes a 2-star client. 10 billion universe dollars, 1 universe dollar was akin to about 3,300 Ganwu dollars. 10 billion universe dollars equated to about 33 trillion Ganwu dollars. One planet's price range is usually 1 trillion black dragon dollars, or 700 million Ganwu dollars. That means that 10 billion universe dollars is close to about 50,000 life planets. With that thought, Luo Feng was shocked. The domain Lord Mingyu just gave him cash akin to tens of thousands of life planets to the domain lords. Even that was a pretty huge sum. Within the villa, Lord Mingyu Luo Feng stood up. Sit. Mingyu waved his hand downwards. Luo Feng suddenly felt a formless energy pressing on his shoulders. He couldn't even resist, allowing himself to sit back down. "Don't think I've given you a lot." Mingyu shook his head, his eyes with a sense of laughter and goodwill. "I haven't given you much at all. If you were to give something like the fire wheel, then what I've given would have been considered much. However, you gave me an air cutter blade. If I gave you too little, I would feel guilty, and I'd feel like I owed you. It would affect my training." Poof. The space around slightly tremored. Luo Feng, Hong, Thunder God, and Ao Go were all shocked. Another person had suddenly popped up within the quiet villa, a tall and skinny cold-looking man with 2 horns on his forehead, his black cape drifting in the wind. His eyes gazed over. It seemed also though both the land and skies were all within his field of vision. Lord General Mingyu stood up and bowed respectfully, at the same time communicating to Luo Feng's group. "This is one of the sector lords from the 3 Axe Mountain." Sector Lord Luo Feng, Hong, Thunder God, and Aogu quickly bowed. Sector Lord. They had never personally seen a living sector lord. Luo Feng couldn't resist sneaking a glance at the sector lord. His aura wasn't very strong, but his eyes made one's heart palpitate with fear. Mingyu, your luck is not bad. The tall and skinny man stood there, his legs slightly floating in midair, looking at Mingyu. He Mingyu revealed a simple and honest smile. Air cutter blade, I'm buying it, the tall and skinny man said. This knife suits me well. Level 5 genetic energy weapon, I'm unable to fully unleash its power. Mingyu smiled. To be able to let the general use it is my honor, following which Mingyu handed over the storage ring, retrieving the air cutter blade which he had just gotten himself. That thick knife floated directly towards the tall and skinny man. The tall and skinny man extended his arm and received the air cutter blade, his eyes gleaming. Chi. 2 beams of golden light shot out from his eyes onto the surface of the blade. The peculiar engravings on the blade made his eyes glow even more. Good blade. The tall and skinny man gestured with the air cutter blade, swinging towards the sky. Hua! The clear blue sky became almost like a piece of cloth. Immediately a rip of about 2 to 3 kilometers long was sliced through, extremely sharp and clean. The crack could be clearly seen for a while before it started to recover and return to its original state. Ha ha ha, the extremely cold tall and skinny man finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. Congratulations, General. Mingyu bowed. Haha, this is indeed an air cutter blade. My understanding of the space origin is only but a hair's thick. However, with this air cutter blade's help, my power has been greatly increased. The tall and skinny man looked at Mingyu, I'm keeping this. Naturally, I won't let you lose out on this deal. I've already transferred the money to your account. Also, I owe you a favor. So, the tall and skinny man immediately vanished. Luo Feng, Hong, Thunder God, and Ao Gu were still in a trance. Before, the sector lord had suddenly appeared, taken the air cutter blade, sliced open a tear in space, and seemingly vanished. Space tear, 2 to 3 kilometers long tear. Luo Feng was shocked within. He was actually able to slice a tear into the space. Also, he teleported. He didn't teleport, but flew, just that his flying speed is incredibly fast. As for not conjuring up any wind resistance, that's because of the sector lord's control of the universe origin. Babata's voice resounded. Flew, how fast? Luo Feng asked. When he left, his speed reached about 32,169 kilometers per second. Luo Feng blinked a couple of times. Lightspeed was but 300,000 kilometers per second. And that sector lord earlier, even though he hadn't unleashed his full speed, he was still able to instantly reach 1/10 of lightspeed. Indeed, a power that could easily destroy a planet and all its life with a wave of his hand. Within the villa, the tall and sturdy domain lord Mingyu laughed carefree. Before standing up, Luo Feng, I took the air cutter blade you gave me and sold it at a high price. I really have to thank you. Mingyu laughed as he looked at Luo Feng. Speak, who's the universe level 9 you wanted me to kill before? Newland Shan. Luo Feng said. Hong and Thunder God too looked at Mingyu anxiously. Newland Shan. Mingyu was slightly shocked, his eyebrows creasing. Him. Is there a problem? Luo Feng asked. A little trouble, but no big problem. Mingyu shook his head smiling. He acquired the Battle Axe Warrior title, hence his chances of breaking through to Domain Lord is very high. Hence the 100 Tiger building has always treated him as an elite. However, he hasn't broken through after so many years. Especially now that he's not too far from his lifespan ending. plus his status in the 100 Tiger building has fallen. It shouldn't be anything. Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God let out a sigh of relief. The three exchanged glances. Newell Shan. He had to die. That way, they could truly find peace. Let me take a look. Just where on Sun Lan Star has he gone? Mingyu closed his eyes. A formless spirit energy swiftly spread out, covering the entire Sun Lan Star while intentionally avoiding the sector lords. 1 second later, Mingyu opened his eyes. Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God looked with anticipation. He's not on Sun Lan Star. Mingyu shook his head. Not here. Luo Feng and the other two were shocked. I've already checked the entire Sun Lan Star. He's indeed not here now. Mingyu said apologetically, my apologies. If I ever meet him next time, I'll definitely kill him and fulfill my promise. It's not the fault of Lord Mingyu that Newell Shan just got lucky, Luo Feng said, feeling regretful. Such a good chance, and they didn't manage to kill Newell Shan. If they could kill him with this one blow, then this entire world within a world trip would have been perfect. Within the dark universe, a universe ship was swiftly flying within the control room. Teacher, we are returning so quickly. There are so many strong people on Sun Lan Star, such a rare gathering. Wouldn't it be better to stay a while longer? 2 universe warriors stood beside, checking the records on just how Mingyu and Luo Feng were connected. The 2 universe-level warriors shook their heads. I've asked around, no one knows. Me too, no one has heard of Lord Mingyu having anyone important under him named Luo Feng. Newell Shan's face was ashen while listening to his disciples' replies. This Luo Feng knew that I wanted to kill him, hence he made a good relationship with Lord Mingyu. He would most likely ask Lord Mingyu to kill me, Newell Shan thought, and Lord Mingyu and I aren't from the same organization. He wouldn't even think twice. No matter, it's better that I leave Sun Lan Star earlier. Ever since he discovered Luo Feng and his group leaving with Mingyu, Newell Shan hadn't been able to relax. Following which, he immediately took his ship and left Sun Lan Star. Since they couldn't kill Newell Shan, Luo Feng and the other 3 could only regretfully leave. They first went to the Universe Mercenary Alliance to hand in the items to pass the mercenary trainee exam. Even though they didn't receive enough wind cornerstones, Luo Feng and the others killed a bunch of teams that tried to rob them in the world within a world from the items those teams left behind. They received some wind cornerstones. Universe Mercenary Trainee, we've become mercenary trainees, haha. The number of powerful fighters on Sun Lan Star are as numerous as the clouds. Let's leave earlier. Alright, depart to Earth. Luo Feng and the others swiftly headed towards the port, retrieved their universe spaceship, and departed Sun Lan Star. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 3, 2, 1 passed through the universe. After slightly shaking for a moment, the spaceship started to maintain a speed of 12x, the speed of light in dark space, as it headed towards the appointed direction. In the control room of the spaceship, Luo Feng arranged for his old servant Ao Gu to rest. Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God were extremely excited as they stayed in the control room. Same rules as always, big brother, second brother, each of you get 4 billion universe dollars. Luo Feng and the others were currently dividing the spoils. Third brother Hong shook his head. This time, you did all the work. All your second brother and I did was experience the world within a world. Accepting this amount of cash is just. Thunder God also shook his head. Way too much, we don't even need that much anyway. Yet, Luo Feng didn't hesitate as he directly sent 4 billion universe dollars to Hong and Thunder God. Hong and Thunder God both received mail from the Virtual Universe Network. Big brother, second brother, this amount of money is nothing. Our main wealth is those treasures, smiled Luo Feng. Yeah, Hong nodded. Just a single air cutter blade is worth so much, then all these treasures added together. Thunder God's eyes were flashing. Oh yeah, second brother, your Thunder instruction manual set, a total of 5 sets. With a flip of his hand, the 5 mini quantum computers started hovering on top of Luo Feng's hand. After that, these 5 mini quantum computers fell to the ground. Second brother, each of these mini quantum computers contains a Thunder instruction manual. You can study them carefully. Sector Lord Kabo's instruction manual. Thunder God bent down and took out all the chips of the 5 mini quantum computers and then plugged one into his own mini quantum computer. Feels great. Thunder God was so excited his face turned red. He closed his eyes as he started to study the instruction manual. In the control room, Thunder God was looking through the Thunder instruction manuals while Luo Feng and Hong talked with each other. Third brother, Hong said seriously in a low voice, the prices of the other treasures added together are extremely valuable, even more valuable than the air cutter knife. How are you preparing to deal with them? Sell them, said Luo Feng. How, frowned Hong. These treasures are too valuable and will probably attract super powerful fighters. Perhaps not only will we not be able to earn any money from selling them, we'll give out our lives in the process. Luo Feng nodded as he smiled. I understand that concept, but I have a way. A way? What way? Asked Hong, curiously. I'll keep that a secret for now, smiled Luo Feng mysteriously. In truth, all these treasures added together are worth way more than all the property of a sector lord, more valuable than eternal love. Taking treasures like these out with Luo Feng's star-level strength, it is indeed hard to deal with. If he's not careful, he'll bring disaster upon himself. As powerful fighters realize what is in Luo Feng's possession. If it was back when he just arrived at Sung Lan Star, then Luo Feng would indeed have no method of dealing with these treasures, but now, Luo Feng already has a way to deal with them, and in a very safe manner also. Dark space was extremely quiet. Around 21 days was required to go from Sung Lan Star to Earth. In the control room, after Luo Feng and Hong chatted for quite a while, they suddenly noticed Thunder God widely opening his eyes. Second brother, Hong smiled as he looked at him. Why are your eyes opened so wide? I didn't see such a dumbfounded look on your face even after we received so many treasures. Second brother Luo Feng also joked. Thunder God blinked twice and looked towards Hong and Luo Feng. Big brother 30, I need to tell you guys something. Luo Feng and Thunder God exchanged glances. Something wasn't right. What happened? Hong looked at Thunder God. Thunder God mumbled, didn't 30 say that he received the inheritance of Yonemo planet? I seem to have received the inheritance of Sector Lord Kabu. Luo Feng and Hong widened their eyes. Inheritance. Receiving an instruction manual versus receiving an inheritance are two completely different ideas. I just swiftly browsed through those 5 instruction manual sets and plugged in the 5 different chips, said Thunder God lowly. 4 of the instruction manual sets are actual instruction manuals. However, the chip of the 5th Instruction manual actually contained an AI and it. An AI Luo Feng and Hong realized something. It's that white-bearded old man, Thunder God blinked twice, he even congratulated me saying that I became Sector Lord Kabu's student. Lord Wu Luo Feng froze. The main entity of that messed-up living AI Lord Wu is actually in one of those 5 chips, Sector Lord Kabu's student. How come this scene seems so similar to the scene where he became the student of Yun Mo Planet's Master Hu Yanbo? However, his teacher is Yun Mo Planet's Master Hu Yanbo. And Thunder God became the student of Sector Lord Kabu, who has already passed away. I bought 5 sets of instruction manuals, but ended up buying second brother. A teacher Luo Feng was speechless. World within a world. After the huge adventurer army completely left, a few internal members of the Universe Mercenary Alliance, a sector lord and 2 domain lords, entered the world within a world and arrived in front of the ancient castle. Rumble. The ancient castle collapsed with a rumble. My lord, there are no treasures inside the castle. An extremely fat-bearded man with pink skin who seemed like a ball yelled respectfully. My lord, the AI inside this castle is just a regular AI and not a living AI. The white-bearded old man living AI in the castle must be on one of the adventurers in the adventurer army and left the world within a world, said the other skinny bearded man. The sector lord in the black battle uniform hovered in midair as he frowned. If so, then whatever the world within a world itself is a treasure. Contact the Universe Mercenary Alliance in the Black Dragon Mountain sector. The Thunder world will stop being the examination world. I need to redesign this world within a world. This world within a world can entirely become a secret location for our alliance to train our men. Yes, my lord, said the 2 domain lords respectfully. The black-cloaked sector lord hovered in midair. Suddenly, he extended both hands. Rumble. All of a sudden, the sky turned black. The powerful source energy of the universe constantly streamed from the core of the world within a world. This world within a world began its new renovation. Only a sector lord is able to execute such a task. Song Lan Star, an old city, top floor of the skyscraper that was over 8,000 meters tall. The 2 sector lords Hargray and Jiang Tianchen sat face to face. Jiang Tianchen, here's what you want. Hargray mindlessly tossed a flashing spatial storage ring, which drew an arc as it landed towards Jiang Tianchen. In front of him, Jiang Tianchen smiled as he extended his hand to catch it. Hargray, you sure are a good business partner. Here's the final password to the inheritance crystal. Jiang Tianchen directly sent an email to Hargray via the virtual universe network. Hargray also immediately received it and knew that it contained the final password. As a sector lord, it is very easy to divide a bit of his consciousness to deal with it. You won't send a fake password, will you? Hargray's eyes glowed as they scanned across Jiang Tianchen. I'm not so shameless. Jiang Tianchen smiled lightly. Hargray, you can go to the Universe First Bank right now to try and see if you can take out the stored inheritance crystal. Hargray directly stood up. Whoosh. He vanished into thin air. In just a second, on the other end of Song Lan Star in a dreamy city, Hargray has already entered the Universe First Bank's extremely conspicuous building. 3-star customer. The manager of the Universe First Bank branch of Song Lan Star was a 3-eyed, hunchback old man with a shell on his back. Right when the AI system of the bank alerted him that a 3-star customer has Arrived at the bank, the branch manager rushed to the first floor's lobby as fast as possible to welcome him. A moment later, the lobby of the 19th floor of the building. Mr. Hargrave, the branch manager, bowed respectfully since he was able to become a branch manager on an important planet like Sun Lon Star. He has a lot of authority. His authority allows him to assist, at best, 3-star customers. I want to retrieve an item, said Hargrave coldly. Retrieve an item. The branch manager was confused. This Hargrave never stored anything at this location. An item from 10 million years ago, added Hargrave. Mr. Hargrave, an item from 10 million years ago must have been transported to the Gonwu Universe branch for storage, smiled the branch manager, as long as Mr. Hargrave successfully gives the correct account number and password, we will bring the item from the Gonwu Universe and bring it to the customer's appointed location as fast as possible. Hargrave slightly nodded. The account is. Hargrave swiftly gave the account number. The security of this account is extremely high. 3 passwords are needed. The branch manager helped input the numbers on the side. The first password is correct, said the branch manager on the side. The second password is, continued Hargrave. Correct. The third password is correct, said the branch manager. Beep. The branch manager smiled as he looked at Hargrave. Mr. Hargrave, in just a moment, the bank system will quickly give you the detailed information. However, from my experience, it will take about a month to transport something from the Gonwu universe. Okay, Hargrave held his breath from excitement. He spent a lot of time and effort to get this inheritance crystal, especially for the last password. Jiang Tianchen took a lot of his treasures away in the process of getting the last password. The branch manager's face suddenly changed as he looked at the screen beside him. What? Hargrave looked at him. Mr. Hargrave, I think there will not be a need to transport anything from the Gonwu universe. The branch manager looked towards him. Hargrave frowned. The stored item is a recording, said the branch manager. You leave first. Hargrave ferociously waved his hand. Yes, the branch manager left the room. Hargrave stood in front of the monitor. An audio file appeared on the display. Hargrave's face was sullen as he tapped on the screen. In a moment, the audio file, which has been stored for 10 million years, started to play. I'm extremely ecstatic to notify you, you've been duped, ha ha ha. So how does it feel? You mad? Did you sacrifice a lot for the 3 passwords? Ha ha ha. I definitely won't give the 3 passwords to the same organization I made you. Guys work like mad crazy for them and then ruined everything for you in the end. LOL. Hargrave fiercely clenched his teeth. With a furious wave of his hand, Hargrave smashed the monitor in front of him into pieces. 3-star customer, you destroyed the property of our bank, please pay. According to the price our company supplies. An electronic sound reverberated around the room. Hargrave was extremely enraged. Die with a furious burst, Hargrave's powerful aura started to emanate and cause the various items in the lobby to blow up. Huge amounts of shattered pieces and dust emanated around the room. The inheritance crystal, just where is it in the dust? Hargrave clenched his teeth. The entire excavation of the world within a world on Sun Lon Star had left the entire Black Dragon Mountain starfield in a state of unrest. Have you heard? Recently there was a Star Traveler level idiot on Rachna Star that took out a heavenly priced treasure to sell, and later it was taken Away by a universe-level warrior, however that universe-level warrior not only lost his life later because of this treasure, but his entire family too was razed to the ground. A universe-level warrior lost his life, family razed to the ground. What treasure was it? I heard that a world within a world was discovered on Sun Lon Star recently. This heavenly priced item was one from within the treasure from the world. Within a world, those were items that attracted even the 4 large organizations and 2 sacred lands to fight for them. Taking any one of them out would be worth a few tens of thousands of life planets. A few tens of thousands of life planets, my God, just how highly priced are they? Anyway, right now the entire Black Dragon Mountain star field, many large and small families, organizations, are all closely watching the moment anyone tries to sell these items, they'll rush into it. These sorts of heavenly treasures are really scorching to the hand. Still, countless people want them. Madness. The many families and organizations within the Black Dragon Mountain star field had gone mad. One had to know that the largest power within the Black Dragon Mountain star field, the 16 large families, was first created by 16 sector lords. This means that in the Black Dragon Mountain starfield, the sector lord's power was the highest. The other large and small organizations having a domain lord warrior was considered not bad already. And the treasures from the world within a world, any one of them, had terrifying enticing powers towards any domain lords. So, occasionally 1 or 2 treasures leaking out, drawing the attention of the various powers. That wasn't strange at all. Those star levels, they don't have any good routes to sell at all. The moment they try and take the treasures out, they'd be easily discovered. Watch closely. For me, watch carefully at every important planet within the Black Dragon Mountain starfield. The moment anyone tries to sell these heavenly items, immediately report to me. Yes, President. These treasures were scorching. Without the power or route to sell them, they would bring only tragedy to oneself, and these treasures were so valuable that even universe-level warriors who wanted them could still easily lose their lives in the process. Within the dark universe, Luo Feng's little team sat on the universe ship and continued on their journey. It was already the 12th day of the flight. They still required about 9 days more to reach Earth. As for the news of star-level explorers from the Black Dragon Mountain star field already trying to sell the heavenly items, they didn't know yet. Within the resting room of the universe ship, the resting room was sorted out like a study, with a desk and chair. There was even a very comfortable bed beside. It's time to deal with these treasures. They are really dangerous to have. Luo Feng sat at the chair, opening the laptop on the table. This was a product of Earth. There was no way around it. Luo Feng was used to Earth's lousier models. The treasures I exchanged for, along with what the cloud contact vine stole, there's a total of 48 of them. 48 treasures. There were some cheaper than the air cutter knife, while others more expensive. Then an air cutter knife alone was enough to make the domain lord, Mingyu, extremely excited, even to the point where a sector lord bought it immediately. These 48 treasures added together could probably match up to the wealth of a sector lord altogether. As for the dead sector lord Kabu, that was the wealth level of a poorer. Undying the entire 312 items, Luo Feng only acquired 49, one given to Mingyu. One could see how big an earning Luo Feng had acquired. Connect to the virtual universe network. Luo Feng closed his eyes, his consciousness connecting straight to the network. Virtual Universe, Black Dragon Mountain Island 9-star Bay. When Luo Feng appeared before his own house's door, there was Luo Hua walking about casually, his eyes gleamed, shouting, "Big brother." "Luo Hua, what's the matter?" Luo Feng smiled as he looked at his little brother. "I wanted to look for you earlier, however I didn't get the chance to meet you." Luo Hua pulled him. "Big brother, sit here, I have important matters to tell you." Luo Feng sat time, looking curiously at his brother. "It's like that," Luo Hua explained, "the Earth's 5 governments have discussed, and they really want to enter the universe, making contact with some of the people within the universe." "Can't they enter the virtual universe?" Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. "In the virtual universe, they can communicate with other people. No, they want to make contact in reality," Luo Hua said. "Reality?" Luo Feng creased his eyebrows even more. Luo Hua saw the situation and said helplessly, "Big brother, don't you know how the countries on Earth are? They were initially satisfied with being able to enter the virtual universe, however as time passed, their ambitions got bigger. This ambition cannot be controlled if you let them enter the real universe now. They might request for more after. Man's ambition could never be quelled. Once he had something good, he would naturally want something better." "No problem, allow them," Luo Feng said seriously. "Allow them?" Luo Hua was so shocked, he stared wide-eyed. "Right," Luo Feng nodded, "even though Earth is very safe, we cannot let the humans of Earth just stay on there forever. It's time to let them make contact with the universe, let them go through some hardship and adversities. Only then will they realize how the humans of Earth are going to survive within the universe." Luo Hua was suspicious. "But brother, which planet can they go to? Will those planet management people agree to a large-scale immigration? If those people don't agree, I'll just have to buy the planet." Luo Feng smiled. "What's more, I have 100 life planets under my name. As a leader, the immigration would definitely be much easier." 100? Luo Hua stared wide-eyed. "Big brother, you." "I'll tell you when I return." Luo Feng smiled and stood up. "As for the humans of Earth wanting to move to the universe, I'll discuss with them when I get back. Oh, we'll end it here today. I still have matters to attend to." "Okay." Luo Hua stood up too. Mail. Luo Hua curiously opened the mail. This was a notification from the bank. They informed him that his account had a transfer of 4 billion universe dollars. 4 billion universe dollars. Luo Hua was shocked. "That's for you. Good luck and work hard." Luo Feng's voice could be heard in the distance. Luo Hua looked up. The distant Luo Feng was already walking out of the 9-stay Bay district. Looking at his back, Luo Hua felt extremely shocked. "What has my brother been up to these few days? How did he get 4 billion universe dollars to give me so quickly? And these are universe dollars, even more valuable than Ganwu dollars." At the entrance of the 9-star Bay district, Luo Feng waved his hand in the air. Immediately, a carriage pulled by 2 horses with wings descended. Luo Feng jumped up into the carriage and sat. "Sir, where to?" the chauffeur asked. "To the Universe Galaxy Bank," Luo Feng said. Immediately, the wings of the horses flapped and the carriage swiftly rose into the air, flying with shocking speed. The carriage, however, remained steady and comfortable in the breeze. In the virtual universe, usually distant places were traveled to using coordinates delivery. Closer places were traveled to with these carriages. That was because everybody's body structure was comparable to a student level. For in the virtual universe, hence they were unable to fly and movement was fast, hence relying on these flying horse was much faster. Of course, sitting in these carriages required money. So beautiful, sitting in the carriage, looking down on the enormous black Dragon Mountain Island, it was indeed magnificent. What's that? Luo Feng looked shocked at the sky. Among the clouds, there was a floating city, and as it floated way high up in the skies, if one were standing on the ground below, he wouldn't be able to spot it with the naked eye. Only when sitting and flying in these carriages would one be able to see through the clouds the faintly discernible city. Floating city, the chauffeur laughed, are Black Dragon Mountains floating city? Every island, every continent has a floating city. Floating city? Luo Feng was shocked. Usually only larger powers or at least universe-level warriors had the rights to enter the floating city. The chauffeur laughed and explained to Luo Feng, as he controlled the flying horses, "Sir, we've arrived at the Universe Galaxy Bank." Who? The flying horses rushed downwards and their wings gently flapped, their four hoofs floating in mid-air, gently landing at the entrance of the Universe Galaxy Bank. Thanks. Luo Feng laughed as he got off. The carriage swiftly rushed towards the skies again. The fees were automatically deducted from the person's account. Virtual Universe, Black Dragon Mountain Island, Universe Galaxy Bank. Welcome. Luo Feng stepped into the bank, heading straight to the side self-service path, and entered, following which he entered into a self-service booth room. Entering into the private room. "Please enter your account," the automated voice sounded. Luo Feng swiftly entered. This was his teacher's 5-star account. Immediately, the signal within the room scanned Luo Feng, and as Luo Feng had once withdrawn money on Jade Rockstar before, it had already left a basic record. Passcode authorized. User authorized. Rumble. What was originally a normal room immediately transformed into a luxurious room. An extremely beautiful female AI stood beside, respectfully saying, "Respected 5-star client, how do you do? I am AI 008231, here to service you." "How do you do?" Luo Feng smiled as he looked at the female AI, secretly happy. Everything was going according to how Babada had mentioned. As he had successfully opened the 5-star account before, he was already regarded as a 5-star client in the Universe Galaxy Bank. One had to know Luo Feng had acquired 20 billion universe dollars from Mingyu. This was more than many domain lords' entire wealth. However, he had only become a 2-star client. Then 5-star client. How high was that? This Universe Galaxy Bank, as a 5-star client, had many very detailed services. Of course, these services required money too. "I need to deal with a few items." Luo Feng looked at the female AI before him. The female AI gently bowed. "Respected 5-star client, our Universe Galaxy Bank has items selling services. We have many routes and networks to sell off any items in the vast universe. In all of the universe countries we can definitely help you sell them off in the shortest amount of time possible. We only require 1,000th of the deal." Luo Feng laughed. This was how a 5-star client was treated. Selling off these dangerous and scorching items was just that simple. Other than the good selling services, our Universe Galaxy Bank also has the goods buying services. However, our purchasing prices are based off of the normal prices. The female robotic voice was clear and crisp. She smiled and was incomparably respectful. I picked the good selling services, Luo Feng said. Even though the selling services required the 1,000th commission fee, the selling prices were usually not bad, even giving away the commission would still far exceed the original buying price of the bank. Beside him was the experienced and knowledgeable Babata, making sure Luo Feng wouldn't make any losses. These are the 48 items I need to sell, Luo Feng swiftly processed through his AI Babata, passing along the detailed information of the 48 treasures to the female AI. 48 items. Our Universe Galaxy Bank can immediately begin posting and selling. Through the virtual universe, the female AI smiled. Please confirm the location of these 48 items and the time of transfer to our bank. Donwu Star Sector, Black Dragon Mountain Starfield, Milky Ways by Lawn. Star. Luo Feng reported the details and time. The time was 8 days from now, after he reaches Bailon Star. Time and location confirmed. The female AI smiled. Please sign the selling release form. A contract floated before Luo Feng. It was very detailed, including both parties' responsibilities and liabilities, along with the violation penalties, etc. D. The selling release form has been completed. The female AI smiled. Respected 5-star client, is there anything else I can help you with? Nothing. Luo Feng laughed as he stood up and turned towards the entrance, leaving immediately. Rumble. The luxurious room immediately vanished and returned to its original self. Service booth. 5-star clients, as the most absolute and important clients of the universe. Galaxy Bank. The bank had made many privileges and services available for only them. However, since they were services, they required money too. However, in the universe, if one didn't have a proper route, even if one had money, one couldn't do certain things, for example, selling these 48 treasures. If he tried to sell them in the Black Dragon Mountain Star Field, it would simply result in chaos. However, through the Universe Galaxy Bank, he could sell within many large universe countries without creating any commotion for himself. 48 treasures, they could just about reach up to 10 or 20 of Sector Lord Kabu's entire wealth. However, Sector Lord Kabu, compared to the UNMO planet's master, was incomparably poor. After 7 months, Luo Feng and his brothers returned to Bailon Star, a life planet very close to Earth. Luo Feng and his group spent 3 months within the world of thunder in the world within a world, first excavating for universe crystals and later for thunderstones for a month, after which battling for another 5 months. Including the time returning to Songlan Star from the world within a world, and later from Songlan Star to Earth. It was about 7 months in all. Year 2063, mid-April, Luo Feng left Earth. China time, year November 16, 2063 1:16 p.m., a universe ship entered Bailon Star. Within the ship's control room, Luo Feng and his brothers surveyed the warehouse below. In front of the warehouses was an exquisite and beautiful universe ship with the Universe Galaxy Bank logo. It was streamlined shape and gave off an incomparably dreamy feeling. 30. The deal with those treasures, just that simple. Thunder God looked at the ship below. Right, just that simple. I just have to pass the treasures to them and it's over. Luo Feng smiled. They won't kill and rob. Thunder God looked uneasily at the ship below. Haha, Luo Feng laughed. Second brother, this is the Universe Galaxy Bank, and you've seen that ship. It's a grade 3 ship. This represents incredible wealth. For entities like the Universe Galaxy Bank, the universe first bank, these two super large banks, they emphasize trust the most. Even with items thousands and tens of thousands of times more expensive than our 48 treasures, they wouldn't even blink an eye. Don't be petty. What's more, when I go make the deal, the entire scene will be recorded by the bank's AI system. Those bank workers wouldn't dare kill and rob us. Luo Feng smiled. The moment they dare betray us, they would simply go pop and explode. During their conversation, the ship landed on the surface. Hua. The cabin door opened. Luo Feng, Hong, Thunder God, and Ao Gu jumped out, immediately flying straight towards the dreamy-looking ship. The door on the streamlined ship opened and 3 men in Universe Galaxy Bank uniforms stood there, one of which was a domain lord. The other 2 were also universe level. "Sir, please pass your goods to me," the domain lord smiled humbly and respectfully, even though he could see easily that the ones before him were only star levels. However, the level of this deal was extremely high, and every move he made was being recorded by the bank's AI system, hence he had to act according to the bank's requests, humble and full of respect, and he had to smile. "These are the goods." Luo Feng passed over a storage ring. Chi. A dreamy blur beam of light shot out from the universe ship onto the storage ring. Within a second, a voice resounded, "Goods confirmed. Sir, the deal is a success. Thank you for your support of the Universe Galaxy Bank." The domain lord bowed slightly, his face slightly twitching. A domain lord bowing to a few star levels. "Haha, then I won't send you. We'll be leaving." Luo Feng laughed and turned to go. The domain lord and 2 universe levels returned to their ship. Within the ship, their expressions were strange and puzzled. "It was actually a few star levels dealing with us. What a joke. We even had to bow to them earlier." How uncomfortable. The 2 universe levels were incredibly dissatisfied. The domain lord beside them creased his green eyebrows. "Our service level is incredibly high. Usually we deal with undying beings. Occasionally we deal with sector lords. This time we actually dealt with some star-level punks. However, they may be from some ultra-large families, or even disciples of some superpower." The other 2 universe levels nodded. Right. Their team's dealings were usually with much higher-leveled customers, all either 4-star or 5-star clients, and under normal circumstances, 4-star clients were normally undying or lucky sector lords who struck windfalls. As for 5-star clients, those were without a doubt super powerful beings that could easily shake and tremor countless galaxies. Whining about it for a bit is okay, but never reveal any bit of information about the client, otherwise we'll be dealt with by the bank. Don't say I didn't warn you, the green-haired domain lord exclaimed. "Yes, sir." The 2 universe levels complied. After Luo Feng and his team had finished the deal on Bailon Star, they sat in the universe ship and left, engaging in universe travel, heading towards their home, Earth. Within the control room. "Ha ha ha," a domain lord bowing to us Thunder God laughed satisfied. "Unbelievable," Hong exclaimed. First and second brother Luo Feng laughed as he looked at them. "The money has already been transferred to my account, everything according to our old distribution agreement." "Stop." Thunder God shook his head. "I don't want it. You gave me the 5-set thunder techniques. Just getting that spent a large amount of thunderstones, about 20 of our entire stock. What's more, within that set there was even a living AI, that old Wu, allowing me to gain the inheritance of Sector Lord Kabu. Accurately speaking, I've had the greatest earnings, don't give me anything. What a stroke of luck actually getting Sector Lord Kabu's inheritance, Hong smiled. That Sector Lord must have prepared everything for him. Luo Feng smiled and nodded. He himself had acquired an inheritance from his teacher, split into 3 different accounts. What his second brother acquired shouldn't be too far off. Big brother Luo Feng looked at Hong. I have enough money. If you want to give me anything, get me another life fruit next time, Hong said. 1 life fruit would be about 20 life fruit. Luo Feng nodded. Life fruit, even though within that world within a world, it required a total of 800,000 thunderstones. However, in reality outside, it was hard to even buy one if one wanted, and if one acquired one, the price was extremely shocking. The 20 he acquired would maybe even be insufficient. Very well, Luo Feng nodded. Then I'll first enter the virtual universe. Network. Virtual universe, Black Dragon Mountain Island 9-star bay. Luo Feng's study, a screen was before him. So many messages. Luo Feng sat at the chair, opening the first one. Respected client, how are you? Your account with us has just received 123 trillion universe dollars. Your accounts has passed the 10 mixed element units threshold. 1 mixed element is the highest denominator. Each mixed element is equivalent to 1 trillion universe dollars, automatically rising to a 3-star account. You also automatically rise to become our respected 3-star client. As a 3-star client, you have several special privileges. The bottom of the mail displays the special privileges and their explanations. Universe Galaxy Bank. The first email was a huge transfer email. Over 11 trillion. Luo Feng looked and held his breath. 11 trillion universe dollars, what concept was that? Normally within the universe, one galaxy was worth about 100 billion 1 trillion. In other words, Luo Feng's wealth was equivalent to about tens of galaxies, and a sector lord usually joining any empire would only receive 1 galaxy. Of course, as long as they worked hard, getting a few of them wasn't hard. 11 trillion universe dollars, equivalent to tens of galaxies. It was definitely comparable to a sector lord's wealth level. Within the universe, the true forms of currency are mainly 2. One is the universe crystal universe dollars. These are energy crystals, condensed by a sector lord's power and formed. The other is the undying crystal undying dollars. These are special energy crystals, condensed by undying and their power of the universe origin sources. They are even more valuable. However, the universe dollars works as currency more within the market and deals. As for the undying dollars, they are used within war and battle equipment. No matter which human race, or other races, they are all unwilling to sell their undying crystals. Babata's voice resounded in Luo Feng's mind. As for the mixed element unit, it's a large amount used frequently by the superpowers during their deals. Luo Feng blinked his eyes hard. Within a blink of an eye, he had suddenly become a wealthy person capable of owning tens of galaxies. Don't get excited. This little bit of wealth doesn't mean much in the vast universe. You are only a 3-star client in the vast universe. You are only a small shrimp. A few tens of galaxies, just moderately affluent, Babata said. Work and train hard. When you reach the domain lord and inherit your teacher's 5-star account, you'll be rich. Alright, I'm just a little shrimp. Luo Feng smiled, looking at the screen. Including the letter he was looking at, there were a total of 7 messages, of which 5 were from the Universe Galaxy Bank. The 6th was from the Virtual Universe Company. the 7th from the Battle Axe Coliseum. D. Luo Feng gently tapped the screen, opening the second message. Greetings, respected client. Are you constantly putting large amounts of money into your account and having to withdraw when you need it? I have to remind you that this is an extremely low efficiency way of utilizing your money. As long as you pass it to us to circulate, you will constantly receive increases and rewards. We can guarantee there'll be no losses. As for the rewards, according to the trends, there will be slight differences in the amount every year. Our highest record for a user in history has been over 100 before. Right. As long as you pass 1 trillion universe dollars for us to handle, 1 year later, it could very likely become 2 trillion universe dollars. Even in bad situations, we can guarantee no losses. Here are some of the achievements randomly picked out by our investment department. Luo Feng couldn't help but laugh, raising his finger and gently opening the 3rd. Greetings, respected client. Our team has the greatest planet management skills. Do you have a large amount of planet territories? However, they are not giving you enough rewards and earnings. As long as you pass them to us to manage, we will cultivate the highest and most elite warriors, loyal soldiers, at the same time ensuring the earnings of every planet. The efficiency will greatly increase. Also, we can help set up a sect or a large and strong family. A sect, family, dynasty, school. You can pick any plan and allow us help you manage your territory. Luo Feng read all 5 messages in one go. The second message is from the Universe Galaxy Bank's investment department. They want me to allow them to use my money to invest and trade stocks. The third message is a service, saying I can pay to allow them to help manage my planets, helping me cultivate loyal underlings also with different plans, like a sect, family, etc. The fourth is asking to help me invest and trade in the stock market. The higher the percentage of returns, the greater the risks. The fifth is just for my relaxation, providing different forms of services. Luo Feng shook his head. 2 of the 5 above messages were about investment and stock trading, one with a guaranteed no-loss policy, while the other had uncertain risks, and according to what he understood from his little brother, the financial market in the universe was very dark. The 2 super banks would absorb lots of ordinary people's money to form a large power and battle the tides. They normally used ordinary people's money to specially raise themselves into a sedan chair. Luo Feng, the 6th and 7th male are important. You should take a look, Babata said. Luo Feng was shocked. Very important. The 6th male was from the Virtual Universe Company. Luo Feng raised his finger and opened it. Greetings. The moment you became a 3-star client, you gained the right to participate in the Ganwu auction in the universe. Several treasures and items belong to an extra high level and grade, and many others are hard to purchase even if one had the money, and the auction our Virtual Universe Company organizes is specially to allow people to be able to purchase such items. The Ganwu auction is organized once every 3 years. The lowest requirement to enter the auction is to be a 3-star client in either the Universe First Bank or the Universe Galaxy Bank. The next Ganwu auction will be in 2 years. As for the specific details, please look at the attachment below. Virtual Universe Company. Luo Feng looked seriously at the screen before him. The requirements for this Ganwu auction were indeed high, the lowest actually being a 3-star client at Either of the two superbanks and 3-star clients were normally sector lords, or large wealthy people with great amounts of power. To allow a group of sector lords to take part in an auction. Luo Feng, in the Ganwu auction, there will be many incomparably valuable treasures, like the life fruit, along with some level 5 weapons that only Undying could forge, and other high-level weapons. All these can be seen at the auction to the strong. This auction is very important, Babata reminded. Only through this auction will you be able to get certain items. Luo Feng nodded. Of course, this is only the most basic auction. The auctions the Virtual Universe Company organizes are split into the basic, middle and high-level auctions. The basic auction, the lowest requirement is to be a 3-star client and normal 3-star clients are sector lords. The middle-level auction, the lowest requirement is a 4-star client and normal 4-star clients are undying. Hence, the middle-level auctions are usually filled with undying participating every treasure at the auction. I'm afraid even your entire fortune won't be enough to buy even one. The high-level auctions, the lowest requirement is to be a 5-star client. These auctions, the ones participating are the large organizations, the Leviathans or some superpowers within the Ganwu universe country or other universe countries, or some super undyings who work alone. The high-level auctions, every treasure is incomparably expensive. However, one high-level auction, just the preparation time is usually very long, and the items are what undying would risk everything to get, some trying hard but not getting them, like your teacher. Luo Feng was shocked. His teacher, the master of the Yunmo planet, lost his life back then for a certain item. A 3-star client, within the Black Dragon Mountain star field, is quite impressive. However, in the entire universe, it's just average. As for the auctions, you can only participate in your own empire's auction, the Ganwu auction. You don't have the rights to enter others, Babata said. Luo Feng nodded. These auctions had huge requirements. People without background or money wouldn't even have heard of them. Even the basic auction, the lowest requirement was to be a 3-star client. The next Ganwu auction will be 2 years and 1 month from now. Luo Feng secretly anticipated this level of auction. He definitely had to participate. Luo Feng sat in his study, finishing up the introduction of the auction. Feeling even more anxious, there would indeed be many valuable treasures there. The last message is from the Battle Axe Coliseum. Luo Feng raised his finger and opened it curiously. This message was a notification. When he became a 3-star client, he automatically gained the title of Bronze member. He could go watch the battles of the Battle Axe Coliseum. Battle Axe Coliseum, a membership, is it important? Luo Feng asked suspiciously. The membership himself isn't, however, the live broadcast of the Battle Axe Coliseum battles are important. The little devil the size of a huge fist on Luo Feng's shoulder emphasized, every battle the Battle Axe Coliseum organizes are life or death. At least one must die before the battle will end. Hence, these battles are very valuable to watch. They are very important and rewarding to one's training and realization. Luo Feng nodded. Along with this message came an attachment of the list of the upcoming battles. Luo Feng opened it. Death battles within the next 7 days. A total of 6,201 battles. Luo Feng stared wide-eyed. There are 6,118 universe-level battles, 82 domain lord battles, and 1 sector lord battle. Luo Feng took a deep chilly breath. Within the short span of 7 days, there were so many death battles and even a Sector Lord level death battle. That's normal. The Battle Axe Coliseum spreads over every empire in the universe. One empire alone is vast and enormous, with all of them added together, with so many death battles in the next 7 days, that's normal. Babata explained, look, of these 6,201 death battles, the ones belonging to the Ganwu universe are only these 3. On the list, the universe death battles, 6,118 of them were arranged according to the number of viewers from highest to lowest. The most anticipated life and death battle was one where both fighters were at the level 6 stage. Universe level 6 stage, so many people spectating. Luo Feng curiously opened the battle to view the details. Both of them came from the Desolate Peaks universe country. One was named Genji and was from the Lu Shou clan. The other was Hanks, a slave from a slave owner. Genji was born on planet Lu Shou, and their living environment is extremely hostile, with many wild beasts roaming the land, killing weaker and smaller Lu Shou people. Only the strong survived, and the genius of the clan Genji very quickly rose from the planet and reached star traveler level, even star level, arousing the attention of the leaders of the planet. Genji later became an elite soldier of one of the leaders. He constantly worked hard and his position rose greater, with the leader later giving him more benefits and privileges. Genji became the leader of the Lu Shou planet and the hero of the Lu Shou clan. However, later, the leader angered a large enemy and came under attack. Many of the planets he owned, including Lu Shou, were robbed away, with many Lu Shou clan people becoming slaves. Genji worked hard to reach the universe level, after which he sold himself to the Battle Axe Coliseum. The Battle Axe Coliseum bought him over from the original leader, and Genji had to experience 1,000 battles within the Battle Axe Coliseum. If he survived, he would recover his freedom. Hanks lived on a very normal planet, leading a normal life. Many youths on this planet, including the young Hanks, was taken by a slave trader forcefully. This slave trader took many slaves and began his hellish training, with many failed subjects being eliminated and sold off as slaves. While the elites continued training, Hanks was one of the elites, becoming star level and breaking through to the universe level. However, because of the microchip, he remained a slave. Later on he grew incredibly strong. Being sold off as a simple universe level alone wasn't worth it, hence the slave trader made a deal with him. As long as he could survive through 1,000 death battles in the Battle Axe Coliseum, he would be returned his freedom. This was because the longer one survived within the Battle Axe Coliseum, the higher the appearance fees, and this was much more than simply selling him off. The slave trader was very clear. Only by allowing the slave to truly wish and anticipate his freedom would he truly unleash his strongest abilities within the battles. Hence, he gave him the deal that if he made it through 1,000 battles, he would regain his freedom. Genji, 691 wins. Hanks, 821 wins. Both universe level 6. This battle was the highest profile battle within the upcoming 7 days, out of the over 6,000 battles within the universe's Battle Axe Coliseum. Genji, fighter, with a domain level 5. Hanks, spirit reader controller with a domain level 4. To be able to have domains level 4 and 5 within the universe level 6, these two were definitely considered geniuses. The most important thing was these two had high battle abilities, many other similar level 4, 5 and even 6 level domains. Geniuses had all lost their lives to them. 691 wins, 821 wins. These two were definitely veterans within the Battle Axe Coliseum. These two people, Luo Feng exclaimed softly to himself. Looking at their backstory, Genji was doing it for his family, and Clan Hanks was a slave forced by his traitor. And amongst them one definitely had to die. This battle, we definitely have to watch it. Luo Feng carefully looked at the information on the screen. 1 hour. Universe ship, via universe travel, from Bylon star to Earth, took about 8 hours. Luo Feng immediately dragged Hong and Thunder God along to watch the battle. Battle Axe Coliseum, one of the 5 leviathans of the human race. In the virtual universe network, a space was specially created here. On it was a wide river that traveled throughout the entire space. Its strength was shocking, and on this seemingly endless river floated several islands. On each of them were dojos. Island number 08921. This was a snow-covered island. Its most daunting construct was a huge dojo. At the center of it was an empty plot of land. Surrounding it were blurred large amounts of seats. The second, third, and fourth level of the dojo were all private rooms. Only members were allowed into the private rooms, and normal spectators could only watch from the bleachers far away. I've got my eye on Genji. His blade skills are impressive. Every time I see his skills, I get a very dreamy feeling, one filled with the energy of life. He'll definitely win. Betting on Genji, his payouts are very low. So what if they are low? His payouts are 1/131, and Hanks is 1/268. From the management side of the Battle Axe Coliseum, it's obvious they too are betting on Genji. Who cares about the low payout, as long as I earn money? If Genji wins, I'll have earned a lot. I'll bet on him. I'll bet on Hanks. There might be an upset. I bet 600,000 universe dollars. Only 600,000 universe dollars. I bet 2 million universe dollars that Genji will win. I bet 1 million universe dollars, just for fun. 3 beast men with green horns, dressed in luxurious clothes, sat in the spectators' seats and discussed. Suddenly in the alleyway beside them, a silver-haired handsome man carrying a child walked towards the staircase beside and swiftly climbed up. Going up. The bank account must be at least 3 stars. Who is that man with silver hair? No idea. We 3 brothers only recognize people from our star field. In these places, many others, including us, aren't from the same empire. Who would know? The 3 with green horns discussed. At the same time, another 5 went upstairs. As the start of the battle drew closer, more people filled the arena. Levels of blurred silhouettes of guests had filled over half of the seats, with at least 100,000 people, and many others upstairs, to be able to enter the private rooms upstairs. One's bank account had to be at least 3 stars, or even higher. Look at those 3 punks, those eyes filled with curiosity, that demeanor. One look and one can tell they are country bumpkins that have never seen such things before. I agree with Big Brother. From the interactions and gazes that I've had with people before, these 3 seem lowly and uneducated. Can't be anyone big. I agree too. The 3 beast men with green horns looked at 3 youths walking in the distant alleyway. The 3 were chatting and laughing, looking around curiously at the arena's construct, following which, the 3 too began their climb upstairs. The 3 beast men immediately stared wide-eyed. They had actually miscalculated. 3-star clients. I've seen ghosts, how could I actually misread them? Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God swiftly went upstairs, entering their private room according to their ticket as a member. One had a private room to himself. And he could bring his family, friends, servants etc. to enjoy the match. As for how many he brought, it was totally up to the member. However, the private room was only that big, and the more people one brings, the tighter it got. Third brother, this Battle Axe Coliseum is indeed forthright from what I saw earlier. To watch a match like this, the ticket prices are very expensive and a member can actually watch like this for free, Thunder God exclaimed, and from walking in earlier, from the crowds of people in the seats, I heard from their discussions that all of their bets were at least in the hundreds of thousands of universe dollars, up to millions, so rich. Hong smiled, to be able to come here, even those on the first level, many must be planet leaders. Right. Luo Feng smiled and nodded, right, 1 trillion black dragon dollars was akin to 300,000 universe dollars, meaning to say those people were casually betting up to tens of planets at a go. They were definitely people with background and money from their own star fields. No matter how much background and reputation, they still weren't members. Battle Axe Coliseum members, the lowest requirement was at least a 3-star client. Normally only sector lords had this sort of status in the Black Dragon Mountain Starfield. Only the 16 large families had such people, and even though they had sector lords, they weren't definitely 3-star clients. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen from the universe. This death battle is about to begin immediately. Please everyone hurry and make your bets, there isn't much time left. Genji winning, payout 1/131. Hanks, payout is 1/268 if both die together, payout is 181, yes 81 times. Payout, for opponents who are so evenly matched, there might very likely come a situation where both perish. A booming voice, using perfect universe language reverberated around the room and in everyone's ears. Only 5 minutes remain to bet, everyone please hurry and bet. Within the private room. First time here, we should make a bet, Thunder God smiled, big brother. 30, who are you going to bet on? I bet on Hanks. Hong said seriously, looking at him. I remember back when I was a youth and trained as an assassin, his struggles are tens of millions of times greater than mine. Slave traders make their slaves go through hell. I believe he should win. I bet on him 100 million universe dollars. 100 million. Luo Feng looked shocked at Hong. How much money Hong had? Luo Feng was very clear, he had given him 4 billion universe dollars before, and with the universe crystal separation, he had another 1 billion universe crystals. In terms of wealth, Hong succeeded only 5 billion universe dollars. Throwing 100 million down like this, it seems like Hong was really into it. I choose Genji, 100 million universe dollars. I feel like his chances are bigger. Thunder God said, 30, how about you? Me. Luo Feng looked through the window of the private room, right at the center of the Battle Axe Coliseum. A large screen displayed the two warriors and their information that Hanks was extremely cold, as though he stepped out of hell. That Genji, his eyes seemed firm and solid, with a sense of anticipation, smiling frequently. I choose him, Genji. Luo Feng said, also 100 million universe dollars. He didn't know why, but as he looked at Genji, thinking about how this warrior was fighting for his home and clan, fighting to regain his home planets, freedom and to never let them become slaves again, selling himself to the Battle Axe Coliseum when he couldn't deal with the enemy and fighting for survival. Luo Feng somewhat resonated with him. He too had such huge pressure on him, and the threat of the Newland Shan family still hasn't been extinguished. However, unlike Zheng, Luo Feng had several more trump cards in hand. I wish for your success, to be able to survive 1,000 battles, Luo Feng thought to himself. Virtual Universe, Arena 08921. Betting end. Ladies and gentlemen, this death battle will begin immediately. The warriors in this death battle are the fighter Genji and the spirit reader controller Hanks. They are both universe level 6. The location of this battle is in Desolate Peak Universe Country, Red Bird Starfield on a normal uninhabited planet. Right now, we'll begin the live broadcast of the battle. Following which, the entire dojo became dark and a snow-white planet appeared. In the center of the arena, it constantly expanded, and on its surface, the winds howled with hail and snow dancing about in the wind. Vaguely, one could see among the winds and rubble 2 human silhouettes. One dressed in a dark blue robe, in boots, and carrying a battle knife and round shield, a cold-looking youth. He was Genji. Opposite, dressed in black armor, long hair flying, his face with a scar, with 2 sabers at his waist, a long white dragon flying about his body. He was Hanks. Death battle, location on a desolate planet. Among the 2 of them, only one would live and leave the planet. Begin. A thick voice resounded from space, hitting the 2 warriors' ears. On the planet. On this planet's incomparably thin atmosphere, one dressed in golden armor and boots, a bald warrior, surveyed below. He, a domain lord warrior, was the overseer of this death battle. If any one of them dared to flee before the battle was decided, he would immediately kill him. A universe-level battle, with a domain lord overseer. Domain lord level battle, sector lord overseer. A sector lord battle, undying overseer. This was the rule of the Battle Axe Coliseum. The moment one signed and agreed to battle, there was no way out. Lu Xiao, the blue-robed youth, muttered to himself, following which his eyes gleamed and, like 2 lasers, gazed hard at the distant black-clothed man. 822 victories, the black-clothed man Hanks, his eyes filled with incomparably strong killing intent, like a devil from hell. Rumble. Rumble. The howling winds and rubble were blown apart. However, the huger Axe Dojo's camera was swift and incomparably clear, capturing every bit of the battle. Also transferring to the Virtual Universe Network, displaying at 08921 Arena. Everyone at the arena could clearly see the entire battle scene. Seal. The black-clothed man Hanks floated in mid-air, the earth and sand dancing about him. With a shout, the snow-white dragon circling about him stopped. What was originally complex silver-white embroidery on the surface began to glow and form that long dragon. Pung, the large amount of embroidery dispersed, swiftly filling up the surrounding land and skies, every bit glowing brightly, turning the entire world around silver-white in an instant. Hank's domain, Snow Ice domain. This can't stop me. Dressed in a blue robe, the man took one step at a time towards Hanks. While it seemed slow, it was actually fast as lightning. While walking, the blue-robed silhouette actually created 3 mirror images, making one unable to discern immediately which was the true body. All 3 of them were staring hard together at Hank, their gaze sharp as needles. It's no use, the black-clothed Hanks stared coldly. Show. 39 needles swiftly formed into a silver thin snake, as fast as lightning, piercing towards the three blue-robed images, following several chi sounds. 2 of the images were destroyed while the blue-robed Genji remained with a strong aura emanating around him. Genji held a shield. That shield swiftly formed a tight defense about him, making the silver thin snake unable to get around it. The blue-robed man walked one step at a time, his formless aura getting stronger and stronger. His battle knife in his other hand hadn't even been used yet. Virtual universe, within the private room of the dojo. Luo Feng and his brothers watched with anticipation, beads of perspiration falling from their foreheads. Hong exclaimed softly, "Unbelievable, relying on the shield, he can actually defend like that, almost as though there are no openings at all from all directions, completely sealed in this. This is simply too exaggerated. His methods and skills have already reached such an unbelievable level. It is unbelievable." Thunder God held his breath. Impressive. Luo Feng, too, used a shield, hence he was even clearer of how terrifying that Genji was. That Hanks too is impressive. He actually fused his spirit weapon with his domain, forming an invincible snow-ice domain. There was always someone above. Luo Feng and his brothers always thought they were pretty strong, however. Watching these two warriors in this death battle, whether it was their mental state, domain level, shield skills, spirit reader skills, they far exceeded that of themselves. However, from the looks of it, Genji might win. Thunder God creased his eyebrows. Right? Luo Feng nodded. Right, Hong exclaimed, that Genji's aura has totally suppressed his opponent, and his shield skills make him impenetrable, and he hasn't even used his sword. The moment he unleashes it, it would definitely be invincible. Desolate Star. The youth dressed in blue armor Genji seemed to move slowly, however in a blink of an eye he actually closed in a few kilometers of distance, floating in mid-air and using all his power to control the spirit weapon to attack. Hank seemed frantic, gritting his teeth. 3 dragon break. Show. Needles swiftly gathered and formed 3 silver thin snakes, madly surrounding and attacking Genji. Humph. Genji snorted softly, using strength from his legs, leaving behind a crater as he jumped. His entire battle knife in his hand had already become a blurry green image, engulfing Hanks, who was in mid-air, and Hanks simultaneously drew both his swords on his waist, holding each in one hand and becoming a beam of light. Chong. The exchange between the two universe-level warriors, the impact from their clashes, created immensely strong ripples, immediately causing large scars and wearing down the first layer of the ground, then another few tens of meters lower, the entire area around them, tens of kilometers immediately, was reduced to waste. The waves spread and dispersed in every direction with every heavy attack and clash. The ripples spread further and violently in every direction, causing the area around them to get swept away. Block. Genji muttered below his breath, the sword in his hand maintaining its incomparably graceful elegance as it slashed towards Hanks, forming a dreamy green sword silhouette. Looking at it, it's almost as though one was looking at a little blade of grass breaking through from the ground, getting stronger as it grew. That continuous thriving life force gave off the feeling of limitless energy. Hank's forehead began to perspire with beads dripping down. He grit his teeth and continued to dodge, at the same time parrying the attacks and controlling his spirit weapon to attack violently at Genji. Occasionally using spirit attack techniques too. Helpless. Genji wasn't affected at all that knife work, which was so full of life. Parried and attacked over and over, getting stronger and stronger, again and again. Within the private room. Genji has won, Hanks can't take it anymore, Luo Feng said, looking at the virtual screen in the center of the dojo, those eyes filled with hope, knife work filled with limitless life energy. Genji 30. If Genji wins, we'll earn big money, Thunder God smiled. It's not over yet. Hong's expression was serious. Amongst the three of them, Luo Feng resonated with Genji's life and story. Hong, however, resonated with Hanks. The two were watching with anticipation at their champions. Of course, if Hanks died, Luo Feng would still feel sorrow and regret. However, in this death battle, one of them had to die. There was no other way. Luo Feng's expression changed. There's hope. Hong's eyes gleamed. That's weird. Thunder God stared wide-eyed. Wah. A special situation has arisen. Haha, the tables are about to turn. Shocked cries filled the entire dojo suddenly, all engaged in discussion. One had to know that surprise situations within the death battles were rare. These death battles relied on the exponent's strengths, and Genji's was indeed above that of Hanks, whether it was shield or sword skills, while defending and attacking simultaneously, it was incomparably perfect. And Genji's mental state was extremely strong, his soul's defense was strong. 2. Soul attacks or hypnotism didn't affect him at all. Hence, even the payout given by the Battle Axe Coliseum was much lower too. Genji, obviously they had deemed that he was much stronger than Hanks. However, now he's evolved. This Hanks, in the face of death, actually managed to realize part of the origin laws. It's indeed the origin laws. It should be the water origin laws. Even though he's just come to understand it, he still stepped through a very large door. Haha, this death battle, we actually managed to see something like that. It's worth it. Luo Feng and his brothers listened to the discussion from the bleacher stands. They knew very little about the origin laws, however at this time, they could clearly see a large change in the situation of Genji and Hank's death battle. The clashes causes ripples that tremored the ground greatly, creating incomparably large shockwaves below. The two silhouettes moved as fast as lightning. Chi. Hank's eyes gleamed. His snow ice domain had engulfed the entire land and earth. His three silver thin snakes seemed alive again, almost as though three slippery thin snakes. They surrounded Genji and madly attacked. Genji used his shield to defend, however, he seemed frantic, no longer as relaxed as before. Chong Genji not only used the shield, but also his battle knife to defend. No. Genji began to perspire profusely. His defense with the shield and sword had already reached their limit. Floating in the distance, the black-clothed Hank surveyed over this scene. His eyes flashed, and the three silver thin snakes' attack speeds actually rose and grew again, causing Genji to be unable to defend. A thin silver light brushed through the shield, and it actually caused this silver thin snake to explode. However, its front half, with needles that had formed a silver light, actually pierced through Genji's head. Silence. All the needles stopped their attack and floated in mid-air. They swiftly gathered together, along with the surrounding needles, forming a round disc, landing beside Hanks. Dressed in a blue armor, with a smashing sound, his knees landed on the ground, following which his body fell gradually. Ha ha ha. Run quickly, here to Daddy. Daddy, Daddy. Genji, in his dazed eyes, seemed to clearly see that beautiful grass field. On it were his adorable 5-year-old daughter, who was laughing, chasing large silhouette, shouting, Daddy, Daddy. That grass field in his dreams, his Genji's most beautiful grass field. His home. The place he had to protect. Lu Xiu, at the instant his soul shattered, he muttered his home's name. Peng. His body crashed on the ground, blood seeped out from his forehead, even though it didn't seem like too much of a wound. In truth, his brain and consciousness had already been pierced through, his soul was broken. The winds howled loudly. The black-clothed man Hanks flew over from far, landing on the ground beside. Looking at the blue-robed corpse, Hanks slowly knelt down, gently rubbing Genji's eyes to closing them. However, he felt his hands get a little wet. Hanks looked at his hands, the liquid was clear, tears. I'm sorry. Hanks lowered his head to look at Genji's body, saying softly, I just want to go home. During every battle, Hanks always seemed vicious and unfeeling. However, after every battle, he would apologize. Hanks closed his eyes. The beautiful memory of his planet, his home. It has already been thousands of years since he has returned. 822, another 178 matches, and I can go home. Hanks stood up. Rumble. He rushed towards the sky. Only the ice storm was left around the skies. The snow and ice storm quickly covered Genji's corpse, a Universe Level 6 warrior. One that may have actually had a very bright future, a warrior with boundless paths ahead, had died like that on a desolate star. Within the private room, the Battle Axe Coliseum's camera equipment was incomparably advanced. Even the 2 tears that Genji had left behind were clearly captured. The end, Genji's death, Hank's victory. Luo Feng and Thunder God had both lost their bets. Hong won. However, all 3 of them were deep in thought for a long time. Even Hong, who had watched solemnly at the final scene of the corpse being covered by dust. Genji has died. Luo Feng said solemnly. Hanks just requires another 178 victories to return alive. Hong and Thunder God were silent. In the universe, to rise and struggle to a position of power was indeed extremely hard. Any genius, getting careless in any situation, could result in death, and the entire Earth's strongest were just them 3, watching this scene. Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God felt immense pressure. Leaving the dojo and returning to reality from the virtual universe network. Within the universe ship control room, Luo Feng and his brother's moods were heavy. This brutal universe Thunder God could help but curse. Luo Feng was silent. Don't bother, there's no point in cursing. Hong shook his head. Where there's light, there will be darkness, and with power and levels, there will be competition even on a small planet like Earth. Assassins, prostitutes, liars, robbers, corrupt officials, scammers, what type of people do we not have? Much less the incomparably vast universe. The vastness of the universe only means even more brutal and scheming people. However, there are many more with light in their hearts, people chasing after their dreams. It's a myriad of types, encompassing everything. The only thing we can do now is to prepare ourselves and protect our community on Earth. Only when we become powerful people within in the universe will we have the power to actually do something. As for now, let's not think or act rashly. Hong shook his head. Luo Feng and Thunder God nodded. The ship continued to fly. After 8 hours of flying, the ship finally reached the dark universe coordinates within the solar system. The coordinates here were totally camouflaged by the UNMO planet masters' space techniques, hence other ships that wanted to come here could only come through the wormhole and fly for a long period of time before being able to reach here, while Luo Feng and his group could easily just engage in universe travel. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 3, 2, 1 universe travel within the dark universe. Following the universe ship's halt, it then began to engage in its universe travel and return to their original solar system. China time year 2063, November 16th, late night 8 p.m., a triangular universe ship entered Earth, landing in the continent of Asia, China, Jiannan. Headquarter cities Yangzhou City skies. Hong and Thunder God had already been sent home earlier by Luo Feng when they arrived. Yangzhou City, Westlake Yard. Daddy. Daddy. When Luo Feng, dressed in his alloy armor and battle boots, arrived with his slave Ao Gu at the castle's entrance, his family had been waiting, having received the news earlier, especially his 2 sons, Luo Hai and Luo Ping, immediately shouting excitedly and running directly towards Luo Feng. Haha, Ping Ping, little Hai. Luo Feng looked at his family, a contented smile spreading across his face. Oh, wah, much heavier than before. Luo Feng hugged his 2 sons and laughed happily. Daddy, your armor is so hard. Ping Ping waved his fist and punched it, pong. Pong, pong, knocking on Luo Feng's alloy armor. You don't even change when you return. Su Xian walked up to him, smiling. Dressed in this metal lump. I got so used to wearing it outside, didn't get the time to change. Luo Feng smiled. The alloy armor had indeed been worn for too long. Actually, while the armor outside was hard and solid, it was still very comfortable within. Of course it couldn't compare to the pure cotton sleeping gowns, however as time passed, one would naturally get used to it. Little Feng, dinner is ready, we've been waiting for you, his mother, Gong Xian Lan smiled. Yes, mother's cooking is the best. Luo Feng smiled. Let me go change and take a bath and we'll eat immediately. Changing from his alloy armor and boots into a comfortable nightie, Luo Feng had dinner with his family. Breathing in that aroma of home, watching the moon with family and having dinner and chatting with them. After traveling in the universe for a long time, one would indeed miss this feeling. The news of Luo Feng and his brother's return was very quickly known by the 5 great countries. On the 3rd afternoon from his return, the 5 great countries sent 15 representatives to Luo Feng's house to discuss about the universe migration. Within the meeting room, Hong and Thunder God rushed over too. The main event was the discussion between the 15 representatives and the 3 of them. These 15 representatives could already represent the entire powers of the 5 great countries. Mr. Luo, cowardice will not solve the problem. We are all very clear that there are many dangers within the universe, however we cannot just wait till the dangers come knocking at our doorstep before we face them. The best method is to communicate and make contact with others in the universe as soon as possible and make preparations. A lady chairperson from the European Union political party said seriously. Yes, please understand that our countries have all made ample preparations. The new white prime minister from the American side watched Luo Feng and his group. The Chinese, Indian, and Russian representatives all stared at Luo Feng and his brothers. Whatever could be said has been said already. Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God exchanged glances, and finally, Luo Feng nodded. The three had already made their decision. I understand your thoughts. Luo Feng looked towards the leaders of the 5 great countries. I admit, whatever you've said does make a lot of sense. If you want to migrate into the universe, that's possible, Luo Feng emphasized. The leaders of the 5 great countries could barely hold back the excitement in their eyes. However, I must warn you all. The first point, reaching another life planet in the universe, I will provide the migrants with the most basic of living guarantees. However, you must understand that one has to reach the Star Traveler level before earning the right to be a universe citizen. Hence, the moment these migrants leave the planet that I control, I cannot guarantee their safety. The second point, leaving Earth is very easy, returning is very hard. Returning to Earth from the other life planets in the universe, just traveling alone, takes 3 years. The third point, as for the information of Earth, they have to keep it totally secret, no divulging of any kind. Luo Feng emphasized. Actually, there wasn't much important information of Earth. The only important thing was about the golden horned beast. However, normal citizens of Earth didn't even know the swallowing monster was the golden horned beast, and these migrants, Luo Feng would definitely not allow any of them to bring any pictures or footage of the golden horned beast. The moment the migrants left Earth and reached a planet Luo Feng controlled. Firstly, there were other human races on that planet, all normal people, who would know of the swallowing monster or golden horned beast. However, if anyone divulges any information of Earth and betrays the humans of Earth, he or she will be executed, Luo Feng emphasized. No problem. Agreed. Agreed. Mr. Luo, it seems that you don't require 3 years to return from the universe, that American lady asked, looking at them. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows and stared at her. That formless mental pressure caused her to start perspiring profusely with cold sweat. Luo Feng said, this first batch of migrants is the first contact from Earth to the universe. I don't want any accidents. The moment an accident occurs, then all of you will be guilty of sabotaging the humans of Earth. Remember the 3 points that I said. Agree, and I will agree to the migration. If you don't agree to them, then you can work hard and build your own spaceship, Luo Feng said coldly. Oh, sorry my Luo, I was just curious, I didn't mean anything else, that lady said. That's how it is, the migrants will officially depart from Earth half a year later. Within this half a year, you all should choose the people wisely. Remember, just the trip back requires 3 years, Luo Feng said. The 15 representatives of the 5 great countries left. Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God couldn't help it. There are good points to this. We cannot always take all the weight of Earth on ourselves. We should let them head out and deal with problems without pressure. There'll be no movement always under our protection. The humans of Earth would naturally evolve slower, Hong said. Right. Luo Feng nodded. These people wouldn't be able to make a mess even if they wanted to. What's more, divulging information of Earth would make them traitors of Earth. Everybody is from Earth, so they wouldn't dare to reveal anything, and even if they did, it would still be within our control. That is, after all, my territory. Luo Feng currently had over 100 planets as his territory. However, for the migrants of Earth, he was actually prepared to specially buy a few others. To the current Luo Feng, buying a few planets was indeed easy. After staying a few days on Earth, Luo Feng sat in a universe ship and headed to Mars. He also ordered a nutrition cabin via the virtual universe network. "Sir, you sure you want to buy an E-grade nutrition cabin?" This nutrition cabin, as the highest 3-grade cabin, is most for the recovery and evolution of a Sector Lord warrior. Also, it is also an evolution cabin capable of immediately producing a universe-level warrior. However, it will only make the body of the warrior into a universe level. Any further breakthroughs will be dependent on his own comprehension of domains, etc. Just relying on the cabin alone is futile. Also, relying on the cabin to break through might result in one's foundations not being solid. Unable to realize domains, naturally unable to ever break through to the domain Lord level. Also, the cost of usage for the nutrition cabin is shocking: 100 years of usage. Creating a universe level, the amount of money can be used to buy over 100 universe level slaves, hence using it to evolve is not worth it at all. Its best and mostly used function is to heal a Sector Lord's body and to recover at its best point, its healing abilities. I have to emphasize this point. If you still think that it's fine, then sign below. E-grade nutrition cabin requires 86 billion universe dollars. As for the nutrition liquid you require, 1 ton requires 10 billion universe dollars. A ton of nutrition liquid can totally create a universe level of course. 10 billion universe dollars can also buy over 100 universe level slaves. Oh, you require 10 tons of nutrition liquid. Understood. This is the agreement. A Sector Lord's battle. There are many which inflict damage straight on the soul, some on the body outside. At this time, relying on the nutrition cabin to recover is the best. Hence the nutrition cabin was very expensive. It had a secondary effect, warrior evolution, and what Luo Feng bought it for was to increase the speed of evolution of his own human body. As for being unable to break through with the golden horned beast's body as the root, Luo Feng, you have no bottleneck at all, and no problem of your foundations not being solid. Also, you have money. Of course, buying is the best option. This 3-grade nutrition cabin generates the fastest evolution speed. This was what Babata had told Luo Feng. Luo Feng took the nutrition cabin and stationed himself on Mars, beginning a long period of isolation within. This was because Luo Feng's golden horned beast body was about to break through to the universe level, and breaking through had several very important problems. Naturally, he would pick Mars where no one could bother him to break through. In the world of thunder, the golden horned beast was already a star level 9. For the star level 9 to break through to the universe level, it required over 50 years, and Luo Feng's metal groupings had a maximum efficiency of 89 times. Hence, in a little over half a year, it was already ready to break through. And Luo Feng was at point of time where it was just about to do it. Solar system, Mars. This was an extremely dry, desert-like planet, and now, a jet-black disk shaped universe spaceship was inside a deep hole with a diameter of a few 100 meters. This spaceship was one of Luo Feng's reserve spaceships, which now became Luo Feng's headquarters during his temporary stay on Mars. Inside the gigantic resting room of the spaceship, a long rectangular dark Blue nutrition cabin lay within the entire nutrition cabin was 21.6 meters long and 8.3 meters wide. The main body of it was dark blue at the same time. On the metallic surface were a lot of complicated flower markings and a few simple buttons. An E-grade nutrition cabin, the highest quality nutrition cabin in all of the human races of the universe. Just the price reaches 86 billion universe dollars, which is equivalent to 3 or 4 galaxies that are a bit desolate. The dark blue metal on the surface is a F8 grade metal, comparable to the hybrid copper essence bluestone essence, which is extremely expensive. Of course, the weapon that Luo Feng uses, the hybrid copper essence shard, even though it's small, also has an astonishing price, because of its craftsmanship. It is valuable in its edge. To make an extremely tough metal like the hybrid copper essence into something sharp is an extremely difficult task. The higher the grade of a metal, the harder it is to work with. The hybrid copper essence is something that even an undying being can only make a small mark on after punching it. Back then, the master of Yunmo planet indeed sacrificed a lot to make his spaceship into the shape of a sharp triangle. This is why the Yunmo planet spaceship is so powerful. Because of the bluestone essence surface, even an undying being will need a lot of time to break this nutrition cabin. Inside the cabin, a young, black-haired youth with a naked body that was essentially perfect lay within the dark gray nutritional liquid. Energy filled with the force of life swiftly swept into his body through each of the pores in his skin. The energy containing the force of life immediately triggered the transformation of the genes after his cells absorbed it. A ton of nutritional liquid could purchase over 100 universe-level slaves and over 10,000 life planets. His hair continuously grew longer, his skin became more crystalline, his bones became tougher, his muscles became denser, his battle ability amplifier rose. Turn off. Luo Feng commanded the AI in the nutrition cabin. Chi-chi. The nutritional liquid steadily decreased and became empty. It was also extremely dry. Waves of high-pressured heat wiped across Luo Feng's body like a towel. After that, the nutrition cabin automatically added in water to rinse off Luo Feng's body, and then finally dried it again. Luo Feng stood up and leaped out of the nutrition cabin, which was 3 meters tall. At the same time, a deep red battle uniform set automatically formed on his body, and battle boots around his feet. Pa. His battle boots stepped onto the alloyed floor of the spaceship. This nutrition cabin, just what you would expect from an E-grade nutrition cabin. Its effects are indeed amazing. Luo Feng's eyes glowed as he looked at the dark green nutrition cabin in front of him. No matter how effective it is, your body needs to catch up with it. After laying in the nutrition cabin for nearly half a month, you have to rest for at least half a month before you can enter it again. Oh yeah, Luo Feng, how is your 10,000 blade soul seal going? A nonchalant voice reverberated across the spaceship. It was the living AI Babata. I can cast out 226 soul seal blades simultaneously, said Luo Feng. Of course, Luo Feng won't relax on his 10,000 blade soul seal training, since the only way to cast the slave seal is by completing most of the 10,000 blade soul seal, and by doing so, he'll finally have made a tiny bit of progress on the path of the soul seal. Too slow, still a long way to go until you can cast 10,000 soul seal blades, and don't even mention merging all 10,000 into one, yelled Babata loudly. I understand, smiled Luo Feng. After half a month of evolution and bitter spiritual force training, Luo Feng was very tired. He walked out of the universe spaceship, flew out the deep hole, and arrived at the surface of Mars. The cold, red gravel extended into the horizon, sandstorms charging towards the sky could be seen in the distance. Luo Feng, who was completely covered in his cloud contact battle uniform set, gazed at the land. Suddenly, a gigantic image swiftly approached from the raging sandstorm in the distance. This was a gigantic monster that was as large as a mountain. Its body was covered in black scales. Its two horns, which pierced towards the sky, were covered in golden engravings. Its neck and back were also covered in golden engravings. The golden horned beast in the distance roared towards the sky. Its cold eyes looked towards the human Luo Feng in the distance. Luo Feng also looked towards the golden horned beast in the distance. It's time to break through to the universe level, Luo Feng frowned. The golden horned beast's body and his human body can appear in the outer world at the same time, or one of the bodies can appear in the outer world alone, or neither of them. When both bodies aren't in the outer world, then the core will appear in the outer world. No matter what, the core must be in the outer world. It cannot enter the inner world. As for the bodies, whether the golden horned beast body or the human body, they can be repaired no matter how damaged they are, because to Luo Feng, the core of his life is the core that contains his soul. Of course, the core is his weak point. Luo Feng wouldn't dare to leave his core outside. That would be asking for death. In the battle before, the only reason his human body hid in the inner world while the golden horned beast appeared was because Luo Feng didn't want anyone to discover the relationship between his human body and the golden horned beast. As of now, since a defense system has been installed throughout the entire solar system, he definitely doesn't have to worry about anyone discovering that he and the golden horned beast are on Mars. The universe level. It's time to break through. Luo Feng shook his head and waved his hand. All types of valuable metal appeared on the ground. Luo Feng then transformed into a flowing light as he flew towards the universe spaceship in the distance. However, the mountain-like body of the golden horned beast lay on the desert ground. It extended its claw to cover the pile of metal. Space warped, and the pile of metal shrunk and then disappeared within the golden horned beast's palm. Mars was as quiet as always. It had two extra living beings. One of them was the human hiding in the spaceship, while the other one was the space beast laying on the ground of the desert. Time passed day by day. Even though Luo Feng was anxious, he could only wait. Time in China, 2063, 1226. On this day, beneath the surface of a certain area of the desert in Mars lay a golden horned beast. Ao. A thick sound filled with excitement echoed around the sky. Boom. A human image swiftly flew out of the spaceship and hovered in midair. He looked at the area where the golden horned beast lay and was filled with happiness. The inner world finally broke through. Inside the inner world of the golden horned beast, the continent, which was covered in a golden mist, was gigantic. Its length and width was 90 kilometers long. However, at this moment, the entire world was shaking violently. The originally spread out golden mist crazily flowed across the entire continent, which caused the golden continent to crazily absorb the mist and crazily expand. Its length and width expanded continuously, and its height continued to expand. This caused the continent to become thicker. The golden mist dramatically shrunk in return. The golden continent expanded. continuously. A jaw-dropping expansion. In just a few short hours, this continent went from a length and width of 90 km to a length and width of 1,000 kilometers. Its area expanded by around 100 times. The center of the golden horned beast is its core. And the core of its core is the inner world the golden horned beast swallows. Large amounts of metal to make the inner world expand and become more perfect. Only by expanding its inner world can the golden horned beast break through. As of now, from a length and width of 90 kilometers, it broke past the length and width of 1,000 km in an extremely short amount of time. Its inner world has completely transformed. Rumble. Deep within the desert of Mars, without the suppression of the inner world, the golden horned beast that has been stuck at the peak of the star level 9 stage finally began its transformation with an extremely excited howl. The golden horned beast's body slowly began to expand. Its bones and scales became tougher and harder. A third horn even began to appear on its forehead. The armor-like golden engravings covering most of its body also began to let out a mysterious glow, which continuously seeped into the body of the golden horned beast. Inside the core, in a gigantic tower which basically covered the entire surrounding space, 9 unbelievably hot fireballs were following a peculiar trail as they orbited around each other and formed a natural, unusual structure. This was the physical structure of Luo Feng's soul. Without the suppression from the inner world, the 9 fireballs that have long reached their limit instantly started to absorb the pure energy within the universe. As they absorbed, the 9 fireballs started to vibrate and expand. Rumble. Within an instant, all the energy in the space in the sky above Mars had been crazily absorbed, forming a scary whirlpool of energy. Such an astonishing level of energy caused the 9 mini-stars to swiftly expand in just moments. Their area expanded by 10 times. The 9 fireballs were still vibrating at the same time. The largest star reached its limit in expansion. Pung. The largest star ferociously exploded. Pung 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 pung. The other 8 mini-stars exploded on by one after they surpassed their limit. They exploded, forming countless star pieces. Even a large nebula was formed. After a long time, everything went silent. In the core, the large amounts of nebulae, star dust, star clusters, and extremely small planets formed a gigantic spiral galaxy. The mini-stars were most common. Within the very center of this gigantic spiral galaxy, tens of millions of them at the same time. The entire spiral galaxy had 8 spiral arms. However, there was an extremely tiny black area within the dense center of the spiral galaxy. Over there was the first black hole of the entire spiral galaxy. This mini black hole was slowly swallowing the stars and space dust around it. At the same time, at a place that cannot be reached, it generated slivers of pure energy. Shishi. The mist-like spiritual force seemed to appear out of thin air as it appeared in the surroundings of the gigantic spiral, causing a layer of light to cover the entire galaxy. What formed this bright, mysterious mist-like energy was indeed what universe-level spirit readers rely on: spiritual force. An extremely pure spiritual force. The golden horned beast has officially stepped into the universe level. On the desolate Mars, deep underground, Luo Feng's face was flushed with excitement, swiftly piercing underground. Breaking through to the universe level, that's the real mark of becoming a real strong warrior, as the most elite bloodline in the entire universe. Entering the universe level, only then can the golden horned beast actually unleash its true potential. Shua. Luo Feng vanished completely as he entered his internal world. Even though its body had become much bigger, with its length exceeding 1 kilometer. From the tip of its 3 horns, head portion, neck, continuous back, wings, 4 claws, tails, all of these had golden engravings on the scales since its birth. And now they were all glimmering. The dreamy golden domain engulfed the golden horned beast's entire surroundings. This is a domain. Luo Feng's soul could clearly feel that peculiar form of energy. This only happened when it just broke through to the universe level, with the help of the natural engravings and energy, spirit reading, genetic energy, willpower, physical body. They all naturally reached an incredible and harmonious state. The energies all began to fuse, and the golden energy that resulted from that actually affected the surrounding space. It's as described in the bloodline inheritance. The golden horned beast, even when it eats or sleeps, with its natural growth, will still naturally gain a domain, and it would constantly evolve 1 layer, 2 layers until 9 layers, and finally breaking through to having its own world energy, stepping into the Sector Lord level, even to the point of reaching the universe origin's origin. Laws of gold, reaching the pinnacle of Sector Lords. The inheritance memories, indeed, not lacking at all. It's too heavenly. Luo Feng's excitement surged. The difference was aggravating. Humans compared to the space beasts, the most elite of the bloodlines, and the one above them all, the golden horned beast. That was even more aggravating. Owning a domain was hard. Like Hong and Thunder God, who were either masters of martial arts or yoga masters, these two experienced a lot during the Great Nirvana period before finally being able to break through the levels of martial arts and yoga, reaching the pinnacle of harmonious fusion, before finally attaining their domains. And the golden horned beast, as the pinnacle bloodline of the vast universe, was set to achieve the universe origin laws and become the pinnacle of Sector Lords just from reaching maturity. What are you satisfied about? What are you excited about? Hong and Thunder God had their domains when they were at the Star Traveler level. You only attained it after reaching the universe level, and you are excited and content. As for the laws, that battle arena Hanks and Genji's fight, that Hanks was even able to realize a little about the universe origin laws also last time. Within the slaughterhouse, you and Thunder God were both easily defeated by a white-robed lady. That white-robed lady was only star level 1, and she could already feel the laws. There are many geniuses among the human race and the universe. What are you so proud of? Talent doesn't mean that your achievements will be high. The inheritance passed down from generation to generation for the golden horned beast. There have been many of them in history, however their achievements and levels have all been greatly different. Some golden horned beast just bank on their inheritance and reach the pinnacle of Sector Lords, living out their lifespans and dying. Other golden horned beast rely totally on their talents and waste their life spans only through experiencing setbacks. Will one realize and work hard and train? However, as the time wasted before was too long, many have been unable to become undying beings. Only very few golden horned beasts realize early enough that talent is just one side of it. Hard work was important too. Only these golden horned beasts will actually train techniques like absolute space and 9-layer space, ripping to a high level, and eventually stepping into the undying level, and Some golden-horned beast undying even create new techniques and become the heroes of the entire race. Sector Lord, pinnacle undying absolute peak even amongst the undying. Which do you want to become? If you only want to reach the pinnacle of Sector Lords, then just play around. Every day back in the Pacific Ocean when you risked it all and gambled to possess the golden-horned beast body, it was already set for you to become the pinnacle of Sector Lords. It's not hard at all for you. Wanting to become an undying, then you have to be incredibly hardworking. An absolute warrior even amongst the undying, stronger than your teacher. That requires hard work, ferocity, comprehension, etc., all the elements. Which do you choose? Babata berated Luo Feng, causing him to realize and awaken. What he said was indeed correct. Hong and Thunder God had their domains when they were in the Star Traveler level. Back then, he was easily defeated by the white-robed lady, a Star Level 1, who already understood the laws. In terms of talent, maybe humans couldn't be compared to the golden-horned beast. However, the amount of human races in the universe were too many. With such numbers, this meant that the amount of geniuses with incredible comprehension was extremely high too. The golden-horned beast's talents are heavenly by themselves. I have to compare myself with the pinnacle of geniuses amongst the human race in the universe. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Golden-horned beast. There have been many generations of golden-horned beasts. I want to become the strongest of them all. Luo Feng felt a surge in ambition. The beast's large golden pupils gleamed with golden light. My teacher back then actually managed to possess a long Kuyu's body. I actually managed to get a golden-horned beast's body. My teacher relied on himself and created the soul imprint technique. I have the golden-horned beast and the Yunmo planets techniques, all of their information. Talent, information, I have everything. Willpower, I have it too. Comprehension, I'm not too bad. I have everything. Then my most basic point will be reaching the undying level first, after which, becoming an absolute warrior amongst the undying. Stronger than even the undying that killed my teacher. Luo Feng looked to the future with anticipation. The golden-horned beast lay underground on Mars, with its entire body covered in scales and on them the peculiar engravings. This made the golden-horned beast which had calmed down amid a peculiar ripple of energy. This was a kind of ripple from the vast universe. However, this ripple seemed to be covered and obscured by layers and layers of gauze, making it very hard and tedious for Luo Feng to feel it completely. However, this alone made Babata very shocked, because under normal circumstances, only after reaching a 8 or 9 layer domain will one be able to vaguely feel these ripples. And Luo Feng, who only had a 1-layer domain, was already able to sense it. Somewhat. Golden-horned beast, it could feel the origin laws in the internal world, the golden continent, that universe origins ripple. It seems it became clearer within. Time passed like flowing water. 1 month after another. In the later days, the first batch of Earth's migrants formed the 5 great countries, summed up to about 80,000 people. Luo Feng had bought a planet called Jade Rainbow Star within the Silver Blue Empire galaxy, and it had about 100 million natives. This first batch of Earth's humans were arranged to be sent there. Once the arrangements were all settled, Luo Feng immersed himself deep in his training. His human body was focused on the 10,000 blade soul imprint, also spending time and energy on the soaring shuttle. As for the golden-horned beast, it was completely immersed in the domain and laws. In a flash, it was already year 2065. 2 years had passed. China year 2065, October 25, Luo Feng's training grounds on Mars. Within the universe ship spacious study, a dark green nutrition cabin was placed there. Suddenly, the doors opened and a human body, a full nude human body with 3 inches of black short hair, a man Luo Feng, quickly put on a layer of armor and boots and flew out of the nutrition cabin. 2 years of work, finally stepping into the star level 7. Luo Feng smiled. This E-grade nutrition cabin is indeed not bad. How's your training on the spatial techniques? Babata's voice resounded within the ship. No headway. Luo Feng shook his head. The spatial techniques are too hard. I haven't made any progress at all. 2 years ago, in the world within a world, Luo Feng began working on the 10,000 blade soul imprint. This technique belonged to the UMO planet soul imprint techniques, as was one of the more basic ones. It still, however, took more than a year, close to 2, for Luo Feng to make a big step with it. Training the 10,000 blade soul imprint made the training of the slave soul imprint much easier to achieve. And during this time, Babata had passed Luo Feng another technique, saying, "This, Luo Feng, even though your teacher didn't fully comprehend the origin laws of space, he still made huge achievements with the space laws, even to the point of traveling through dark universes and being able to shroud them and camouflage. This, even amongst the undying, only very few can do that. Even though you have the golden horned beast, however, you can only feel the origin laws of gold now. What's more, the space laws are originally the hardest law in the universe to feel and comprehend. Just like the time laws, they are the 2 deepest and hardest laws in the universe. Hence, right now you've had a little step in the soul imprint. The 10,000 blade soul imprint and slave soul imprint has succeeded. You even have your own domain. You can barely begin to feel the spatial techniques. Start from the simplest. The spatial techniques, right from the entrance, every step will be tedious and hard. However, you've trained in the golden horned beast's absolute space, maybe that'll make your entrance into the spatial techniques somewhat easier. Work hard. The origin laws are the main path. The origin laws of gold, you can let the golden horned beast train the spatial techniques, will be your future main training. Babata was filled with anticipation. Before, he thought that with the golden horned beast's talents, it should be easier. But what a pity, after months of training, nothing was achieved. Even the entrance wasn't reached. Accurately speaking, he never even touched the door. Babata, this spatial technique, the entrance alone is incomparably tough. Luo Feng said. Don't get discouraged. If a few months won't do, then take a few years. If a few years won't do, then take decades and hundreds of years. Take your time. Babata smiled. Maybe I was too demanding. The spatial techniques, normally only sector lords would find it easier to train. However, the earlier you succeed, the stronger it will be later. Understood. Luo Feng nodded. Right, Luo Feng. The army, from the Newland Shan family, according to time calculation, should reach within the next 10 days, including discrepancies and errors. Their universe ship may still very likely appear in the solar system in the next few days, Babata reminded. Newland Shan family. Luo Feng smiled. I've been waiting for them for too long. 2 years 8 months ago, they had already known about the Newland Shan family passing through the wormhole, headed towards Earth. With so much time, Luo Feng had made ample preparations. Full of confidence. Babata's mocking voice resounded within the universe ship, right, Luo Feng? It's time we return to Earth. No rush, Luo Feng shook his head. The golden-horned beast is currently training deity of the world. It can't stop at this time. Let's wait a while more. I'll take the chance to go train a little in the slaughterhouse battle arena. It's been some time since I went there. Slaughterhouse battle arena, there's no challenge there for you. Against higher levels, there's going to be some challenge, Luo Feng smiled. Sitting down cross-legged and closing his eyes, his consciousness entered the Virtual Universe Network. Virtual Universe Network, Black Dragon Mountain Island, within one of the battle arenas of the slaughterhouse. It was an endless desert. In it stood two men, one of which had green scales on his face, a single horn on his forehead, and he had two battle knives crossed on his back. He stared coldly at his opponent. His opponent was one dressed in a white battle robe, with silver long hair and silver eyes, a handsome man. 100 blades, the silver-haired man chuckled. You actually dare to battle against someone of a higher level? I will let you know the difference between a universe level 8 and 9. Humph, the green-scaled man snorted, and this made the silver-haired man's expression change. Rumble, rumble. The green-scaled man and the silver-haired man suddenly became two beams of lights and clashed within one of the quiet rooms of the slaughterhouse. Newell Shan, who was dressed in dark green battle uniform, was chatting with another in a gray long robe. A screen floated before them, and it was displaying the fight between the green-scaled man and the silver-haired man. Baikaluo's strength has risen a lot from before the man in the gray long robe complimented, his eyes long and narrow, smiling as he said, Baikaluo's talent, willpower and comprehension is the highest and best amongst all my disciples. Newell Shan said proudly, even though I have the Battle Axe title, back when I was Universe Level 8, I probably didn't even have his current strength. Such a high assessment, the man in the gray robe said, shocked. Then you think he can win this battle? He can win. Newell Shan nodded. His opponent is a Universe Level 9, the man in the gray robe said. Just watch, Newell Shan said confidently. On the screen, the green-scaled Baikaluo was engaged in an extremely intense battle with his opponent. Strong green winds were circling about. Baikaluo was almost like a child of the wind. His entire body had become a spinning top, constantly spinning. His knives in his hands became flashes of light, cutting at the silver-haired man. The silver-haired man's form was extremely elegant. White light surrounded his body, and his entire being was almost like a sun. He controlled a thread-like spirit weapon and constantly surrounded by Baikaluo. 10 blades. The green-scaled man's expression was malevolent, shouting out. The knives suddenly became 10 beams of light. 50 blades. Another shout. That snow-white light of the knives duplicated even more, flashes of light from the blades seemed to form a lotus flower, every blade and its reflection like a petal of the lotus. Hiss. The thread-like weapon was dancing about in the surroundings, attacking it by Baikaluo time and again. 100 blades. Baikaluo shouted. Rumble. An extremely glaring flash of the blades suddenly formed, almost like a tsunami, one that was formed from the reflection and flashes from a 100 blades, immediately swallowing up the silver-haired man. His eyes were filled with shock and fear. He couldn't believe what was happening, and with a crash, his entire body was destroyed. Baikaluo, the man with green scales all over his face, snorted coldly and vanished from the battle arena. Beautiful, the silver long-robed man revealed an expression of delight as he shouted gleefully. "What do you think? I didn't exaggerate, did I?" Newland Sean smiled. "It is indeed beautiful. Your disciple is too powerful." The man's face was flushed red with excitement. His knife skills and wind domain have already fused perfectly together. Also, the speed of the blades get quicker as time passes. The later it gets, the stronger his attacks become, finally crushing that universe level 9 altogether. Right. Newland Sean nodded. By Kalua's strong point is that as he unleashes this technique and time passes, it would get stronger and stronger. However, his weakness is very obvious during the time it takes to reach its full power. Its strength isn't too powerful. If the opponent takes that opportunity, he would have a high chance of beating him. Haha, don't be too harsh. Your disciple uses 2 blades which spin continuously, and with his wind domain and his agility wanting to attack him at the start is hard too, and the moment his blade technique is unleashed, it'll be over. The man in the gray robe laughed. Not bad at all. Can he pass? Newland Sean looked at him. No problem, I'll pass this footage to the Lord when I get back. I believe placing by Kaluo as one of our special elites in the 100 Tiger building shouldn't be a problem. The gray-robed man smiled. Newland Shan's smile deepened. After a while, there was only Newland Shan left in the room. Pung pung pung. There were knocks on the door. Enter, Newland Shan shouted. The door opened. A black-robed by Kaluo, along with the pointy-eared De Wen, entered. Ancestor teacher De Wen and by Kaluo bowed respectfully. Newland Shan looked up at the two before him. The black-robed by Kaluo, with a face full of green scales, made his entire exterior look cold. However, Newland Shan fancied it more as he looked. By Kaluo, I've just arranged with the 100 Tiger building to place you as a special elite to be nurtured. Thank you, teacher. By Kaluo bowed slightly. Yes. Newland Shan turned to look at De Wen. De Wen, you and by Kaluo should be reaching Earth soon. Ancestor, we are really close to Earth now. I estimate that we will reach in 3 days. De Wen's eyes were filled with anticipation. After traveling for 2 years and 8 months, naturally he was anxious. Very good. Newland Shan was excited. By Kaluo, Newland Shan looked at him. Teacher. By Kaluo replied respectfully. Remember, the first goal of heading into Earth, acquire that automaton ship. Don't arouse or disturb the armies of Earth, or even that Luo Feng first. Acquire that ship, that is the priority. Newland Shan's expression was serious. When you've acquired that ship, if you get the chance, get rid of that Luo Feng. Yes. By Kaluo and De Wen replied respectfully. Go on, I'll await your good news. Newland Shan smiled. By Kaluo and De Wen left immediately. Simultaneously, when By Kaluo had just concluded his battle, within the slaughterhouse battle arena. Break. Luo Feng looked at his opponent. A golden swordfish formed a beautiful arc, leaving people enticed from its shocking beauty. The swordfish had already pierced through the opponent's head. Crazy, victory. Break. Covered in the golden domain, the gold swordfish was extremely excited. It jumped around, shook about and waved its tail, immediately forming a beautiful arc, easily piercing through what seemed like an impenetrable defense, right through the opponent's forehead. Crazy, victory. Break. 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 The reputation of Crazy was widespread within the Black Dragon Mountain Island. Slaughterhouse. Crazy is a powerful 9-star rated fighter, battling against higher levels. In every battle, his earlier self was only a star level 6 spirit reader. He however had already cleared and demolished all within his level. When he stepped into the star level 7, he swiftly reached the 9-star grade and was invincible within his own level. Even when he battled against higher levels, he had a 99 winning percentage. Incredible, terrifying. Within the Black Dragon Mountain star field, there were already many powers taking note of this genius, whether it was the 4 Leviathans, or the 2 sacred lands. They all extended their invitations and hands to this absolute genius. However, this genius, called Crazy, didn't bother with them at all. "It's over, I'll stop here," Luo Feng smiled, vanishing from the battle arena. Mars. Within the ship, sitting cross-legged, Luo Feng opened his eyes. The slaughterhouse in Black Dragon Mountain starfield, not much of a challenge at all, Luo Feng exclaimed. "What are you proud of? You use the golden horned beast, with a 4-layer domain, and comprehension of the golden universe laws. You must know even in the huge axe dojo, like that universe-level death battle, if anyone began to comprehend the universe laws, it would be instant victory. You comprehend the laws, and have a 4-layer domain. Even more importantly, your consciousness level far exceeds those of the same level, because your consciousness is that of the golden horned beast. Domain, universe laws, consciousness level, all incredibly strong. What's so strange about being invincible within the same level in the Black Dragon Mountain star field? If you want to compete, compete with all the geniuses in the Gonwu Empire. Compete with all the geniuses of the universe. Babata can't stand it when Luo Feng gets cocky, so he jumps in to knock him down time and again. Luo Feng grinned, immediately flying out of the universe ship and landing on the surface of Mars. Rumble. In the distance was an incredibly huge beast that was hard to see end to end. Covered in black scales, breaking out from the ground, its eyes were cold and brutal. They gleamed gold as it looked at Luo Feng, after which, the space beast vanished and entered into Luo Feng's internal world. Deity of the world, it's really hard to train. Luckily, from the world within a world, I got a shocking amount of wealth and was able to afford all these valuable materials. No wonder so many golden horned beasts only managed to finish the first level with their entire life span, Luo Feng exclaimed and shook his head before flying swiftly back into the ship. Rumble. The universe ship took off and left Mars as it headed towards Earth. Earth, Asia continent, China's Yangzhou city. Luo Feng put away the universe ship and headed towards the lower end of the Westlake courtyard. It was about the evening. The red sun was in the west side of the sky, shining down on the yellow grass patch below. On the grass patch, however, was an extra large alloy stage. On it were 2 boys with knives in their hands, engaged in battle. Rumble, rumble. The air exploded about. Their speed alone created sonic booms. Stop. Beside the stage, a bald, simple, and kind man with thick lips smiled. There was even a peculiar marking on his bald head, similar to Buddhists with various types of markings on their heads. The 2 boys stopped. The bald-headed, thick-lipped man slightly bowed, their eyes filled with pure respect. "Master D. Fan, it's been hard on you." Luo Feng descended, his boots landing beside the stage. "Daddy. Daddy." Luo Hai and Luo Ping, their eyes gleamed as they shouted in glee and ran towards Luo Feng. Luo Feng laughed as he looked as his 2 children, 2 years had passed and his 2 children had gotten even more exceptional with enough capital to nurture them with the best, along with the techniques from both the golden horned beast inheritance and the UNMO planet. His 2 children received the optimum training and nurture. Right now, the 2 children were already comparable to advanced level war gods. This level may seem exaggerated on Earth, however in the universe, it wasn't much. 6 or 7-year-old children with better bloodlines, even without special nurturing, would usually reach the Star Traveler level at this age. How have these two's performance recently been? Luo Feng smiled as he looked at the bald thick-lipped Di Fan. The 2 masters have been working hard, their knifework foundation is very solid, Di Fan complimented. Daddy, you heard it. We have been working very hard, the 2 children said proudly. Luo Feng couldn't help but laugh. You 2 go play first, I have something to discuss with Uncle Di Fan. Okay. The 2 nodded and exchanged glances, their eyes filled glee as they headed swiftly towards the castle. To them, to be able to enter the virtual universe and play games was an extremely happy time. There were many other children similar in age to them. Di Fan, how has your training recently been? Luo Feng smiled and asked. The soul cutter technique master has given me is incomparably deep. I just made a little progress recently, but I still have many areas which I haven't understood. Di Fan said respectfully. Tell me, Luo Feng said. Please shed some light on these. Di Fan said respectfully. This soul cutter first level, concerning the spirit reading energy fusing with the blade. Di Fan asked and Luo Feng answered. Accurately speaking, it was Babata answering, because the soul cutter technique was an extremely strong technique from the UNMO planet. It was something the UNMO master had come across by chance at a historical remain. So there weren't any particular requirements to train it, and the soul imprint technique required him to transfer his soul first. The soul cutter's training experience, Babata remembered it all clearly. Hence when Di Fan met any problems, Babata could answer and Luo Feng would communicate on his behalf. This Di Fan. After Luo Feng had finished, he pondered deeply while looking at Di Fan before him, exclaiming within, I got lucky to be able to buy such a slave. Yes. Di Fan was a slave Luo Feng had bought, a universe level 9 slave. In the vast universe, relying on the living microchip control technique, one could at most control up to a universe level 9 slave. That was because the moment one broke through to the domain lord level, a domain lord could easily break the microchip within his brain and not die. Hence, the highest level available was only universe level 9, of which a universe level 1 slave's price was usually around 10 million to 30 million universe dollars, comparable to about 10 life planets in price. And a universe level 4 slave was priced around 100 million to 300 million universe dollars. Universe level 7 slaves were priced around 1 billion to 3 billion universe dollars. Universe level 8 slaves were about 3 billion to 10 billion universe dollars. A universe level 9 slave too was about 3 billion to 10 billion universe dollars. As to why there was hardly any difference between a universe level 8 and 9, this was because buying a universe level 9 slave came with risks. Even though it was extremely hard for a universe 9 to break through to the domain lord level, there was still a possibility one never knew, and the universe level 9 slave might just break through. Breaking through to the domain lord level regaining control from the living. Microchip. It was very likely that in his rage, he would kill the master that controlled him in the universe level 9s that broke through and killed their masters out of rage, has happened many times, which resulted in the price of a universe level 9 and 8 not having much difference in price. D-Fan, a universe level 9 slave, to be able to train until universe level 9. It showed that his talent was indeed high. Back when Luo Feng bought D-Fan from the slave trader even warned him, "Sir, these universe level 9 slaves come with high risks. The moment he breaks through, no one will be able to control him. Why not you? First, buy a universe level 8 slave. Even though it's one level down, it's much safer. When it actually rises up to universe level 9, you can sell him and you wouldn't have made any losses. I'll buy him." Luo Feng didn't even hesitate. After buying D-Fan, Luo Feng unleashed his golden horned beast body. Through that body he used his newly trained slave's soul imprint on him, ordering D-Fan and making him unable to resist. As a slave, D-Fan naturally wouldn't resist. Just like that, Luo Feng used the slave's soul imprint and planted it within D-Fan's soul, deep in his very essence. From that point on, D-Fan would become Luo Feng's most loyal slave, because this was a loyalty from the depths of his soul. Using the slave's soul imprint to control people also affects your soul. Your teacher could only control 9 great undying slaves, hence, you have to value quality over quantity, Babata reminded Luo Feng. Understood. Luo Feng trained the soul imprint technique, carefully reading everything about it and its uses along with its effects, etc. Of course he was clear choosing a slave. He had to be extremely prudent and cautious. This was because he was controlling this slave via his soul, with the link between their souls. The master could completely control the slave, but the slave could also affect the master. D-Fan became a slave from early on. As a slave, he trained under very poor conditions, but he still managed to train to this level. I've also checked on his background. He is worthy of becoming one of my soul slaves. D-Fan, Luo Feng's first true slave. The Newland Shan family's universe ship could arrive on Earth at any time. Hence, Luo Feng didn't return into the nutrition cabin again, patiently waiting on Earth for their arrival. China, year 2065, October 28, Solar System Area. A streamlined ship with an axe head, a D3 grade universe ship, was almost like a shooting star heading towards the solar system. Within the control room of the ship, dressed in a black robe, Baikala was with the blue-robed Dewen. They stood side by side at the control board. The external image simulator allowed the two to clearly see the beautiful solar system outside, surrounding that glaring star. Planets orbited around perpetually, one of which was a very small and unremarkable blue planet that drew their attention. Earth, Baikaluo said coldly. Yes, Earth, we've arrived. A smile appeared on Dewen's face. He turned to look at Baikaluo. Baikaluo, you remember what teacher said, we'll first avoid arousing the humans of Earth and secretly acquire the automaton ship. I know, Baikaluo replied coldly. Dewen wasn't too happy with the response, but he smiled and nodded. At this time, within the solar system, on a few scattered asteroids, there were a few of them that were actually installed there. Actually, throughout the entire solar system, there were many installed with surveillance systems. One could say that the entire solar system was incomparably secure and less Something like an automaton ship with that level of technology arrived. Otherwise, to go through the solar system undetected, that was impossible. On one of the asteroids that was randomly placed. Do. The signal swiftly captured the scene and was sent to the core of the entire planet's defense and surveillance system, Luo Feng's castle. Signals came in from everywhere. This D3 grade ship was scanned and its image captured entirely and clearly. Earth, China night time, about 7 p.m. The sky had long gone dark. The entire Yangzhou city was bustling, the lights glaring, and as the sacred land of countless fighters, Luo Feng's West Lake courtyard was filled with laughter. Luo Feng and his family were surrounding the table and having dinner. Luo Honghua, Gong Xianlan, and his younger brother Luo Hua with his wife and kids, along with Luo Feng's wife and 2 children. There was also his first slave D Fan, all together. Uncle D Fan, I really did train my knife skills for an hour this afternoon. Right, little Hai shouted. Yes, D Fan smiled and nodded. Mum, you heard it. Little Hai moved his eyebrows, looking at his mother. Besides Su Xian. Luo Feng looked at his son's adorable behavior. He couldn't help but smile. Suddenly his quantum computer on his arm started beeping. Luo Feng's expression changed. This was an alarm system he had set up long before. The moment something happened within the planet's surveillance system, it would alarm him. Luo Feng looked down and a screen appeared from his quantum computer. A streamlined-shaped universe ship with an axe head was swiftly flying through the solar system, heading towards Earth. They've arrived. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Dad, Mum, you all eat first. I have something to attend to. Luo Feng stood up. You have so many things to do, Luo Honghua said. Luo Feng smiled, at the same time patting his 2 children's heads, holding his wife's hand, saying softly, Su Xian, I'll be going out for a while. Probably be back tomorrow morning. Be careful, Su Xian said. His family were all clear that Luo Feng would occasionally have important matters to attend to, and times when he would shut himself away for half a month, hence for him to be able to have dinner with them was a rare occasion. As for Luo Feng leaving suddenly, they were used to it already. The only thing was dinner wasn't finished yet, hence his father Luo Honghua had to mention it. D-Fan Luo Feng gave him a look. D-Fan stood up too. The 2 swiftly left the castle. So. The 2 rushed into the sky, heading straight towards the air above Yangzhou City. A black disc-shaped universe ship suddenly appeared in mid-air and Luo Feng and D-Fan entered it, immediately changing into their alloy armors and boots, etc. Rumble. The universe ship accelerated and headed straight through the atmosphere, swiftly leaving Earth and into space. Battle. If it were to happen, it would have to happen in space, a universe level. Battle to a small planet is a disaster. The black disc-shaped universe ship became a beam of light and swiftly pierced through the stratosphere of Earth and into space. Within the universe ship's control room, Luo Feng stood expressionless at the control board screen. Behind him stood his slave D-Fan. The 2 had on their alloy armors. They gleamed under the light of the control room. How much longer before they arrive? Luo Feng said towards the screen. A little devil head appeared on the screen. If that D3 grade ship maintains its speed, it will take about 8 hours 49 minutes to reach Earth. 8 hours 49 minutes, Luo Feng smiled. Then let's go welcome them. Yes. The entire ship immediately began to accelerate, even though its acceleration was extremely fast, because there was an automatic gravitational force adjustment within the ship's system. It made it as though it maintained Earth's gravity force all the way. The ship headed towards the outer rims of the solar system. And the ship that the second ancestor had Dewen and Newland Shan's most exceptional disciple, by Kaluo, that D3 grade ship was heading towards Earth. The two were swiftly closing the distance. Within the D3 grade streamline-shaped ship within an Axe-Head's control room. "Senior, have you informed teacher?" by Kaluo said coldly, entirely dressed in a black robe. "Yes, the head ancestor knows we've reached the solar system. He's extremely happy." Dewen's handsome face revealed a smile. The head ancestor even said he will maintain communication and stay on the line in the virtual universe network as he awaits our good news. "Okay." By Kaluo nodded. DDD. An ear-piercing alarm resounded within the control room. Immediately Dewen's expression changed. "Warning, warning, the surveillance system has detected a universe ship flying towards us. It's heading towards us." A loud and piercing voice resounded within the control room. What? Dewen's expression changed greatly. "Universe ship," by Kaluo was shocked too. The universe was too vast for a structure like a universe ship. If it were too distant from one's location in space, it was simply like specks of dust. By Kaluo and Dewen had no way to see with their eyes or discover tens of millions of kilometers away there was another ship with a diameter of a 100 m. The disc-shaped universe ship's control room. Luo Feng calmly looked at the screen. "Railgun cannon activate," Luo Feng said. Understood. The demon Babata on the screen began its activation. Immediately, the entire upper front portion of the ship's surface moved. Below its first layer of energy shields, its alloy material moved and formed an indentation, revealing a silver, malevolent 6 m wide cannon head. The cannon head began to extend out past the energy shield. The cannon mouth began to make slight changes. Light began to gather at the depths of the tip. The space around seemed to slightly begin to warp. Energy activation. Countdown. 60, 59, 58, 57, 10, 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1. Activation complete. The sound reverberated from the control board throughout the entire control room. "Babata, grab the chance and destroy them in one blow," Luo Feng ordered. "Haha, leave it to me." The little demon on the screen was extremely proud. Railgun cannon. This was one of the presents Luo Feng had prepared for the Newland Shan family army. With the early detection, he had known that the ship was only a D3 grade universe ship. Hence, over these 2 years, Luo Feng spent a large amount of wealth and bought a $260 billion universe D5 grade railgun cannon. D5 grade railgun cannon. Any technological-based weapon that reached the C grade would already belong to the heavenly grade. It was hard through normal routes. Also, these technological-based weapons had very exorbitant prices. Even though he could obtain it from the upcoming auction at a lower price, he couldn't wait any longer. Hence, through a very well connected with a huge background company that dealt with special items, he spent $260 billion universe dollars and bought a D5 grade railgun cannon. In a galaxy like the Milky Way, to be able to reach the price of $260 billion universe dollars was already not bad. It was obvious that Luo Feng had spent a lot of money, and this was also after Luo Feng had spent a large amount of money before at this place, hence they agreed to help him get a D5 grade rail gun cannon. Otherwise, without the earlier patronage, this shop wouldn't even have helped Luo Feng get such a high-level weapon. As for the huge amount of money spent before, it was for Luo Feng's training of deity of the world, buying all the incomparably valuable materials. The money spent on those materials was much more than the amount spent on the cannon. Many golden horned beasts, till death, only managed to train to the first level of deity of the world. Obviously the price and wealth required to train this was extremely high. The golden horned beast normally were the pinnacle of sector lords, with 3 separate bodies, hence Luo Feng could buy these materials through the human world markets. These golden horned beasts too would naturally create a human body and use it to buy metals in the human market. As for the pinnacle of sector lord strength, the wealth behind it was shocking. However, most were still only at level 1 of the technique. The training of the deity of the world was to allow the golden horned beast to shrink its body, its bone and muscle density, etc., increasing in density too, causing its strength to rise greatly. Normally the younger one began to train, the easier it was, similar to human children being more malleable in training. The stronger and bigger the body, the harder it was to shrink after. Hence, for a universe-level golden horned beast, training was a little easier. However, even so, to fully complete the first level alone required a large amount of valuable materials, and Luo Feng was still short of 2 of them. These materials were more valuable, extremely rare. Luo Feng had bought these 2 materials at the rare items shop and spent a huge amount of his wealth on them, hence the shop valued this super client of theirs. Thus they were willing to help get him the D5 grade railgun cannon. Railgun cannon. Fire. Within the control room, Babata's excited roar resounded about space. The D3 grade universe ship had already detected the black disc-shaped universe ship drawing closer and closer. It's a C9 grade ship. Dewen creased his eyebrows. Can we shake them? Master, we are flying towards Earth. They are flying from Earth. No matter where we change our direction to, they'll still easily get closer to us. We cannot shake them on the screen. The voice of the AI spoke. Also, for us to change our speeds too would require quite a bit of time. Even though a universe ship could reach light speed, it would still require quite some time to accelerate to reach the limit speed, light speed. And for the ship to accelerate or reduce its speed, etc., it couldn't do it immediately. This made it easy for the other side to close in. If we weren't heading to Earth, it'd be easy to shake them, the AI said. Don't bother with that ship, Bai Kaluo ordered coldly. AC9 grade universe ship cannot affect us. This ship must be under Luo Feng. Dewen creased his eyebrows. Right now. I'm afraid he already knows we are here. The head ancestor ordered us to secretly acquire the automaton ship. Since we've already been discovered, there's no longer a need to hide. Bai Kaluo said coldly. Continue advancing towards Earth. Bai Kaluo and Dewen had only debated for a few seconds. Rumble. A railgun cannon wave that was hard to see with the naked eye, leaving only a slight wave behind it in space, hit the D3 grade universe ship at light speed. Without any preparation or defense, getting attacked by the railgun cannon. The D3 grade universe ship scanning system, which was only at max light speed. At the same moment the D3 grade ship receives the signal, the shot will have already hit the universe ship. Pooh. The streamlined ship with a huge axe head immediately got torn a big hole in its side, piercing right through the mid-portion of the ship and exiting the other side, which caused the ship that was still flying at high speed to tear apart with large amounts of alloy scrap dispersing in all directions, making a pile of rubbish within that area of the solar system. From the control room scraps, 2 human silhouettes swiftly flew out, floating in space. It was Dewen and Baikaleo. How can that be? Dewen stared wide-eyed. We got shot by a cannon. How is that possible? The black-robed Baikaleo raged. A light-speed long-distance weapon that exceeds the D3 grade. This is definitely a heavenly grade. In price, it's even comparable to the level 5 spirit weapons or genetic energy weapons. Even sector lords normally wouldn't be able to spend such money buying such a D-grade railgun cannon. Dewen shook his head, his face in disbelief. On Earth, how can there be a D-grade railgun cannon that even sector lords cannot afford to buy? The D-grade railgun cannon, to a sector lord, even though they could afford it, they still hardly ever bought one. That was because a sector lord's strike alone far exceeded that of a D-grade cannon. And without a sector lord's strength, those that could afford a D-grade cannon were extremely rare. That's not possible. Dewen's face was filled with panic. Let's not worry about this. Without the ship for us to fly to Earth would take a good half a year, Baikaleo said coldly. Rumble. From the distant space, at light speed a ship closed in. Dewen, the enemy is here, Baikaleo communicated via genetic energy. Dewen looked up. A black disc-shaped universe ship swiftly closed in. The peculiar thing was, however, the ship was constantly slowing down, finally stopping a few hundred km away from their position. The cabin door then opened automatically and a human silhouette swiftly exited and rushed towards them. A few hundred km, he closed it in a blink of an eye. This was the bald-headed, thick-lipped, seeming kind and honest man dressed in black armor. So fast? Dewen was shocked. Rumble. A silver arc knife sliced through, so swift the universe level 6. Dewen couldn't dodge, his eyes filled with fear, staring wide-eyed. Terror. His head exploded. Newland Shan's second ancestor head, Dewen Newland Shan, has died. The silver knife's speed didn't slow down at all, immediately heading towards the black-robed Baikaleo. Without a sound or trace, Baikaleo's black robe flowed like water swiftly and vanished within his body, revealing his intrepid and malevolent body. He, with a green alloy armor, with scales as its construct, layers and layers of scales added together, and his face too was covered in green scales, without a single strand of hair on his head, only green skin. His forehead had a peculiar arc, sharp and almost like a blade. His entire body, from head to toe, was all green. On his back, he carried 2 battle knives crossed. Clang. His lightning-fast draw created a dreamy after-image. At the same time, with the knives in his hand, he parried that silver sword attack, immediately slowing it down. Within the universe ship control room, through the external image simulator, Luo Feng could clearly see the exchange between the two. When Baikaleo revealed his true face, Luo Feng was shocked. Sword Clan. From the screen of the control board, the demon Babata was shocked. Sword Clan, Luo Feng said with shock. Right, Sword Clan. This person, his features seemed to match that of the Sword Clan. Sword Clan, a very renowned and famed race, initially, the Sword Clan planet was an aboriginal planet. However, even though they were an aboriginal planet, when they were discovered by a universe empire, they already had a domain lord and 12 universe levels. The Sword Clan people, as long as they reach maturity, they'll become star travelers. This was a very strong planet. However, as they hadn't developed their technology, they didn't have universe ships, and hence the Sword Clan people had always remained on their planet, and after entering the universe, they slowly grew. Even before they entered the universe, they had explorer experience and traditions. Every mature member had to explore and risk their lives on the planet. And after entering the universe, every matured clan member would explore the universe and go through life or death missions. The Sword Clan people don't seem to bother much about power or luxury. They seem to only chase the path of getting stronger. Some would become disciples of absolute warriors, or go to other powers to learn techniques. This made many absolute warriors within the Sword Clan. In the history of the Sword Clan, undying beings, sector lords, they were all there. Hence, the Sword Clan was a race very renowned within the human races of the universe. Babata explained in detail. Luo Feng was somewhat shocked. Star traveler at maturity, in the human races, that wasn't too strong a race. However, the Sword Clan, the reason why they had such a reputation was their personality. Babata said, because of their unwavering determination, working hard to constantly grow stronger. This personality and trait is within their bones, hence they produced so many powerful warriors. While Luo Feng was shocked at the Sword Clan, simultaneously in space, the Universe Level 9 D Fan was engaged in a mad battle with Baikaluo. D Fan stood in space controlling his spirit weapon. A green violent wind surrounded Baikaluo's surroundings, causing his body to appear blurry. His two battle knives had already reached their limit speed, mixed in with the ferocious wind domain, forming a continuous blade storm. Clang, clang, clang. That arc blade clashed with the snow-white blade over and over, causing D Fan's face to reveal shock. The Sword Clan man was obviously only a universe Level 8, however, relying on these two knives, he's managed to block all his spirit weapon attacks. 100 knives, Baikaluo shouted malevolently. Rumble. A large amount of snow-white blades overlapped each other, forming a blade storm that filled the surroundings, quickly engulfing D Fan. With a pong sound, the huge wave of blades came crashing down on him. D Fan's face was pale. Baikaluo revealed shock. D Fan had managed to block his final attack. This bastard. D Fan squinted his eyes, shouting, Soul Blade Cutter. A formless spirit attack immediately formed a blade that was invisible to the naked eye, swiftly piercing through Baikaluo's consciousness. Chi. Baikaluo's eyes seemed to dim a little before recovering, staring hard at D Fan. He actually blocked it. D Fan was extremely shocked. Within the universe ship, Luo Feng too couldn't help but exclaim. He actually blocked it. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. This Baikaluo was a true genius. A universe level 8, able to rely on two blades to forcefully block a universe level 9 spirit weapon. This in itself was incredible. However, at that, Luo Feng was only complimenting, not too shocked. This was because D Fan's true skill wasn't in his control of a spirit weapon, he was best at his soul attacks. Along with the training of the soul cutter technique, even though he had only barely grasped it, its power was shocking. A universe level 9 spirit reader, unleashing the soul cutter, and it was actually blocked by a universe level 8. Shocking willpower on the screen, the demon shouted excitedly, his willpower is too shocking. This Baikalluo is a universe level 8 fighter, and also a universe level 8 spirit reader, however, that defans soul cutters. Power is huge, even same level opponents would find it hard to block, but he actually managed it. Willpower he has incredible and shocking willpower, the demon said. Luo Feng, quickly, use the slave's soul imprint and keep him, he will definitely be a slave even more exceptional than Defan. Keep him. Luo Feng was shocked. Every single slave had to be considered greatly before. I can guarantee that he definitely has the standard of the battle axe fighter, even compared to his teacher, if they were the same level. His teacher Newland Shan may not even be his match, the demon Babata howled. His domain is strong, his knife skills are powerful, these don't mean much, but his shocking willpower, it shows his resolve is very strong. He definitely has the potential and makings of an absolute warrior, as long as you nurture him well. Luo Feng, these opportunities are rare. A battle axe fighter standard, stepping into the domain lord, they even have up to a 50 chance. What's more, with his shocking willpower, along with the techniques of the Yunmo planet, stepping into the domain lord level, there's an even higher chance. Babata shouted, and you lack a fighter slave. Luo Feng nodded. Defan was proficient in soul attacks. His underlings, he indeed lacked a fighter slave. In space, your spirit attacks are very strong. Baikalluo's eyes were cold, he gritted his teeth and shouted, however, the final victor will be me. Rumble. Moving within the ferocious winds, Baikalluo's body floated and became an arced line. The green mad winds about him covered the two swords that were madly cutting towards Defan. The blades carried in them genetic energy, strength, willpower, and they all reached a perfect level of harmony. Blade cycle. There was madness within Baikalluo's eyes. The two blades became two snow white lights, madly cutting towards Defan. They seemed untiring and continuous, very quickly forming a huge light cycle, pressuring down on Defan. The spirit weapon was knocked away, and Defan spit out blood. A flash of pity appeared in his eyes, and he unleashed his final technique his master Luo Feng had prepared for him. Pung. A dark blue light swiftly knocked and broke the light circle, causing the large amount of light that the blades had formed to crumble. This too had caused the dark blue light to bounce back. This shard that seemed broken and small, the hybrid copper essence shard, this immensely sharp shard, formed an arc and headed towards Baikalluo. Spare his life, an order resounded within Defan's consciousness. The soul imprint that penetrated the soul, that was Luo Feng's connection with Defan, to be able to communicate directly through their consciousness, just like an AI communicating humans, or like the cloud contact vine with Luo Feng's consciousness. Qi. The dark blue light formed an arc and immediately slashed both of Baikalluo's arms. They split open and his blades fell. There was silence in space. The ship remains were scattered and floating in the distance. The universe leveled a wind's body was still floating in the distant space, and Baikalluo was standing still in space. Destroy his AI, Luo Feng ordered. Who? The dark blue light cut past Baikalluo's arm, immediately destroying the AI. And Baikalluo's stared at the distant Defan, communicating solemnly, "Why are you not killing me? It's an order from my master." Defan looked at him. Master Baikalluo creased his eyebrows. The cabin door of the distant disc-shaped universe ship opened and a human silhouette flew out. It was the cloud contact vine-clad Luo Feng. Luo Feng, Baikalluo squinted his eyes. Baikalluo, you've lost. Luo Feng looked at Baikalluo before him. Even though his wrist flesh had been sliced open, it was regenerating. He, however, stared hard at Luo Feng. Obviously it was clear to him his loss this time was and utter defeat. I didn't expect you to have a universe level 9 slave. My teacher didn't expect it too. You even have a D-grade long-distance light weapon. I've lost completely. Baikalluo laughed coldly. Luo Feng, just kill me if you want to. With your slave here, I have no resistance at all in this space. I have nowhere to escape to. Also, the vast space, without a ship, where could he escape to? I think highly of you. Luo Feng looked at Baikalluo. I'll give you two options right now. One is to serve me, the other is to die. Serve or die, you can choose. Luo Feng looked at him. Serve you, haha. Baikalluo laughed loudly. Luo Feng, are you joking? Just you, a star-level punk, actually want me to serve you? If it were that Baldy asking me to serve him, I might still consider. He is truly strong. That last technique easily defeated me. But you, a star-level punk, wanting me to serve you? Baikalluo shook his head. Think carefully before you answer. Luo Feng's voice was ice-cold. The moment you reject, that means death. Once you die, everything will be void. Your warrior dreams, whatever you are chasing, nothing. This is the last time I'm asking, Luo Feng said coldly. Death or submission? Luo Feng stared at Baikalluo.